LoveLore Library. Chapter 194. More you can find all the novels that you can't find online. But aren't you going to take the imperial examination in spring? Where do you have so much time to teach me? Don't you want to take the exam properly? Little Jing Kong wasn't easy to compromise. His words touched Gu Jiao's heart. Now the most important thing in the family was the imperial examination in spring next month. Whether she could become the tribute scholar's wife or not depended on Xiao Liulang's performance. Xiao Lulang, I knew you would say that. Xiao Lulang said seriously, it's not me who will teach you. It's granduncle who will teach you. Granduncle knows how to do it too. Little Jing Kong slumped on the chair soullessly. The next day, Xiao Lulang led Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan to become apprentices to a master. The apprenticeship process went smoothly. The master didn't ask for expensive gifts and accepted the two disciples politely. The master's surname was Lu. He was a man with a square face. His real age was almost 50, but he looked less than 40. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and asked Gu Yan in a low voice, Gu Yan, have you heard of the master's name before? Gu Yan shook his head, no, I've only heard of Lu Yuan. Who is Lu Yuan? Gu Xiaoshan asked. He was a bumpkin and didn't know anything about the capital. Gu Yan explained patiently, a master. He's amazing. Although our master's surname is Lu, he has nothing to do with that master. Master Lu was the most famous craftsman in the Zhao kingdom. Even the emperor's dragon throne and dragon bed were made by him. It could be seen how important his position was in the Zhao kingdom. There were rumors that the swallow carved by Master Lu could fly, the fish carved by Master Lu could swim, and there were even rumors that Master Lu once carved a beauty. That beauty came to life and became Master Lu's wife. There were so many rumors about Master Lu that it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to tell them all. However, this Master Lu was temperamental and eccentric. Once, he offended His Majesty and was almost sentenced to death. After that, Master Lu went into seclusion and no longer accepted any business from the imperial court. There were also people who said that Master Lu had changed his name and continued working as a carpenter in another place. Nowadays, many people on the market boasted that they were selling Master Lu's works. As the two of them were talking in the courtyard, a woman wearing a cotton dress came out with a basket of salted vegetables. Just by looking at her figure, this woman could be said to be graceful, but when they looked at her face, both of them were a little startled. It was a face that had been disfigured. Unlike the smooth birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, this face was covered with crisscross scars. It was hideous and frightening. A timid person would have been scared away on the spot. The two of them, however, did not move. They stared at each other for a long time without losing their composure. Gu Jiao was often looked down upon because of her disfigured face. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan would not treat others like this. Who are you? Gu Yan asked. His eyes were clear, without a trace of fear or disdain. The woman smiled. Ordinary people would feel warm when they smiled, but she was different. When she smiled, all the scars on her face moved, making her look even more hideous and frightening. She said, "You're his new disciples, right? I'm your master's wife." So she was their master's wife. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the two of them cupped their hands and bowed to her. Master's wife. The woman didn't say yes or no. She only smiled faintly. She put the basket of salted vegetables on the shelf to dry, then turned around and went into the room. Gu Yan was even more certain that this craftsman surnamed Lu was not Master Lu. Master Lu's wife was a great beauty. Anyone who saw her would be captivated by her beauty. His aunt, Consort Shu, was already considered a peerless beauty in the 6 palaces, but it was said that compared to Master Lu's wife, she would still be overshadowed. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun waited in the courtyard for a while before Xiao Lulang and Master Lu came out. "I'll leave the two children to you." Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and said to Master Lu. Master Lu also slightly returned the greeting. "Young Master Xiao is too polite. I'll be going out with my wife for the next 2 days. I'll have them come back to class in 3 days." "Okay." Xiao Lulang agreed. He let Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yan say goodbye to Master Lu before leaving in the carriage. After the three of them left, Master Lu was about to return to his room when he saw his wife, Nan Xiang, come out of the room. "It's windy. Why did you come out?" Master Lu walked forward and held his wife's arm with concern. Nan Xiang looked at the carriage that was gradually disappearing at the end of the alley and asked him, "Why did you suddenly agree to accept disciples? Don't you hate being a master the most?" "Alas." Master Lu sighed. "That youth called Xiao Lulang is Elder Feng's disciple. I owed Elder Feng a favor in the past. This time, I'm returning it to Elder Feng." "Elder Feng accepted a disciple?" Nan Xiang curled her lips. "That old fogey doesn't even like great scholar Zhuang. How could he take a liking to a crippled child?" The great scholar Zhuang she spoke of was the fourth master of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Xianji. A while ago, he was appointed as the provincial governor of Yuzhou and was one of the top scholars in the Zhao country. Zhuang Xianji had always respected Elder Feng and hoped to inherit his mantle. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Elder Feng didn't accept him as a disciple. "I think that boy is not bad," Master Lu said. "He doesn't seem like an ordinary country boy. How could someone that Elder Feng took a liking to be a simple person?" Nan Xiang smiled faintly and changed the topic from Xiao Lulang. "Isn't the price too high for a favor and 2 more disciples?" Master Lu said, "Not at all. If it weren't for Elder Feng's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met you in my life. Elder Feng is our matchmaker. I have to repay this favor no matter what." Nan Xiang was amused. In front of outsiders, she was worried that she would look too scary when she smiled, but in front of her husband, she didn't have this concern. After she had laughed enough, she pulled her husband's hand and said, "I like those 2 children. They are much better than those who came before." Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yan weren't the first 2 who came to ask to be apprenticed to a master. There were countless people who came before them. There was no lack of talented people among them, but Nan Xiang didn't like any of them. As long as she appeared, those people would act as if they had seen a ghost. Some people were even scared to the point of peeing on the spot. It's good that Xiang He likes them. He didn't look at aptitude when accepting disciples. It was all based on his wife's liking. Even if they were stupid, he would accept them. Needless to say, that pretty boy named Gu Yan seemed to be quite stupid. "Teach them well," Nan Xiang said, "don't fool them." Master Lu cleared his throat. "I know, madam." Although he agreed readily, he actually had a plan in mind. Carpentry was hard, tiring, and boring. Most people wouldn't be able to persevere for more than a few days. At most, 3 months. He was sure that those 2 children would come to him and beg him to stop learning. Xiao Lulang and the other 2 returned to Bai Shui Alley. From afar, they could hear the commotion in the courtyard. It turned out that Feng Lin and Lin Qingye had come. Together with the 2 of them was a familiar face that they had met in Ping City, Du Ruhan. Ever since Du Ruhan returned to the capital, he had been locked up at home to study by his uncle. He hadn't even been let out for the new year. It was only when his aunt pleaded with his uncle that Zhuang Xianji allowed him a day off. Du Ruhan had long heard that Feng Lin and Xiao Lulang were studying at the Imperial College. He wasn't familiar with Lin Qingye and didn't deliberately ask about him. It was only when he went to the Imperial College to look for Fong Lin that he bumped into him. According to Du Ruhan's intention, since the two of them had finally come to the capital, he would treat them to a hearty meal at the most famous restaurant in the capital, Drunken Immortal Restaurant. At night, they would rent a pleasure boat and go for a lake tour. It was simply too carefree. However, Fong Lin and Lin Qingye were thinking about Xiao Lulang and Zhao Nyang. They missed Zhao Nyang so much that they had to come and see her. Hence, Du Ruhan was dragged over by the two of them. Xiao Lulang didn't have any feelings towards Du Ruhan, but Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were very curious about the guest in the house. Zhao Nyang's younger brother. Fong Lin introduced Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan to Du Ruhan, then introduced Du Ruhan to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. He's my childhood playmate with your brother-in-law. You can call him older brother Du, Xiao Lulang. You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan greeted the guest. Gu Jiao went to buy groceries. Not long after the three of them returned, she also entered the courtyard. She immediately noticed that there was an additional guest in the courtyard. Obviously, the guest also noticed her. Xiao Lulang was about to introduce the guest when Fong Lin ran over excitedly and said, "Zhao Nyang is back. What did you buy that's so heavy? I already said that you don't need to buy so many groceries. Little Qing, hurry, hurry." Lin Qingye quickly came over and took the groceries in Gu Jiao's hands. Fong Lin said to Du Ruhan, "This is Zhao Nyang." Then he said to Gu Jiao, "Zhao Nyang, he's Liulang's and my neighbor when we were young. The three of us grew up together. His name is Du Ruhan. You can call him Little Belly. His aunt has married and moved to the capital. Now, he can be considered half a citizen of the capital. Next month, he'll be taking the imperial examination with us." Xiao Liulang's eyes were cold. "You talk a lot more when you meet Zhao Zhao. Also, who is the male master of this family?" Du Ruhan and Xiao Lulang were not as close to Fong Lin as they were to Xiao Lulang. Firstly, he had known Fong Lin for a longer time when they were young. Secondly, he always felt that this Xiao Lulang was not the Xiao Lulang from his childhood. In short, they were quite unfamiliar. However, Xiao Liulang's family members were quite easy to get along with. Especially Xiao Liulang's great-aunt. The story started when Du Ruhan came to visit. He was a rational person. Even though Fong Lin told him not to be too formal, he still bought some things and brought them over. Among them was a box of sugar-fried chestnuts. Old Madam liked it so much that she called Han Henin over. Old Madam didn't keep the chestnuts at home anymore. It was easy for little Jing Kong to complain, so she kept them at the old chancellor's place. Old Madam felt that this young man was very smart and decided to bring him along. "Let's play." Old Madam took out the leaf tiles that Gu Chongqing gave her. The new leaf tiles were very comfortable to the touch. Old Madam loved them so much that she couldn't put them down. Du Ruhan knew about the leaf tiles. It was just that his uncle didn't allow him to play them at home. Fong Lin didn't know how to play them, but Lin Qingye did. Old Madam called Gu Xiaoshan over. Gu Xiaoshan, Old Madam, Du Ruhan, and Lin Qingye gathered a table of leaf tiles. Du Ruhan was a newbie. Reality proved that not every newbie was as lucky as Gu Chongqing. After a round of tiles, Du Ruhan lost so much that he only had his underwear left. Old Madam liked him even more. "Young man, you have a bright future." When it was close to lunch, someone came to the house again. "I'll open the door, I'll open the door." Little Jing Kong went to open the door. He stuck his little head out of the door and looked at the person who came. "Who are you looking for?" The man said, "I'm looking for Xiao Lulang." "Oh." Little Jing Kong was disappointed. Why didn't he come to find him? He was no longer a child without friends. Little Jing Kong slowly went to the study to call Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang went to the door. He looked at the man with a goatee in front of him. The man had a kind and shrewd look. He was well-dressed and had good manners. But Xiao Lulang didn't know him. "You are," the man cupped his hands. "My surname is Wang. Young Master Xiao, you can call me Wang Yun. I've heard a lot about young Master Xiao. I'm here to visit you today. Can we talk inside?" Xiao Lulang looked at him again and brought him into his study. Little Jing Kong was also in his study, doing exercises. Xiao Lulang said to him, "Rest for a while. You can do it later." Little Jing Kong looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you so kind all of a sudden?" Xiao Lulang said, "Jiao Jiao made delicious food." Little Clear Sky disappeared with a whoosh. Wang Yun laughed. "Is he young Master Xiao's younger brother? He's so cute." Was he cute? That was just a facade. He was actually a naughty little monk who made people go crazy. Xiao Lulang didn't want to ridicule the little monk in front of outsiders. He asked lightly, "I wonder why Master Wang is here." Wang Yun didn't expect Xiao Lulang to be so direct. He was surprised and said with a smile, "I'm here today to discuss something important with young Master Xiao." Xiao Lulang asked, "About the imperial examination in spring." Wang Yun was surprised again and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao is really smart. You even guessed this." Recently, many people had come to see Xiao Lulang about the imperial examination in spring. However, most of them came to the Imperial College. Wang Yun was the only one who came to see him. Xiao Lulang said bluntly, "I don't have the energy to tutor others, nor do I have the energy to guess the questions and write articles." There were only two kinds of people who came looking for Xiao Lulang. One was like Lin Qingye and Feng Lin, who were down to earth, asking for advice. The other was to ask the teachers to place a bet on the topic and let Xiao Lulang write an article according to the topic and sell it to them. Xiao Lulang rejected them all. Wang Yun lowered his eyes and laughed. He flicked his wide sleeves and said, "I'm not here to ask young Master Xiao to tutor my young master, nor am I here to buy young Master Xiao's essay. I want to ask young Master Xiao to," he said the last two words. Chapter 195. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong ran into the kitchen with his short legs. Gu Jiao was cutting vegetables. She looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong grabbed his little bald head and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by taking the exam?" Gu Jiao stopped cutting vegetables. Little Jing Kong said, "I just heard the guest who came to our house talking to brother-in-law. He asked brother-in-law to take the exam. Does that mean taking the exam with them? Like taking brother Feng Lin and brother Lin Qingye?" Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She put the kitchen knife on the chopping board, took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen. In the study room, Xiao Lulang looked at Wang Yun indifferently. Wang Yun smiled and said, "Isn't it too abrupt for me to say that? Young Master Xiao might not be able to accept it in a short time, but you will understand after I analyze it with you. I know more or less about young Master Xiao's situation. You came from the county and became a live-in son-in-law of a farmer's family. With such a family background, you can enter the Imperial College as a top scorer. I believe that young Master Xiao has put in a lot of effort in private. I admire young Master Xiao's ability, and I also believe that young Master Xiao can become a tribute scholar." There was usually a "but" in his words. Sure enough, Wang Yun continued, "However, it won't be easy for young Master Xiao to become a grand scholar. The general examination will be conducted by the examiners. They will only look at the exam papers and not the candidates. After becoming a tribute scholar, His Majesty will hold the court examination personally. All the candidates will sit in front of His Majesty, and His Majesty will see their faces. He was talking about their faces, but his gaze fell on Xiao Liulang's legs. The meaning was obvious. How could His Majesty choose a cripple as the official jinshi? There were a total of 3 lists for Grand Scholars. The top 3 of the first list were the Zhuangyuan, 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 and the Tanhua, 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 and were bestowed with the title of Grand Scholar. The second list ranged from the 4th to a certain number. They were called the 2 lists, and were also part of the official Grand Scholar list. They were bestowed with the title of Grand Scholar. The rest were called the 3 lists. The emphasis on the word same already indicated that he was different from a Grand Scholar. Although the current dynasty relaxed the requirements for the imperial examinations compared to the previous dynasty, none of the Grand Scholars who passed the imperial examinations had a handicapped appearance or body. Wasn't that obvious enough? Wang Yun smiled faintly. However, you won't be able to pass the imperial exam. Why don't you help my young master? Xiao Lulang remained unmoved. Wang Yun continued to persuade him, besides, you're still young. You're only 18 this year. If you really want to take the exam, you can take it 3 years later. If you study for 3 more years, you'll be better at it. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning against His Highness, right? It sounded like he was thinking for Xiao Lulang, but after careful analysis, every word was looking down on Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao's gaze was extremely cold. Behind Gu Jiao, Feng Lin, Lin Yezu, and Du Ruhan also came over to listen. They had heard of people who took the exam, but this was the first time they had encountered one. This person surnamed Wang was too disgusting. He didn't even look like he was asking for help. He had to belittle him and make him back off. It was as if this was the only way he could show off his status and wisdom. Wang Yun continued, young Master Xiao will definitely be satisfied with the reward. Young Master Xiao can treat it as my young master using this money to buy 3 years of your time. In fact, young Master Xiao is the one who benefits. 3 more years of studying, 3 more years of learning, and a sum of money that can't be spent in a few lifetimes. Why not? More importantly, young Master Xiao can make friends with my young master. Even if he can't pass the imperial exam, my young master can still find a good official for young Master Xiao. What an arrogant tone. He even dared to say such things. What was his background? Feng Lin's face scrunched up. Although Du Ruhan wasn't close to Xiao Lulang, he was also angered by this shameless person. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, you speak so confidently. How do I know if your young master is worth making friends with? Wang Yun smiled arrogantly, my young master's surname is He. Duke Luo's wife's surname is also He. When Wang Yun came out of the room, Gu Jiao and the others were no longer in the central room. Wang Yun cupped his hands at Xiao Lulang, young Master Xiao, why don't you consider it carefully? I will come back to ask you for an answer in 3 days. Halfway through the game, half of the mahjong players had run away. The old lady was depressed. In the kitchen, Du Ruhan, Lin Qingye, and Gu Jiao had a small meeting with Feng Lin and Du Ruhan. The few of them sat on the small bench. Du Ruhan said, Duke Luo's residence is the only aristocratic family in the capital that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Marquis Xuanping's residence and the Zhuang family. There was also the Lu family in the past. If this candidate surnamed he is really from Duke Luo's family, then he really has the right to say such big words. With the power of the Duke Luo's residence, it was easy for Xiao Lulang to be a small official in the capital. In fact, it was faster than Xiao Lulang studying by himself. Why do I feel that Wang Yun looks a little familiar? Feng Lin rested his chin on his hand and was deep in thought. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Du Ruhan frowned. Now that you mention it, I think so too. He, Jinghong, Lin Qingye said. Du Ruhan had no impression of this name, but Feng Lin remembered it immediately. It's him. Who? Gu Jiao asked. The head of the Pingqing examination. Feng Lin said. This happened when Xiao Lulang was taking the county examination. Xiao Lulang was the head of the examination in both the county and capital examinations. However, he missed the chance to be the head of the examination in the third round of the college examination because someone had swapped the 8-part essay paper. Feng Lin paid special attention to the head of the examination in that round. The name was He Jinghong. Of course, he did not see him in person. Lin Qingye was not in Pingqing during the child examinations. He only knew about He Jinghong because not long after, in June, He Jinghong also came to the province to take the examinations. He Jinghong stayed in the same inn as him, Xiao Lulang, and Feng Lin. I remember now. He stayed next door. Feng Lin said, at first, I didn't know that he was He Jinghong. I accidentally heard someone calling him. The one surnamed Wang is his family steward, and he has appeared with him a few times. Feng Lin was someone who could not keep secrets. Since the head of the college examination was staying next door, he told Xiao Lulang, Du Ruhan, and Lin Qingye about it. Feng Lin said, at that time, I even joked that this guy might have bribed the examiner to swap Liulang's examination paper. This guess was not without reason. Xiao Liulang's performance was too outstanding in the early stages. He was the best candidate for the head of the examination. There were only two types of people who could benefit from pulling him down. One type was those who were just above the line. As long as they could pull down someone who was sure to be in the top 50, their chances of passing the county examination would be much higher. The other type was those whose results were on par with Xiao Liulang's. If Xiao Lulang was pulled down, he would be the first. However, there was no evidence, so they could only give up. Moreover, Xiao Lulang himself did not care. Although Xiao Lulang did not care, it did not mean that Gu Jiao did not care. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed dangerously. What did you get in the provincial examination? 11th. Lin Qingye said. He remembered very clearly because he did not think that he would pass the provincial examination. He did not know how many times he had secretly read the examination paper at home. From first to last, he could recite it backwards. Feng Lin's provincial examination score was 17. He was 6 places ahead of Feng Lin. In Yuzhou, it might be okay, but in the capital, it was not enough. The capital was filled with top scorers. Who would care about a provincial capital's 11th? He Jinghong did not even pass the Imperial College. It was very likely that he would not pass the Imperial examination. As long as he passed the Imperial examination, the Duke Luo's household would have the power to control him. Although the court examination was hosted by the Emperor, it was actually the deepest pool of water. It was true that the Emperor hosted the court examination. The Emperor could kick out the candidates he did not like on the spot. He could also remember the candidates he liked. However, it was impossible for the Emperor to mark all the candidates' examination papers alone. The examination papers were still marked by the court officials. They would pick out a dozen or so outstanding papers. The Emperor would look through them one by one or interview them. Then, he would choose 3 first-rank grand scholars. At this point, it was the game between the Emperor and the court officials. Among the dozen or so candidates, there were bound to be candidates from the major powers. There would also be candidates that the Emperor had his eyes on. If the Emperor wanted to protect his own people, he had to tolerate the court officials' people. Otherwise, if the court officials ranked the candidates the emperor had his eyes on outside of the top 10, the emperor would not even have the chance to promote them. Even if these people did not squeeze into the first rank or first rank lists, they were still official second-rank grand scholars. There was no risk of them becoming third-rank grand scholars. Of course, the court officials could not go overboard. If they stuffed an idiot into the examination, the emperor would still be angry. For someone like He Jinghong, one could say that he was not talented. He was, but he was not outstanding enough. Moreover, he had achieved good results all along. If he could achieve outstanding results in the general examination, wouldn't it be more logical for him to be sent to the court examination? Is the emperor so cowardly? Gu Jiao asked. Du Ruhan sighed. In the past, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the one who ruled from behind the curtains. The power of the court was in the hands of her brother, Grand Tutor Zhuang. This year, the situation might change slightly. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang is ill and has gone to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. The power of the Zhuang family is not as strong as it used to be. However, it is also because of this that the various powers have to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, once the emperor takes back all the power, it will be difficult for them to control the court examination. Feng Lin and the other two spend a happy day in Bai Shui Alley. Du Ruhan lost so badly that he lost all his allowance for the next month. The old woman happily counted the money in her room. Feng Lin and the other two bid farewell. Before they left, the three of them looked at Xiao Lulang strangely. Xiao Lulang frowned. What's wrong? The three of them shook their heads. Nothing, nothing. Since Zhao Nyang asked them to pretend that they did not know anything, then they did not know anything. The three of them got on Lin Qingye's carriage and left. He turned around and entered the courtyard, only to find Gu Jiao coming out. It's so late, are you going out? He asked. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I'm going to the medical center. Xiao Lulang and the other three were on vacation. The second boss also gave Gu Jiao a day off so that she could accompany her family at home. So, according to reason, she didn't need to go to the medical center. And even if she went, she never went empty-handed. She would always bring her own small basket with her small medicine box inside. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. Xiao Lulang misunderstood Gu Jiao. She really went to the medical center to see how Gu Qinglin was doing. She already took out Gu Qinglin's medicine and gave it to Dr. Song, so it didn't matter if she didn't bring her medicine box. Gu Jiao swore that she didn't want to find trouble with He Jinghong. She still didn't know where He Jinghong lived. But she didn't know if her luck was too good today, but when she came out of the medical center after seeing Gu Qinglin, she bumped into a group of birds. Young Master He. The parrot you wanted is here. A peddler handed a birdcage in front of a noble young master. He removed the cloth covering the birdcage and said, I spent a lot of money to get this. At first, the other person didn't want to sell it, but I spent a lot of effort to convince her. My aunt likes to raise birds. The noble young master said. The peddler smiled and said, I'm not bragging, but young Master He, you can't find a smarter parrot in the capital. The Duke's wife will definitely like it. The noble young master was very satisfied. He threw a money bag to the peddler and ordered his attendants to take the birdcage. Then, he turned around and walked into the alley. His surname was He, and his aunt was the Duke's wife. The characteristics were too obvious. Gu Jiao couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. I didn't want to find you. You came to me yourself, right? Gu Jiao followed him. Young Master He personally brought the birdcage over. As he walked, he thought about his aunt's expression when she was amused by the parrot. His mood was very good. He entered an alley. 7 or 8 attendants followed closely behind him. Originally, They were following him well, but unexpectedly, Schwa. One was missing. Schwa. Another one was missing. Young master, he turned around to take a look. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but the alley was narrow. After a while, he didn't notice that there were fewer people. Schwa, schwa, schwa. When he turned around again, there was only one attendant left behind him. That attendant's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with fear. Young master, he was shocked. What happened to you? The attendant fell down with a thump. Gu Jiao appeared in front of young master He. She was wearing a narrow-sleeved green robe. Her hair was as black as ink. She used the white jade hairpin Xiao Lulang gave her to tie it into a single bun on her head. Her black hair was like satin, flowing naturally in the cold wind. Her eyes were cold and revealed a trace of disdain. He Jinghong. She said. Young master, he blocked the birdcage in front of him. Who are you? How do you know my name? Gu Jiao said bluntly, I heard that you cheated in the college entrance exam. Young master, his eyes flashed. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. It seemed like there was. There was no need to talk nonsense. Gu Jiao sized him up and her eyes fell on his legs. She was thinking about whether to break his legs so that he wouldn't be able to crawl to the exam venue, or break his arms to take revenge for Xiao Yulong's college entrance exam. In the end, He Jinghong hugged the birdcage and ran away without saying anything. Gu Jiao didn't even bat an eyelid. She jumped up and stepped on the wall, jumping over his head. She turned around and gave a roundhouse kick, causing him to flip in the air and fall to the hard ground with a thump. The birdcage also fell to the ground and broke. The parrot that he spent a lot of money on flew away. Young master, he was a pampered aristocrat. When had he ever fallen like this? He felt as if his brain was about to scatter, and his internal organs were about to shift. Gu Jiao walked over calmly and looked down at him. She coldly grabbed his collar and lifted him up like she was picking up a little chick. But she suddenly felt that something was wrong. A black shadow fell by her feet. She followed the shadow and turned her head to look. Xiao Lulang had come to the alley and was standing at the entrance, looking at her without blinking, and He Jinghong in her hands. Gu Jiao's eyes rolled. She blinked and said innocently, he fell. I helped him up. She paused and said with a serious face, I don't fight. Xiao Lulang, He Jinghong, you go back first. Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao gently let go of He Jinghong. She was especially gentle, be careful, don't hit your head. He Jinghong was trembling all over. Gu Jiao left obediently. Xiao Lulang calmly reached out his hand to He Jinghong. He Jinghong looked at him in shock. He had been frightened by Gu Jiao just now. Now that he had calmed down, he remembered who Gu Jiao was. He and Xiao Lulang were both in the Imperial College. He paid close attention to Xiao Yulong's every move. Naturally, he had seen Gu Jiao, who always came to the Imperial College to pick him up after school. He Jinghong suddenly felt less afraid. A poor boy who didn't even dare to make a big fuss when someone else changed his exam papers. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Because of his disdain for Xiao Lulang, his disdain for Gu Jiao grew as well. He Jinghong grabbed Xiao Yulong's hand and stood up. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and covered his aching chest with the other. He said to Xiao Lulang fiercely, I'll remember this. That woman dared to treat him like this and let go of his expensive parrot. He wouldn't let her have it easy. Looking at He Jinghong's back, Xiao Lulang said calmly, don't you want me to take the exam for you? He Jinghong stopped in his tracks. Xiao Lulang looked at him calmly. I'll take the exam for you and we'll forget about what happened today. He Jinghong turned to look at Xiao Lulang and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is that woman that important to you? Xiao Lulang, I have another condition. He Jinghong, speak. Xiao Lulang said, you have to pay me the remuneration that Steward Wang promised me earlier. He Jinghong said mockingly, you hit me and you still want a remuneration. Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. If I hadn't hit you, I wouldn't have agreed at all. He Jinghong's eyes flashed and he carefully calculated in his mind. He had started to pay attention to Xiao Lulang's eight-legged essay ever since he saw the other in Ping City. From the provincial examination to the Imperial College, Xiao Lulang's performance had been impeccable. If Xiao Lulang could really take the exam for him, then he wouldn't have to worry about his exam results. Other than Royal Princeton, no one else could be better than Xiao Lulang. All right, I agree. He Jinghong raised his chin and said. Words are not proof. Xiao Lulang looked at a study not far away. You have to write a written pledge that as long as I take the tribute exam for you, you won't cause trouble for me and my family. He Jinghong frowned. You don't trust me. Xiao Lulang said honestly, that's right. You. He Jinghong choked. But to be honest, he did have the intention to settle accounts later. When Xiao Lulang took the exam for him, he would think of a way to deal with the two of them. Xiao Lulang continued, not only do you have to write a pledge, you also have to swear to the heavens that if anything happens to me and my family in the capital, it will be on your head. He Jinghong pointed at his nose and said, don't go overboard. If you go out and bump into something, will it be on my head as well? Xiao Lulang made a sound of acknowledgement. That's right, it will be on your head. So do you agree or not? He Jinghong's teeth hurt. Only an idiot would agree. But the temptation of the tribute exam was too great. His aunt said that as long as he could pass the tribute exam, his uncle would have a way to make him a first or second-ranking scholar. The Luo family only had one spot. His aunt told him to work hard and not lose to the other relatives. He Jinghong steeled his heart. Okay. No matter what, he had to agree first. Xiao Lulang and He Jinghong went to the study and asked for a quiet room. Xiao Lulang read and he wrote. The general content was that Xiao Lulang agreed to take the exam for him. The specific method was to write down the other person's name on the exam. Xiao Lulang promised to get him into the top 3 and he promised to pay Xiao Lulang 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. You can't kill the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness and cause trouble for me and my family. You can't take the reward back. You can't find someone to steal it back. You can't rob it back. He Jinghong, finally, a contract was written and He Jinghong signed it. Xiao Lulang also signed it. He Jinghong said coldly, what if I can't get into the top 3? Xiao Lulang interrupted him. I'll refund you half of the reward. If I can't get into the tribute exam, I'll refund you all. He Jinghong snorted coldly. That's more like it. There were 2 copies, one for each side. He Jinghong paid half of the deposit first. After the results were released, the rest of the reward would be calculated according to the results. After putting away the document, He Jinghong stood up and patted Xiao Lulang's shoulder with satisfaction. Do well and don't let me down. Xiao Lulang curled his lips. Don't worry. Xiao Lulang rarely smiled, but when he did, it was mesmerizing. Even a man like He Jinghong was stunned. He quickly came back to his senses and cleared his throat uncomfortably. He turned around and left. Xiao Lulang looked at the document in his hand and his smile gradually turned cold. He turned around and went to the capital office. With a piece of paper, he reported He Jinghong to the court. Before He Jinghong could return to the Duke's public house, he was arrested by the officials of the capital office. He Jinghong was stunned. What was going on? Yes, it's him. He forced me to write a contract and asked me to take the exam for him. He even threatened me and said that if I didn't agree, he would make my family suffer. In the court, Xiao Lulang said with a pained expression. Xiao Lulang had the title of a high scholar, so he didn't need to kneel. He Jinghong didn't need to kneel either, but he was too agitated. The officials forced him to kneel on the ground in a fit of anger. He Jinghong was going crazy. How could he lie through his teeth like that? Who was the one who forced him to write a contract? Xiao Lulang sighed. He said that his aunt is the famous duke's wife. I can't win against him. If I don't want to die, I should do as he says. Otherwise, he will kick me out of the Imperial College tomorrow. He Jinghong fumed. I didn't say that. Lord, don't listen to his nonsense. He was the one who made me write a contract. He was also the one who volunteered to take the exam for me. He set a trap for me. Xiao Lulang said, I have no grudge against you. Why would I set a trap for you? He Jinghong said angrily, because your wife beat me. You were afraid that I would take revenge on her. So you agreed to take the exam for me. As soon as he said, agreed, He Jinghong realized that he had said the wrong thing. Xiao Lulang said with a pained expression, Lord, this has nothing to do with my wife. My wife has never seen him. I don't know who he offended. He actually dared to throw dirty water on my wife's head and use this to threaten me. The capital governor had seen a lot of scams like this. He called He Jinghong's servants over. In the end, no one knew that they had seen Gu Jiao. He Jinghong was a scammer. The capital governor asked, Do you have any other witnesses? No. Yes. The two of them said in unison. The capital governor looked at the two of them and frowned. Xiao Lulang, you said there are witnesses. Where is the witness? Xiao Lulang said, in Lord Zhuang's residence. The capital governor's heart skipped a beat. Which Lord Zhuang? Xiao Lulang said seriously, fourth son of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Zhuang Xinji. Damn, the Zhuang family was involved. The capital governor broke out in cold sweat. He had to take this case seriously. Who is the witness you're talking about? Lord Zhuang's nephew, Du Ruhan. Xiao Lulang decisively sold Du Ruhan out. Fenglin and Lin Qingye only knew that Du Ruhan had an uncle in the capital, but they didn't know who his uncle was. Xiao Lulang knew because he saw Du Ruhan and Zhuang Xianji enter the governor's residence together. Du Ruhan even called Zhuang Xianji his uncle. Zhuang Xianji was the son of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The father and son had different political views, so Zhuang Xianji left the residence. Zhuang Xianji wasn't in the residence, so Du Ruhan came alone. The capital governor said seriously, Top scorer Xiao said that high scholar he threatened top scorer Xiao and asked him to take the exam for him. He also said that you are the witness. Is this true? Du Ruhan glanced at Xiao Lulang. This kid hit it well. He had already found out that they were eavesdropping on him. Yes. Du Ruhan told him about how Wang Yun had threatened Xiao Lulang. He Jinghong's face turned pale. You are lying. Du Ruhan rolled his eyes. Whether I am lying or not, won't Lord Zhuang check? Who are you to say such things? He looked at the capital governor. If Lord Zhuang doesn't believe me, you can send someone to ask around. Many of the neighbors have seen his servant coming. The capital governor really did send someone to ask around. The result was that Wang Yun had indeed been to Xiao Liulang's house. He Jinghong refuted, Lord Zhuang. Don't believe his side of the story. Why would he be at Xiao Liulang's house? They clearly know each other. They are in cahoots. Xiao Lulang sighed helplessly. If they know each other, then they are in cahoots. Young master, he even knows the Duke. Could it be that young master his actions were instructed by the Duke? This accusation was false. The capital magistrate almost fell off his chair. He Jinghong also choked. He felt that Xiao Lulang was twisting words and forcing logic, but he had no way to refute it. There were witnesses and evidence. He Jinghong could not escape the crime of cheating in the spring examinations. Cheating in the imperial examinations was a serious crime, especially when it was used to extort and coerce others. The crime was especially serious. He Jinghong could forget about stepping into the examination hall for the rest of his life. Since he could not take the imperial examinations, he could only be abandoned by the Duke Luo's household. The Duke would not ruin his own reputation for an abandoned son. He Jinghong also did not have the ability to find trouble with Gu Jiao. This matter was quite big. When night fell, Gu Jiao also found out about it. The two of them took a walk in the courtyard. Gu Jiao asked him, "Aren't you afraid of putting yourself in danger?" After all, he had also signed the document. If he encountered a muddle-headed capital governor, he could be convicted as well. "What about you?" Xiao Lulang asked in return. Gu Jiao did not say anything. After a while, she said seriously, "I said that I only helped him up." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then Luo Du and Zhao Rui, you also just happened to help them up. Then you helped them up until they couldn't get out of bed for a few months." Gu Jiao defended her position. "I only helped them up." Xiao Lulang laughed softly. This was the first time Gu Jiao saw him laugh like this. So he knew how to laugh, and he looked so good when he laughed. What was that saying? Her brother's smile was not a smile, it was a poison that stole people's soul. Gu Jiao's mind suddenly flashed a thought. This man, in the future, can only smile for her. In the blink of an eye, it was February. The spring imperial examination was coming. Last year, during the autumn imperial examination, Xiao Lulang and his party encountered the hottest provincial examination. This year, unfortunately, there was no spring, only a rare cold. In the capital in February, the north wind blew. On the 5th day of the lunar month, there was a snowfall. The people who fell into the frozen lake during the cable bridge accident did not get sick. Instead, they fell sick in the cold. The business of the medical hall suddenly improved a lot. Gu Jiao let Dr. Song and the others make the medicine into pills. It was convenient to carry around. Even if they had to take the exam, they could continue to take the medicine. The exam was divided into 3 parts. The first part tested the 4 books and 5 classics. The second part tested the 8-part essay. The third part tested the policy. The content and process of the exam was similar to the provincial examination. They had to enter the exam a day before and leave the next day. The first day to enter the exam was the 8th. Gu Jiao woke up early. Chapter 196. It snowed at night. When she woke up in the morning, there was a layer of ice on the ground and it was slippery. Gu Jiao was already prepared. She spread the sand that she had collected a few days ago on the ground of the corridor and courtyard. She opened the courtyard door and wanted to spread the sand in the alley. However, she saw that everything in the alley was already paved. There was ash and straw mats. Gu Jiao was wondering what was going on when a neighbor opened the courtyard door not far away. A head popped out from inside and smiled at Gu Jiao. "Lulang is going to take the exam, right?" "Aunt Lu." Gu Jiao greeted. She was one of the old lady's mahjong friends and had come to the house a few times. Gu Jiao understood that the road was paved by the neighbors. The materials used by each house were different, so the road was colorful. She always thought that their family was isolated, but the old lady had integrated their family into the alley. Gu Jiao thanked her. After that, a few more neighbors opened their doors and said auspicious words like wishing Xiao Lulang a high school student. Gu Jiao thanked them one by one. Her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. They weren't Xiao Lulang's family and had no obligation to do this for Xiao Lulang. Their kindness wasn't due to duty, but due to friendship. Of course, it was also thanks to her grandaunt. If her grandaunt didn't get along well with them and told them that Lulang was going to take the exam, they probably wouldn't even know that there was such a person in the alley. Every household also hung lanterns under the corridor, illuminating the alley brightly. Usually, this was only done during the new year. Gu Jiao curved her lips. She liked the capital. Xiao Lulang also got up and the two had a simple breakfast. They knew that they would get up early and go out, so they let little Jing Kong sleep in the old lady's room last night. The carriage was already waiting at the entrance of the alley. However, it wasn't the old chancellor's carriage but Marquis Xian Ping's. Steward Lu saluted Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Young master, young madam, please get in the carriage." Not far away, Lu Quan stood beside another carriage with an aggrieved expression. He had arrived a step too late and had been snatched away by this bastard. Although they both had the same surname, they were not related. The iron hooves and wheels of the Marquis of Shuangping's Fu had anti-skid treatment according to the standards of war. They could charge and break through enemy lines in a world of ice and snow, so this kind of road condition was naturally not a problem. Xiao Lulang did not refuse. He first ordered the carriage to go to Lin Qingye's residence to pick up Lin Qingye and Feng Lin. After that, he went straight to the tribute court. Countless carriages and horses skidded on the road, but the carriage of the Marquis of Shuangping's estate rode like it was on flat ground, arriving at its destination without being affected in the slightest. They were the first batch to arrive. The rest of the examinees were probably delayed by the road conditions. Gu Jiao lowered the curtain and said, "Fortunately, we're only entering today." Xiao Lulang nodded his head. Gu Jiao had inspected him once before leaving. Now, she took out his bag and inspected it a second time. Xiao Lulang had to spend 3 days and 2 nights inside. He was not allowed to bring along silver charcoal or hand stoves. Gu Jiao could only put some thought into his clothing and food. Gu Jiao prepared a jar of dried chili for the 3 of them. If it was really cold, they could chew on some dried chili. After all, the room was so small that they could not get up and run around. There was no need to guard against mosquitoes in the winter, but they had to guard against the cold. Gu Jiao also packed cold medicine for the 3 of them, the kind that would not cause them to doze off. There was also frostbite cream. The seats for the examination were not assigned according to results. They were drawn on the spot. The 3 of them saw that it was about time and went down together to draw lots. The tribute court in the capital was much larger than the local tribute court. There were a total of 4 examination rooms in the north, south, east, and west. The 3 of them had drawn 3 examination rooms. Xiao Lulang was in the 5th examination room in the east examination room. The examination room was the same size as the local examination room, but the walls were a bit cleaner. There were still 2 wooden boards in the examination room. One was used as a table and the other as a bench. When sleeping, the 2 boards were put together to form a bed. The bedding was provided by the tribute court. After all, it was a cold day. It would not be good for the examinees to catch a cold. This examination was supervised by the Ministry of Rights and graded by the Hanlin Academy. As early as yesterday, the Hanlin Academy graders had already entered the inner hall of the tribute court. Just like the provincial examination, they could not leave until all the examination papers were finished. Not long after Xiao Lulang and the other two entered the tribute court, other examinees arrived one after another. Du Ruohan was not slow either. He was the 20th person. Gu Jiao also gave him a small medicine bag. Du Ruohan politely thanked her, but did not take it seriously. What kind of joke was this? He was in such good health, how could he get sick? After giving the medicine bag to Du Ruohan, Gu Jiao did not need to stay any longer. Let's go. Gu Jiao said. Steward Liu asked from the outer seat, where does young madam want to go? The medical center. Gu Jiao said. Half a month had passed, but that brat Gu Qinglin still had not been discharged. Gu Jiao planned to drive him away. Steward Liu's attitude towards Gu Jiao had greatly changed. Gu Jiao did not ask why, but from Xiao Liulang's attitude, it was not hard to guess that this illegitimate child had already met with Marquis Xianping. Moreover, Marquis Xianping's attitude towards him was not too disrespectful. Otherwise, Steward Liu would not have changed his attitude so quickly. At this time, they were not in a hurry. The carriage slowly moved along the main street. Gu Jiao curiously admired the scenery along the way. She had never been to this area before, so it was quite fresh. Just as she was enjoying the scenery, Steward Liu suddenly smiled and said, "Young madam, how did you and the young master meet?" Gu Jiao said, "Your Marquis Xianping's residence is so powerful, don't you know how to check it yourself?" "Of course we did. Didn't we need to verify it with you?" Steward Liu had already figured out the reason for his master's loss of composure. This illegitimate child Xiao Lulang actually looked very similar to the young marquis who had passed away. Their ages also matched. It was just that the young marquis's birthday was in the 12th lunar month and Xiao Liulang's birthday was in the 1st lunar month. In fact, the interval should have been longer, but the young marquis was born a month premature. He said to the marquis, "They are both your flesh and blood brothers. It's not strange that they look alike." Could it be that the young marquis who had passed away came back to life? His master clearly understood this, but he still wanted to ask around. Steward Liu smiled and said, "Young madam, when you saw the young master, did he have a mole under his right eye?" "No." Gu Jiao said. Steward Liu said, "You don't have to answer so quickly. Think carefully." Gu Jiao said, "I see him 180 times a day. Do I still need to think about whether or not he has a mole on his face?" Steward Liu was rendered speechless by this. Steward Liu thought that not only did he underestimate the young master, he also underestimated this young madam. She didn't have any of the poor temperament of a poor child. She wasn't easy to handle and wasn't easy to fool. It was true that if they weren't of the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. The carriage drove on the streets of the southeast district. Because of the exam, several main streets were closed and only examinees were allowed to pass. They couldn't go back the way they came. They changed the street. The shops on this street were very novel and gave people a feeling of red flowers and green willows. "What is that?" Gu Jiao pointed to a loft on the left and asked. Steward Liu said, "Young madam, are you talking about the Jade Fragrance brothel?" "That's a brothel." Was this the brothel of the ancient times? After being here for so long, she still hadn't seen one. Gu Jiao opened the curtain slightly and curiously looked at the brothel in front of her. Steward Liu turned his head and saw her excited expression. He frowned slightly. Shouldn't girls avoid brothels like the plague when they hear about it? Why did you take a fancy to it? You didn't even blink. What kind of building is that? Gu Jiao pointed to another two-story shop and asked. Steward Liu said, "Is it the Cloud Entertainment Hall?" "It's a theater." "Are they here to listen to the theater?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Liu paused and explained, "Men are here to listen to the theater." Gu Jiao, oh. The Imperial College was one of the most important schools in the Zhao country. It didn't allow this kind of place to indulge in a life of luxury. Gu Jiao hadn't even seen a gambling house or a martial arts hall, let alone a brothel or theater. Is that a gambling house? Gu Jiao pointed to a shop with a large gambling character hanging in front of it. Steward Liu, yes, young madam. What about that one? It's also a gambling house. Why isn't there a gambling character written on it? It's a gambling house with a relatively high status. What about this one? An auction house. Gu Jiao asked for a few more places. They were either brothels, martial arts halls, or gambling houses. Her eyes were bright, as if they were emitting green light. Steward Liu. Young madam, is it really okay for you to be like this? When the Marquis asks later, it really wasn't me who led you astray. After crossing the street, the shops became much more serious. Gu Jiao lost interest. She yawned and put down the curtain. Steward Liu, who had carefully chosen the most noble street in the capital for Gu Jiao and had even planned to be a tour guide, was speechless. When they reached the end of the street, a burst of shouting and quarreling attracted Gu Jiao's attention. Gu Jiao opened the curtain a little and looked at the shops on the street. What is this place? This is the Qingfeng gang. Steward Liu said. Gu Jiao poked her little head out. It seems very lively. What are they doing? Steward Liu helplessly closed his eyes. Betting for the metropolitan examination. Young madam, can you not always be attracted by these shady things? What kind of bet for the metropolitan examination? Gu Jiao asked. Ranking. Steward Liu said. There were many similar gambling houses in the capital, but the most sensational one was the Spring Imperial Examination, which was held once every 3 years. All the major gambling houses in the capital would open the door for everyone to bet. There were all kinds of bets. The most popular ones were the Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan, followed by the Tanhua, Zhuangyuan, the top 10 in the Metropolitan Examination, the top 10 in the Palace Examination, and so on. The higher the ranking, the more expensive the lowest bet. For example, the lowest bet for the top 10 in the Metropolitan Examination was 10 copper coins. But the lowest bet for the top 10 in the Palace Examination was 100 copper coins. It wasn't that the more expensive the bet, the more the bet. It mainly depended on the number of people betting. If everyone bet on the same person, then the odds for that person would be extremely low. The most popular person this year was Prince An. From the Huiyuan to the Zhuangyuan, everyone bet on him. In comparison, the competition for the second and third place was more intense. The Qin family's disciple, the Luo family's concubine-born son, the Zhao family's legitimate son. Gu Jiao even saw Du Ruhan's name on the betting list. Gu Jiao scanned from beginning to end. Not to mention the palace examination, she didn't even see Xiao Liulang's name in the metropolitan examination. What was going on? Her husband wasn't even worthy of being in the top 10. Young madam. Steward Liu followed behind Gu Jiao with a worried expression. Although all the major gambling houses in the capital had set up gambling games, the Cool Breeze house was different. It was actually an elegant place where people could drink tea, taste wine, and enjoy delicious food. One could even listen to storytelling and singing. The top-notch nobles and celebrities of the capital gathered here. Although his young madam was the daughter of the Marquis, she grew up in the countryside. He was afraid, to put it bluntly, Steward Liu was worried that Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to show her face. He wasn't afraid of losing face for the Marquis of Xianping since the Marquis was already shameless. But if she lost face and attracted the ridicule of others, she would be the one suffering. Gu Jiao left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. She turned to look at Steward Liu. Did you bring any money? Steward Liu was stunned. Gu Jiao reached out her hand and made a gesture of taking out money. Steward Lu didn't bring much. He only brought a few pieces of silver. Including the coachman's money, he only brought 10 taels. Gu Jiao walked into the Qing Feng gang. The waiter came forward and asked politely, "Miss, are you here to bet or to drink tea?" "I'll bet," Gu Jiao said. To be honest, Gu Jiao's clothes weren't luxurious. But every year at this time, there would be many commoners who came to bet. Compared to those people, Gu Jiao only had an extra red patch on her face. The waiter was knowledgeable and didn't lose his composure. He enthusiastically led Gu Jiao to the betting table and asked her, "Which master do you want to bet on?" The people who participated in the exam were all scholars with scholarly achievements. It wasn't wrong to call someone a master. Gu Jiao said, "The person I want to bet on, you don't have it on the list." "Which one do you want to bet on?" the waiter said with a smile. Gu Jiao said, "Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan." "Oh, isn't it on top?" "Look." The waiter pointed at the list hanging in the middle of the hall. Below Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan were Royal Prince Anne's names. Of course, there were also a few other examinees' names. But it was obvious that those examinees were there to serve as a foil for Royal Prince Anne. There were very few people who placed their bets and they were all actors. Gu Jiao said, "There's no examinee I want to bet on." The waiter said, "Then, who do you want to bet on?" Gu Jiao said, "Xiao Lulang from the Imperial College." The waiter expressed that he hadn't heard of him. Xiao Lulang had a certain amount of fame in the Imperial College. After all, there weren't many new students who were directly promoted to the Hall of Character. There were only 2 this year. One was Royal Prince Anne and the other was Xiao Lulang. Furthermore, Xiao Lulang almost always ranked first in the subsequent examinations. He even had a conflict with Zheng Sai, causing him to become infamous. However, those were all internal matters of the Imperial College. Outside of the Imperial College, who would recognize him? In the capital, there were countless aristocratic families and famous scholars. Although they might not be as outstanding as Royal Prince Anne, they definitely weren't someone a poor country bumpkin could compare to. "I want to bet on him. If he doesn't have it, I'll go to another place," Gu Jiao said and really turned to leave. This was a business with no loss. If his name wasn't on the list, it meant that he was bad. The waiter wouldn't miss out on this business. He quickly called out to Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Miss, don't go. I'll help you write your name. How much do you want to bet?" The lowest bet for the top 10 is Hui Yuan, Zhuang Yuan, and Big 3 Yuan. Gu Jiao said. The waiter was stunned. You want to bet on that person?" Gu Jiao nodded seriously. The waiter looked at her as if she was an idiot. All right. He really didn't know where this little idiot came from. This kind of bet was clearly going to be wasted. The waiter said, "Hui Yuan is 1 tael of silver per bet. Zhuang Yuan is 5 taels of silver per bet. How much do you want to bet?" Gu Jiao said, "All of them." Gu Jiao bet 5 on Hui Yuan and 1 on Zhuang Yuan. It was exactly 10 taels of silver. They were all Xiao Liulang's name. At this point, Xiao Liulang's name finally appeared on the betting list. Steward Lu shook his head. 10 taels of silver. His 10 taels of silver had been wasted just like that. He really didn't know where the young mistress got her confidence from. She thought that the young master could beat all the other scholars in the capital and become number 1. Even if she only bet on the top 10, it would be fine. Hui Yuan. Zhuang Yuan. She really dared to dream. Steward Lu followed and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Young mistress, can we leave now?" Gu Jiao paused and suddenly looked at the list that was covered by a translucent curtain. "What list is that?" "That Steward Liu frowned. The waiter cleverly walked forward and said with a smile, "That's the flower hairpin list. You can also bet on it." "What's the flower hairpin list?" Gu Jiao asked. The waiter said, "The flower hairpin list is a list of the girls. It's the last list to be announced. The examinees who pass the imperial examinations will participate in the court examinations that His Majesty will personally host in the 4th month. Those who do well in the court examinations will be appointed as first-class scholars by His Majesty. They are also known as Zhuangyuan, and Tanhua. These 3 can wear flowers and parade through the streets. Their flowers can be given away as gifts. Right now, everyone is placing bets on who will be able to obtain a first-class scholar's flower. Can I only get one?" Gu Jiao blinked and asked. The waiter's mouth twitched. "What do you mean only one? Do you know how hard it is to obtain one? This flower was bestowed by His Majesty and had a special meaning. Most Zhuangyuan, and Tanhua would not be willing to give it away. Thus, the girls would fight over it. There were some who managed to get it, but that was too embarrassing for the court. Thus, the court forbade fighting over it. There were only 2 ways to obtain a first-class scholar's flower hairpin. The first was for the other party to willingly give it away. The second was for the other party to issue a challenge. The other party could accept or reject the challenge. If the other party lost, they had to give the flower hairpin away. The waiter sighed, "Miss, think about it. How talented are the people who can pass the first-class scholar exam? Who can challenge them? Don't even mention challenging their martial arts. They can refuse to accept challenges that they are not skilled in. Thus, unless they are willing to give it away, it has to be a smart girl like the Crown Prince Consort." At the mention of the Crown Prince Consort, the waiter couldn't help but add, "Miss, you don't say." There really was someone who obtained 2 flower hairpins. Gu Jiao said calmly, "That Crown Prince Consort." The waiter said with a face full of admiration, "That's right, it's her. She challenged 2 first-class scholars in a row and won both of them. His Majesty said that she was born as a wrong girl. Otherwise, how could there be any men?" Gu Jiao had no feelings towards that Crown Prince Consort. She wanted to see who was on the flower hairpin list. The waiter led her to take a look. There were many ladies' names on the flower hairpin list. Of course, it was not their real names. For example, the daughter of Duke Luo's family was 3rd Miss Luo. The most popular ones were Miss Gu and 2nd Miss Zhuang. She didn't need to guess to know that they were Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi was Prince An's sister. Prince An would definitely be the top scholar. There was a high possibility that he would give the flower hairpin to his sister. As for why he didn't give it to Zhuang Mengdai, Zhuang Yueshi was a talented girl while Zhuang Mengdai was an idiot. Even so, Zhuang Mengdai was still on the flower hairpin list. Her name was 5th Miss Zhuang. She had placed a bet on herself. Below Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, it was 3rd Miss Luo, 4th Miss Zhou, Taoist nun Miao Yin. Why was even a Taoist nun on the list? Gu Jiao saw a few familiar surnames on the list. They seemed to be the daughters of the female school. "Miss, do you want to place a bet on the flower hairpin list? You can't go wrong if you place a bet with everyone." The waiter pointed at Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. There was a high chance that the 2 of them would get the flower hairpin. Gu Jiao was not interested in this. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a woman's voice came from the 2nd-floor corridor. "Servant, I want to place a bet." It was Zhuang Mengdai. Gu Jiao raised her eyes and looked. From her angle, she could see Zhuang Mengdai holding Zhuang Yueshi's arm as they walked out from a side room. The 2 of them were wearing veils so they could not see her from their angle. The shopkeeper personally went upstairs and cupped his hands to the two of them. May I ask the two Miss Zhuang, who do you want to place your bet on? Zhuang Mengdai smiled and said, place Miss Gu's bet. 5. The shopkeeper warmly said, how much do you want to place? I will write it down for you. Zhuang Mengdai smiled mockingly, wait, the one I want to place is not Miss Gu, who is already on the list. Ah. The shopkeeper was stunned. Zhuang Mengdai looked at the side room across from them. It is Marquis Ding and Fu's eldest Miss Gu. You probably don't know yet, but the Miss Gu on the list is not some Marquis Fu's daughter. She is just a village girl who was mistakenly brought home. The real Gu family's eldest miss is someone else. Your Cool Breeze gang has opened such a large bet, but you don't even know if the person is real or fake. I really feel ashamed for your Cool Breeze gang. She scolded the Cool Breeze gang, but who could not tell that she was insinuating to ridicule Gu Jinyu? Gu Jinyu had also come to place her bet today. She wanted to see how popular she was. Who knew that she would meet a mad dog like Zhuang Mengdai? There were many people in the Cool Breeze gang. Once the news was released, the entire capital would quickly know. Gu Jinyu's face turned ashen. Zhuang Mengdai was in a good mood. She left a copper coin and left. That's right, the flower hairpin list was 1 copper coin for a bet. Zhuang Mengdai only placed 1 bet. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao's name appeared alone at the bottom of the flower hairpin list. Chapter 197. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao was not interested in that flower hairpin and was even less interested in Gu Jinyu's gossip. She turned and left. Gu Jinyu, who was in Cool Breeze brothel, was in a bad mood. Because of Zhuang Mingdia's words, the faces of the daughters in the room changed. Today was the day of the girls' school and everyone had nothing to do, so they invited her to Cool Breeze brothel to place bets on the spring examinations and the 3-flower list. Gu Jinyu was a strong contender for the 3-flower list. She was born in the Marquis Manor and was the apple of Marquis Gu's eye. She was also deeply doted on by imperial concubine Shu and was conferred the title of County Princess Hui by the emperor on her 15th birthday. Her talent was not known to every household in the capital, but it was well known. After entering the girls' school, she was like a fish in water and took many first places, sharing the limelight with Zhuang Yueshi. Who was Zhuang Yueshi? She was imperial tutor Zhuang's granddaughter, great scholar Zhuang Xianji's niece, and royal prince En's younger sister. It was not strange that she was outstanding. It was surprising that Gu Jinyu could be as famous as her. However, the capital was a place that paid attention to one's birth. It was like this for men and women. Jinyu, is what she said true? A young lady who was usually close to Gu Jinyu asked. A young lady beside her asked, that's right, that's right. Jinyu, young lady Zhuang is speaking nonsense, right? How could you not be Marquis Ding An's biological daughter? Marquis Ding An clearly dotes on you. Although she said this, the eyes of the daughters in the room clearly held a trace of doubt. Gu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She felt her cheeks burning as if she had been slapped in the face. It was also as if she had been stripped of her clothes. All the shame gushed out at this moment. If it was anyone else who said this, she would have denied it. After all, no one would go to the Marquis Manor to verify it. Even if they did, the Marquis would protect her and say that she was his biological daughter. But it was Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had already confirmed her identity. It was useless for her to deny it. It would only make things worse. Even if Marquis Gu appeared, it would be useless. Someone like Zhuang Mengdai would definitely go to the emperor or the empress dowager and force Marquis Gu to swear to the heavens that she, Gu Jinyu, was his biological daughter. Otherwise, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. This sounded ridiculous, but it was indeed something Zhuang Mengdai would do. Zhuang Mengdai held her sister's arm and smiled proudly at the opposite room. Ha ha ha, nothing to say, right? A fake young lady who uses the name of a real young lady to swindle people all day long. If I were her, I would have long gone back to my own village. I beg those people who are trying to curry favor with me to open their eyes. Not every pheasant can fly to the branch and become a phoenix. Stop talking, let's go. Zhuang Yueshi coldly brought her idiot sister away. I just remembered that I have something to do at home. Miss Gu, let's meet again next time. Miss Su stood up and said goodbye. Me too. I promise to accompany my mother to burn incense. Miss Gu, I'll leave first. Miss Yang exchanged glances with her companions and also stood up to leave the room. The remaining young ladies also left one after another. Those who were too thin-skinned to leave did not continue to bet on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It was the first time she felt so embarrassed. What made her even more embarrassed was that those young ladies who had already bet on her actually went downstairs to bet on Zhuang Yueshi. The balance of power in the three-flower list had been reversed. Zhuang Yueshi overpowered Gu Jinyu and became the most popular young lady. Gu Jinyu left Cool Breeze Gang in humiliation. Miss, are we going back to the residence? The coachman asked. To the Ministry of Works Yamen. She said. Yes. The coachman drove the carriage to the Ministry of Works Yamen. Marquis Gu had just returned from the Ministry of War learning how to blow air. When he reached the Yamen, he saw a familiar carriage. He walked over and lifted the curtain to take a look. Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. Marquis Gu's heart ached. He sat in the carriage and asked her, "What's wrong? What happened? Did someone bully you?" Gu Jinyu choked with sobs. A servant girl at the side spoke up for her. "Marquis, you have to make a decision for young Miss. Young Miss was humiliated by someone today." Marquis Gu's face darkened. Who dares to humiliate the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu? The servant girl said, "It was Miss Zhuang. She said our young Miss was a wild chicken from the countryside." This servant girl was also very capable. Zhuang Mengdai had said so much pain and she had summed it up in one sentence. She had also summed it up with 10 times the damage. Marquis Gu's face became extremely ugly. How could she be like this? Gu Jinyu choked. Actually, you can't blame Miss Zhuang. What she said was the truth. I am indeed not father's biological daughter. My biological parents are from the countryside. My birth is like that, Marquis Gu said with heartache. Father will not allow you to say this about yourself. In father's heart, you are father's biological daughter. The servant girl glanced at Marquis Gu and muttered, "Young Miss is in trouble." After 5th Miss Zhuang said this, no one will bet on young Miss. This is only the first day. Who knows how young Miss will be bullied when she attends the girls' school in the future? Bully his daughter. How could this be? Marquis Gu did not understand much about betting. He only found out after asking the master and servant that Qing Feng Brothel had opened a bet for the spring examinations. There was a 3-flower roll. It was a bet on who could get the hairpin from the hands of the top 3 scholars. There were 3 hairpin flowers. Prince An's was most likely going to Zhuang Yueshi. Weren't there still 2 left? Marquis Gu felt that with Jin Yu's talent, she could win one of the 2. He could not let Jin Yu suffer this grievance. That afternoon, he took out 5,000 taels of silver from the treasury and brought it all to Qing Feng Brothel to bet. Which Miss Gu do you want to bet on? The shopkeeper asked. Are there many other Miss Gu? Marquis Gu asked. The shopkeeper did not recognize Marquis Gu and smiled as he explained the two Miss Gu. Marquis Ding and Fu has two Miss Gu. One is second Miss Gu and the other is eldest Miss Gu. That girl could also get on the roll. Marquis Gu rolled his eyes. Very quickly, he remembered what the servant girl had said. Zhuang Mengdai had deliberately bet a copper coin on Gu Jiao in order to humiliate Gu Jinyu. It seemed that Qing Feng brothel had put that girl up at that time. She wanted to compete with Jinyu. Forget it. Marquis Gu did not say anything and bet all on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's bet immediately caught up to Zhuang Yueshi's. Gu Jiao was still left alone at the end. Imperial concubine Shu also received news of the spring examinations bet and secretly had a eunuch bring the money to Qing Feng brothel to bet. Prince An was certain to win. There were too many people betting on him and the odds were too low. However, Imperial concubine Shu still bet. It was better to earn less than nothing. Imperial concubine Shu also bet on Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. There was also Daoist nun Miao Yin. This Daoist nun had some background. She was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter. Because it was not easy to raise her, she was sent to the Daoist temple. It was strange. She was clearly an infant who was about to die, but after entering the Daoist temple, she became full of vigor. Imperial concubine Shu had people ask around. Daoist nun Miao Yin could return to the capital at the age of 16. Counting the days, it should be around the release of the results. Imperial concubine Shu felt that just based on Grand Secretary Yuan's reputation, Daoist nun Miao Yin could get a hairpin. Grand Secretary Yuan's youngest son also participated in the spring examinations. His reputation was not as great as Prince An's, but like father, like son. Imperial concubine Shu bet on him to be second. Following this, Imperial concubine Shu also bet on a Jiangnan scholar. This person was quite famous in Jiangnan. 3 years ago, during the spring examinations, he should have placed first. Unfortunately, he fell ill and missed the spring examinations. He had a good relationship with the fifth prince. The fifth prince strongly recommended this person. Imperial concubine Shu believed in her son's vision, so she bet on him to be third. After doing this, Imperial concubine Shu was worried that she missed something. She called her personal palace maid, "Who did the crown princess bet?" The palace maid said, "This slave inquired, the crown princess didn't bet." Imperial concubine Shu didn't understand what the crown princess was thinking. Such a good opportunity to make money, it would be a waste if she didn't want it. The palace maid speculated, among these scholars and beauties, only Prince An's talent can enter the crown princess's eyes. But the crown princess can't bet on Prince An. This was also true. Prince An was a member of the Zhuang family. Empress Xiao and the Zhuang family were sworn enemies. If the crown princess bet on the Zhuang family, wouldn't she be offending Empress Xiao? Imperial concubine Shu didn't stand on anyone's side in the harem. She could bet on anyone. After Gu Jiao came out of the Qingfeng house, she went directly to the medical center. Dr. Song had just come out of Gu Qinglin's ward. His expression was complicated. Gu Jiao walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" "He still doesn't want to leave." Dr. Song shook his head. "His wound has already healed. The stitches have also been removed. His pulse is very smooth. It doesn't make sense to stay here any longer." Although it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, Gu Qinglin was still young and vigorous. He could return to the Fu to recuperate. Why bother staying in their medical center? A large part of the reason why Gu Qinglin didn't want to leave was because he couldn't accept concubine Ling's betrayal. He refused to go back to the place where concubine Ling used to be and refused to hear any news about her. As long as he was in the Fu, these problems couldn't be solved. But he couldn't move to the Fu outside. Old Madame Gu wouldn't agree. Gu Jiao and Dr. Song went to his ward. When they entered the room, Gu Qinglin was lying on his side with his back to the door. The room was very dark, but it could be seen that he had lost a lot of weight. Gu Jiao came to the bed. If you don't leave now. Gu Qinglin didn't turn around. He just silently raised a banknote. The medical center's ward is for patients. He raised another banknote. Business has been very good recently. 8 banknotes. One banknote was worth 100 taels. Gu Jiao put away 1,000 taels. Take good care of yourself. Dr. Song, after Gu Jiao took the banknotes, she went out happily. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng also finished his homework for the day and came to the medical center to take care of his younger brother. He used to do his homework during the day and do tasks at night. After Gu Qinglin was injured, he did his homework during the day and took care of Gu Qinglin during the night. Gu Qinglin's body was fine, but he became stiff and refused to communicate with others. Gu Qingfeng's secret was actually a little hard to keep from Gu Qinglin, but the silver lining was that Gu Qinglin's current state would not reveal Gu Qingfeng's secret. Gu Qingfeng got up early and worked late. After being squeezed dry again and again, he finally saved up 1,000 taels of silver. This was the last debt. After paying this, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Third brother, when second brother pays off the debt, I'll take you to a better medical center. Gu Qingfeng said as he reached under Gu Qinglin's pillow to feel for his banknotes. He touched it. Nothing. He touched it a second time, still nothing. He pulled out the pillow and sadly found that the 1,000 taels of silver that he painstakingly saved up was gone. He only felt that the sky had collapsed. Third brother. Where are my banknotes? On the 9th day of the new year, the first exam officially began. The Imperial Guards had already surrounded the examination courtyard yesterday. Even a fly couldn't fly in. The invigilators took out the exam papers from the sealed boxes and distributed them to each examination shed. The examination courtyard in the capital had 4 examination sheds in the north, south, east, and west. There were up to 500 people in each sheds, adding up to 2,000 exam papers. After the exam papers were distributed, the examinees couldn't start writing immediately. They had to wait for the drum tower to ring 3 times before they could start writing. Shi was the same. After the bell rang 3 times, the examinees had to start writing. Otherwise, it would be considered cheating. There were a lot of examinees in the capital's examination courtyard. Correspondingly, there were also a lot of invigilators. There were people patrolling all day. In this kind of high-pressure environment, it was very difficult to cheat. The weather seemed to be colder. There were even some snowflakes early in the morning. The cold wind whistled. The examinees were all shivering from the cold. They couldn't even hold their brushes firmly. Xiao Lulang ate a piece of soy sauce jerky and a white steamed bun that was dipped in chili. He was sweating from the heat and his hands were very warm. This exam was about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were questions about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were also explanations and discussions. The number of questions was very large. Those who were able to pass this round were all outstanding people. Whether it was their mental state or their true ability, they were all better than those in the provincial examination. The difficulty of the first exam wasn't too difficult for them. They just couldn't handle the cold weather. Achoo! In a certain examination shed, Du Ruhan sneezed heavily. Last night, he kicked off his blanket and was woken up by the cold. After that, he didn't feel very well. He was dizzy and couldn't focus on the questions. Achoo! 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 After a few consecutive sneezes, he felt even dizzier. If this continued, he would definitely fail the exam. Du Ruhan suddenly felt sad. He couldn't fail the exam. If he failed, it would embarrass his aunt. His aunt already didn't have it easy in the residence. If he didn't succeed, his aunt wouldn't be able to raise her head in front of those people. Du Ruhan tried to force himself to review the questions, but his brain was too muddled. He really couldn't do it. He wanted to eat something to refresh himself. When he opened his bag, a small medicine bag fell out. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered that this was given to him by Gu Jiao. She said that it was cold medicine and frostbite cream. The cold medicine could be taken orally 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. The frostbite cream could be used externally. But, would it really be effective? If he blindly took the medicine, it would be bad if he got a stomachache. Du Ruhan persisted for another hour. Seeing that the morning was about to pass, he didn't even finish a quarter of the questions. If this continued, it would be no different from giving up the exam. Du Ruhan gritted his teeth and took 2 cold medicine pills and swallowed them with water. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye's exam results were good. It wasn't because they were good, but because this was their first exam in the spring. They were young and already had the title of high scholar. Even if they didn't pass the exam, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Of course, Xiao Lulang still hoped that they could pass the exam, especially Lin Qingye. After all, when Xiao Lulang tutored Lin Qingye, he had promised to refund half the amount if it didn't work. That was more than 2,000 taels of silver. In the evening, the bell rang. All the examinees stopped writing and waited for the invigilators to seal their names and collect their papers. Their papers would first be sent to Qinghui Hall. The 6 Hanlin Academy examiners would use a red brush to transcribe the papers. The papers would also be sealed and sent to the inner hall. This was to prevent the examiners from recognizing the examinees' handwriting and cheating. The examinees came out on the 10th and the 11th came out again. The second exam was the 8-legged essay. The title came from the Analects of Confucius, Gentleman Zhou does not compare, Guanzhong's weapon is small. It was another 2 completely unrelated sentences. It was worth mentioning that the sentence Gentleman Zhou does not compare had appeared in an exam 11 years ago. In other words, this wasn't a new question. That year, there were quite a few outstanding 8-legged essays. If they wanted to amaze the graders again on this basis, it would be even more difficult. The examinees had to write a new sentence and also take into account the next sentence. The atmosphere in the examination hall was obviously more serious than the first exam. Other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the rustling of the examinees' writing. Not long after, someone fell ill. It was a high scholar in his 50s. He became a shiozai in his 30s and became a high scholar in his 40s. This was his 6th exam in the spring. If he didn't pass the exam soon, he would be 60 the next time. One could imagine the pressure he was under. But the heavens didn't look after him because of the pressure he was under. His body was already weak and he was sitting in the furthest corner of the examination hall. The cold wind blew into his body. In the first exam, he already had a bad feeling. He braced himself and persevered. When it came to the second exam, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed before he finished writing. If it was just a cold, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But he had a stroke. He could only be carried out by the Imperial Guards. This year's exam was a failure. This was his most well-prepared exam and also his best performance. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to pass the exam. Unfortunately, there was an accident. The old high scholar's collapse added a lot of psychological pressure to the examinees. The examination hall became even more silent. While the examinees were busy answering the questions, the 6 examiners of the Hanlin Academy had also finished copying the exam papers for the first exam. The examinees' papers were sealed and placed in special cabinets. Only when all 3 exams were finished would they be taken out and filed together with the red papers. The red papers for the first exam were sent to the inner hall under the escort of the Imperial Guards. The 6 examiners all let out a sigh of relief. One of them saw that there was no one else in Qing Hui Hall and whispered, "I feel like I copied Royal Prince Anne's exam paper." Not only was one question wrong, but the handwriting was also unique. After seeing so many exam papers for the spring imperial examination, the handwriting on that paper was definitely the best. It could almost be compared to the calligraphy of a calligraphy master. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, an examiner opposite him said, "I feel that Royal Prince Anne's exam paper should be with me." He had also copied a perfect answer sheet. It was definitely the kind that couldn't be faulted. Other than Royal Prince Anne, no one else in the entire Zhao country could do it. The exam paper was covered so no one could see who it was. When they copied Shirye's paper, they only numbered the ink and red papers. After copying, they placed the 2 papers side by side and stamped the joint. If there was a mistake in the number, they could search for the stamp. The examinees from Yuzhou all went crazy. Who did the examinees from Yuzhou offend this time? The questions in the provincial examination were about removing vassals. The questions in the metropolitan examination were even more tricky. They were even asking about the emperor's family matters. Although they did not explicitly say that it was a matter of appointing the crown prince, no one was an idiot. Moreover, the appointment of the crown prince was not strictly a matter of the emperor's family. It was a matter of the country. Since it was a matter of the country, there was nothing that could not be used to test this group of high scholars. In short, it was right to test them. Luckily, the weather was cold, so no one got heatstroke. Only 2 old high scholars got a cold. They were all scared by this question. When Prince An received the question, Shirye slightly furrowed his brows. He did not understand who came up with this question. Was it Hanlin Academy or His Majesty? If it was His Majesty, then what was His Majesty's intention? Was he dissatisfied with the crown prince? Or was he trying to beat down the Zhuang family who wanted to pull the crown prince down? After all, the crown prince was the crown prince. If it was the crown prince, then it should be imperial concubine Zhuang's eldest prince. Royal Prince An quickly smiled. Interesting. This question was really interesting. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were basically kneeling at this question. The 2 of them did not have many political cells and could not understand the deep meaning behind this question. They only thought that it was the literal meaning of the question. He was the only son in Feng Lin's family. What was there to appoint? It was all his. Although Lin Qingye was the son of a concubine, his father said that there was no future in inheriting the family business. Only by becoming an official would one have a future. Therefore, his brothers did not want to inherit the family business at all. They all wanted to become officials. If he could not pass the Jinshi exam, then he would have to go back and inherit the family business like his brothers and become the richest person in a region. Sigh, he did not want to. It was so sad. When Xiao Lulang received the exam question, his expression did not change much. However, he could clearly feel that the difficulty of this exam was higher than the previous ones. He closed his eyes and made a draft in his mind. After he finished, he was not in a hurry to write. Instead, he sat for an hour and overturned his previous thoughts. The examinees in the examination courtyard were all exhausted from the exam. They wanted to throw their pens away. Outside the examination courtyard, on the quiet and cold bluestone path, a thin figure stared at the walls of the examination courtyard in a daze. The exam question was spread out an hour after the exam started. Now, it had spread to all the tea houses and wine shops. There was a big red spot on the left side of her face. At this moment, it was as bright as a peach in the snow. Gu Jiao squatted down and put the umbrella aside. He raised his hand to stop Gu Jiao. "Don't move, Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing did not move. Gu Jiao put the small basket on the ground and took out a small medicine box from it. She took a few tongue depressors and put them in his mouth. Bite it. It might hurt a little. Lu Yixing bit the tongue depressors. Gu Jiao pinched his right arm and returned to her original position with a crack. And his thigh. This was more painful. Gu Jiao gently put her hand on his left leg and lifted his leg. I'll count to 3 and then put it back in place. If you can, nod your head. Lu Yixing nodded with cold sweat. This action made him very shy. Gu Jiao, 1, crack. It was put back in place. Lu Yixing did not even have time to welcome the pain. Of course, the pain was so intense that tears came out of his eyes. However, he endured it. Gu Jiao used the stethoscope to listen to his breathing. When she touched one of his ribs, he groaned in pain. Gu Jiao took back the stethoscope, untied his coat, and put her hand in. He suddenly panicked. What are you doing? Shoo, don't move. Gu Jiao carefully touched his ribs. Her movements were very careful. The ribs are fractured. The dislocation is not very obvious. It can heal on its own. Gu Jiao retracted her hand. This hand was wandering around his chest just now. Lu Yixing was a little embarrassed. You female doctors are all so, you're a doctor. Gu Jiao corrected him. Lu Yixing did not speak. Gu Jiao stood up. Wait for me here. I'll call a carriage for you. No need. Lu Yixing stopped her. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Lu Yixing suddenly could not look her in the eyes. He lowered his eyes. I said, no need. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his fists and looked at her coldly. I'll say the same thing again. If you saved me so that I can repay you one day, then you're wrong. You should have bet your chips on those examinees, not me, a street rat that everyone hates. Gu Jiao gave a long sigh. You still don't believe in yourself. Lu Yixing laughed at himself. You're wrong. I'm a waste that doesn't even have the qualifications to take the imperial examinations. Gu Jiao said, oh, you want to take the imperial examinations? Lu Yixing turned his face away. I don't want to, and it's impossible. Gu Jiao said seriously, there's nothing impossible in this world. Is that so? Lu Yixing sneered. A cold wind blew, and Gu Jiao's oil paper umbrella rolled over. Little Chick wearing a small flower on his head appeared in front of him without any warning. He suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. Have you heard of the flower hairpin for the grand scholars? Every year, His Majesty will personally appoint 3 first-rank grand scholars and give them flower hairpins. If you can get their flower hairpins, I'll believe you. There's nothing impossible in this world. Remember, it's not 1 flower, it's 3 flowers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even the current crown princess only got 2 flowers. Chapter 198. On the 15th of February, the 3rd round of the examination came to an end. The candidates spent an exciting and difficult night in the examination hall. On the 16th, they were released from the examination hall after another round of strict body searches. There were many people outside the examination hall. Gu Jiao came early and got a good seat. The door of the examination hall opened and the candidates came out one after another. Except for the county examination, Gu Jiao took over Xiao Liulang's examination. Gu Jiao missed the other provincial, college, and provincial examinations because she was out of town. This was the first time Gu Jiao waited for him to come out of the examination hall in a sea of people. It was very similar to the family members outside the examination hall in her previous life. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for too long before she saw Xiao Lulang coming out with a bag. She could see him in the crowd at a glance. It wasn't because he was holding a walking stick, but because of his temperament and appearance. He was one in a million. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up as a smile appeared in her eyes. Xiao Lulang also saw her and walked through the crowd towards her. Her eyes seemed to be sparkling, brighter than the stars in the Milky Way. "How are you? Are you okay?" Gu Jiao took the bag from his hand. It wasn't heavy, so she put it in her small basket. Xiao Lulang nodded, "Yes, it's quite smooth." The first 2 rounds of the examination were very cold, but the weather was good for the 3rd round. "Why are you here?" Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao's son. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his chin and snorted, "Do you think I want to come? It's not easy to have a day off. If it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I wouldn't have come. Little thing." Xiao Lulang played with his buzz-cut hair, which was getting prickly. The group turned around and walked towards the alley. Lu Quan was already waiting for them. The family of 3 got into the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat opposite Xiao Lulang with his arms crossed in front of his chest and looked at him seriously. Xiao Lulang was baffled by his stare and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Little Jing Kong said sternly, "I want to see how you did in the exam. I want to know if you did well." When he was waiting outside, he had observed the examinees who came out. Some of them were dejected, and some were apathetic. None of them were in high spirits. He was observing which type of bad brother-in-law belonged to. Xiao Lulang gave little Jing Kong a strange look. Gu Jiao leaned over and whispered in his ear, "He has good friends now. He said that if you don't do well, he won't be able to raise his head in front of his classmates." Xiao Lulang was speechless. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly, "The exam is over. The results don't matter." Xiao Lulang breathed a sigh of relief. His wife was so considerate. Wait, wife? Why did he have such thoughts? Before he could recover from his shock, little Jing Kong threw another heavy blow. "Jiao Jiao bet that you'll be the first in the exam. He bet 1,000 taels." Xiao Lulang shuddered. Gu Jiao looked up at the sky. She couldn't see anything. She didn't have anything. The medical center was still in the stage of investing money. Because of the mass production of drugs, they had also set up a small pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Lulang was very curious about where the 1,000 taels came from. Gu Jiao thought, "It's all from Gu Qinglin." Xiao Lulang face-bombed. He only took 9 days for the exam. It was not like the provincial and provincial examinations that took 2 months. Why did he feel that his family was turned upside down? "So, did you do well in the exam?" Little Jing Kong asked seriously. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said, "Yes. He did well in the exam. Fortunately, he did well in the exam. He didn't let the 1,000 taels go to waste." But then again, the imperial examination was not like mathematics and astronomy. There were standard answers. If it was right, then it was right. If it was wrong, then it was wrong. It was very arbitrary. Therefore, it was not certain whether he could be the first or not. Fortunately, it was only 1,000 taels. If, and he meant if, he didn't get the first place, he could recruit a few more students like Lin Qingye. After working hard for a year and a half, he could fill the gap. But it turned out that he was happy too early. Little Jing Kong nodded seriously, "You'd better do well in the exam. The neighbors also bet on you to be the first." Xiao Lulang was stunned again. How much did they bet? Little tycoon landlord Jinkong calmly said, "Not much. It adds up to about 7 or 8,000 taels." That was 7,000, 8,000 taels. Xiao Lulang covered his chest. When he returned to Jadewater Alley, the old chancellor called Xiao Lulang over. The old chancellor already knew about the exam questions. Although the imperial court prohibited the leaking of the questions, once the exam started, the questions would be spread out in various ways within 2 hours. Therefore, the examinees were not allowed to enter the court after the exam started. The old chancellor wasn't worried about the first exam. Xiao Lulang had memorized the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books were not difficult for him. In addition, the examinees also had to compose a poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and 4 classics. Xiao Lulang told the old chancellor about his poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and the classics. The old chancellor nodded. There was nothing wrong with it. The old chancellor then asked Xiao Lulang about his 8-legged essay and strategy. The old chancellor had some doubts about the 8-legged essay. Too much attention was paid to the formality and it restricted the examinee's performance. However, he didn't have the final say on this. The emperor also didn't have the final say on this. The rules passed down by the ancestors weren't easy to be abolished. Xiao Liulang's 8-legged essay was also very outstanding. However, the strategy made the old chancellor break out in cold sweat. The eldest son of the first wife had always been a sensitive topic. The current emperor was neither the eldest son nor the eldest son. Strictly speaking, he wasn't considered a sage. He hid it deeper. At least at that time, he didn't seem to be worthy of the throne. Of course, after he ascended the throne, he displayed a series of methods and wisdom that were amazing. Even the old chancellor, who was a senior official of 2 dynasties, didn't dare to say that the emperor didn't deserve to sit on the dragon throne. Compared to the previous emperor, his methods were much more ruthless. At least the previous emperor didn't win against Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, he sent Empress Dowager Zhuang into the temporary imperial residence. In Zhao country, Hanlin Academy would draft a set of questions for the imperial examination in spring every year and send it to the imperial study for the emperor to choose. The emperor would choose 1 set of questions for the main examination and 5 sets of questions for the backup. The old chancellor dared to conclude that Hanlin Academy wouldn't give the questions to the eldest son of the first wife. The emperor must have added it himself. His Majesty is really unpredictable. The old chancellor had the same thought as Commandery Prince, and was the emperor dissatisfied with the crown prince or the eldest prince who coveted the crown prince's position? Or was he warning those princes who were neither the eldest son of the first wife nor the eldest son of the first wife but thought that they were worthy of the throne and could copy his path to the throne? The examinees' answers revolved around which kind of successor was more beneficial to the country, or quoted the classics to point out the pros and cons of each of the 3. No matter which one it was all within the scope of hereditary system. However, Xiao Lulang jumped out of this scope. Wasn't this telling the emperor that if his son couldn't do it, then he could change it to someone else's son? This kind of speech could be directly punished in the previous dynasty. However, even in the current dynasty where speech was relatively free, it was still too daring. The old chancellor simply didn't know how this disciple's brain grew. He even dared to write this kind of speech. Fortunately, his last sentence of flattery wasn't bad. The reason why the emperor could inherit the throne was because he was the most capable person in the world. It had nothing to do with birth or bloodline. The old chancellor's cold sweat turned into hot sweat halfway through. Wait a minute, where did this brat learn how to flatter people? Was he so shameless? Why did he feel that this brat suddenly lit up some kind of incredible skill? He definitely didn't learn it from him. He definitely didn't teach such a little flatterer. The old chancellor felt that there was no problem with Xiao Liulang's ability, so he could only leave the rest to heaven's will. After the 9th day of the spring imperial examination, many examinees fell ill and the business of the medical hall boomed again. At the same time, the batch of golden sore medicine that Gu Chongqing placed before the new year was also completed. Gu Jiao tested the efficacy of the medicine and only sent it to the military camp after it passed the test. Before the new year, she sent a letter to Xuanningsiang, saying that everything was fine with Zhou Erzwang. Xuanningsiang replied to her letter, telling her about the village's matters and the progress of the medicinal field. She also sent some things. There were things for her and also things for Zhou Erzwang. Gu Chongqing often came to the medical hall to visit Zhou Erzwang. Gu Jiao gave him the things that Xuanningsiang sent to Zhou Erzwang and asked him to send it to Zhou Erzwang. If Zhou Erzwang had a reply, she also asked him to send it over so that she could send it back to the village. When she was replying to Xuanningsiang's letter, Gu Jiao suddenly discovered a very sad thing. That was, Xuanningsiang's calligraphy was actually better than hers. Gu Jiao, oh, is this girl learning to write from someone? She has improved so much. Xiao Lulang, who was passing by the door, glanced at her and silently went back to the room. He doubled the copybook that Gu Jiao practiced every day. There were more than 1,000 copies of the exam papers for the spring imperial examination. While copying, they were also sent to the Internal Affairs Hall for marking. There were a total of 20 graders, and they were in groups of 4. In other words, every exam paper had to be marked by 4 graders. If 2 of the graders gave an unqualified answer, then there was no need to send the exam paper to the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the graders' unqualified answers were not given blindly. Later, there would be a special person to review the exam papers. Graders who maliciously marked the exam papers would be severely punished. Every group of graders would pick the top 50 out of 500 exam papers and hand them over to the chief and deputy chief officials. These people were basically the candidates who could become tribute scholars. Of course, the chief and deputy chief officials would carefully mark the exam papers. If there were any objections, they would be put aside. The eliminated exam papers would also be ranked according to the results. The chief and deputy chief officials would select the number of tribute scholars from the first few eliminated candidates. In addition, there were 10 special places. These were the people that His Majesty and the ministers had stuffed into the list. The names of these people were directly reported. It did not matter if they were among the 200 exam papers. If they happened to be there, then there would be 200 tribute scholars this year. If they were not there, then there would only be a few more. As for the ranking of these people in the palace examination, it was not the graders' concern. Copying, marking, preliminary examination, re-examination, and ranking. After a series of operations, the results would not be released until next month. Xiao Lulang was very calm. Every day, he took little Jing Kong to and from school as usual. It was no different from the days before the exam. Gu Jiao was also very calm. It was completely impossible to tell that she had bet all her assets. Gu Jinyu had not been having a good time recently. Ever since Zhuang Mengdai had exposed her identity, her popularity in the girls' school had plummeted. Many of the daughters who had tried to curry favor with her in the past had gradually distanced themselves from her. She was so angry that she asked for sick leave at home. On this day, she was recuperating at home when Chi-Mama suddenly came to the door. Chi-Mama was the old maid by consort Shu's side and was highly valued by her. Gu Jinyu warmly received her. "What brings Chi-Mama here?" Chi-Mama patted Gu Jinyu's hand and said with a smile, If Her Majesty didn't ask the Marquis, I wouldn't have known that you were sick." "You didn't even tell Her Majesty that you were sick. Don't you know that Her Majesty loves you?" Gu Jinyu was touched and said softly, "It's not a serious illness. It's not good to disturb Aunt." Chi-Mama glanced at her. "Are you treating me like an outsider?" Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and smiled. Chi Mama asked the little palace maid to put a few brocade boxes on the table. These are all given to you by Her Majesty. There are snow lotuses and ginseng. They are all good things. You must remember to eat them. Gu Jinyu was moved. Thank you, Aunt. Chi Mama took her hand and said, we are family. Nyang Nyang has no daughter and has always treated you as her own daughter. You must take care of yourself and don't make Nyang Nyang worry again. Yes, Jinyu will remember, Gu Jinyu said obediently. Chi Mama went straight to the point. By the way, I came here today for another matter. Her Majesty wants to see you. Gu Jinyu followed Chi Mama into the palace. Consort Shu was the head of the palace. She had her own palace and did not have to let other young masters live in her side palace like a second-rank concubine. She lived in Changchun Palace with the fifth prince and was very carefree. The weather was good today. Consort Shu was flipping through the fifth prince's homework in the small pavilion of Changchun Palace. Gu Jinyu went forward to greet her, Aunt. Consort Shu waved at her. You came at the right time. Little Fifth just wrote an essay. Take a look. Yes. Gu Jinyu sat down beside Consort Shu and Consort Shu handed her the fifth prince's essay. The fifth prince was the same age as Gu Qinglin. Every day, he went to the study with his older brothers and was taught by the prestigious scholars in the court. To be honest, the fifth prince was not very talented. His homework was basically done by Gu Jinyu. After Gu Jinyu read it, she smiled and praised, Your Highness has improved. I think so too. Consort Shu was very happy with this answer. She asked the palace maid to keep the essay and then looked at Gu Jinyu. She said dotingly, Child, you did such a big thing in the county city. Why didn't you say anything? Ha! Gu Jinyu was stunned. The change in topic caught her off guard. Consort Shu glared at her and pulled her hand. Are you still trying to hide it? If I hadn't gone to deliver snacks to His Majesty just now, I wouldn't have known that you did such a big thing behind your family's back. Why are you so secretive? Gu Jinyu was even more puzzled. What did she do? Consort Shu held her hand tightly, her eyes full of excitement. Bellows. Chapter 199. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. It turned out that the court had found out about the young lady and confirmed that her surname was Gu, not Liu. They also heard that she was the daughter of a marquis. As for which marquis, they were not sure. But were there many marquis with the surname Gu in the world? Between March and June last year, she had coincidentally appeared in that county town. Consort Shu could guess that it was Gu Jinyu even if she used her toes. Imperial concubine Shu poked her head lightly. Look at you, this child. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. Why didn't you say it? If you had said it earlier, your father would not have made such a big mistake. He let the Ministry of War ride on his head. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Imperial concubine Shu smiled and said, When you were young, you liked to draw on paper. The fifth prince also drew with you. At that time, I thought that you were all thinking about useless things. Now it seems that I have misunderstood you. Granny Chi smiled. Your Highness, do you still remember when the county princess asked someone to improve the food box when she was young? Consort Shu held her temples and smiled in realization. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Yes. Is that food box still there? Granny Chi smiled. Yes. I will keep it. Consort Shu ordered, quickly bring it over. Granny Chi went to the storeroom and took out an old food box that Gu Jinyu had used when she was young. The food boxes in the palace were layered, like a walking steamer. Gu Jinyu felt that this kind of food box was inconvenient. She said that if she wanted to take something from the bottom, she had to take the top as well. It would be better if each layer could be separated. She took apart Consort Shu's snack box and made a fixed frame, but it could be pulled open from the side to have several small drawers. An 8-year-old child's hands were not too skillful. It was all done by her mouth, and the eunuchs did according to her ideas. At that time, she even received a few words of praise from His Majesty. This kind of food box also existed among the people at that time. As it was not warm enough, it was usually only used to hold snacks. Gu Jinyu had never seen it before. She had thought of it herself. His Majesty thought it was rare for an 8-year-old girl to be so intelligent. It was also from then on that Consort Shu discovered Gu Jinyu's talent and often summoned Gu Jinyu to the palace to study with the 5th prince. Concubine Shu whispered, "Tell Auntie the truth. Did you do it on purpose?" Hm. Gu Jinyu stared at her blankly. Imperial Concubine Shu smiled happily, "That's true. The effect of doing this is indeed much better than revealing your identity from the start. You have successfully caused a sensation in the imperial court and also caught His Majesty's attention. The more indifferent you are to fame and fortune, the more His Majesty appreciates you." Gu Jinyu wanted to say something but stopped. What did she do to change the wind direction? She had never heard of it before. "Nyang Nyang, the thing you wanted is here. Where do you want it?" A young eunuch walked over with a piston bellows. Gu Jinyu looked at Consort Shu in confusion. Consort Shu said to Gu Jinyu, "Come, tell Auntie how to use this thing. Later, if your Majesty wants to chat with this consort will have a common topic with your Majesty." This bellows had been taken from the Ministry of War. Nowadays, there were many such bellows. Gu Jinyu had never seen one before, but she was indeed very smart. She had someone bring over tools and personally dismantled the bellows. Then, she put it back in its original place. Then, she understood the principle behind this kind of wind-blowing technique. The bellows had 3 levels. The first level was where the lever was. There was a wind outlet at each end of the bellows. There was a movable valve at the wind outlet. When the lever was pushed, the first valve at the back opened. Wind poured in from there. The second valve automatically closed. Wind was forced from the wind outlet under the second valve into the second small bellows on the second level. Under the small bellows was an air outlet that was connected to the boiler. When the lever was pulled back, the second valve at the front opened. Wind poured in from the second valve. The first valve closed. Wind poured in from the first valve into the first small bellows on the second level. The first small bellows also had an air outlet that was also connected to the boiler. The 2 small bellows were independent and did not affect each other. The only thing they had in common was that they were both connected to the boiler. They could both send wind into the boiler. This kind of double-acting piston bellows produced wind regardless of whether it was pushed or pulled. It did not waste any physical strength or movement. This design was too exquisite. Gu Jinyu was in awe. Compared to this, her own food box paled in comparison. No, her own food box could not even be considered a small magician. But did His Majesty and the people from the Ministry of War make a mistake? This was not something she had done. How did you think of this method? Imperial Concubine Shu asked. Gu Jinyu thought that Imperial Concubine Shu was talking about the bellows. Just as she was about to confess, Imperial Concubine Shu interrupted her, "Not saying who you are, just leaving behind a blueprint. Afterwards, leave some clues. Surname Gu, connection to Marquis Ding and Fu. It does not feel deliberate at all. You are truly worthy of being someone this one taught." The focus of the imperial concubines was always different from normal people. Gu Jinyu was very puzzled. Was there really a mistake somewhere? Marquis Ding and Fu only had 2 girls. One was her, but she had never drawn any blueprints. It couldn't be that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She couldn't even read a single word. How could she have made such an exquisite tool? While Gu Jinyu was puzzled, Imperial Concubine Shu suddenly patted her hand. The Imperial Gardens for seasons osmanthus has bloomed. Come, let's go pick some. In a moment, we'll have the Imperial kitchen make osmanthus cakes and bring some for your father. Gu Jinyu sighed and was pulled to the Imperial Garden by Imperial Concubine Shu. The flowers in the Imperial Garden bloomed beautifully. They were colorful and contended with each other. Coincidentally, they were not the only ones who came to admire the flowers. Imperial Concubine Zhuang was also present. Imperial Concubine Zhuang was a few years older than Imperial Concubine Shu. She was not as beautiful as Imperial Concubine Shu, but she was still dignified and elegant. She had an outstanding temperament. Older sister Imperial Concubine, what a coincidence. Imperial Concubine Shu smiled and greeted her. Imperial Concubine Zhuang returned half a bow. The two were both first-rank official concubines, but Imperial Concubine was the head of the 4 concubines. Her status was naturally higher than Imperial Concubine Shu's. Gu Jinyu also bowed to Imperial Concubine Zhuang. Greetings to Imperial Concubine. Imperial Concubine Zhuang gracefully smiled. So it is County Princess Hui. There is no need for County Princess Hui. Thank you, Imperial Concubine. Gu Jinyu rose. Gu Jinyu often entered the palace and had seen Imperial Concubine Zhuang several times. But for some reason, she felt that Imperial Concubine Zhuang was particularly gentle this time. Imperial Concubine Zhuang's gentle gaze fell on Gu Jinyu's face. County Princess Hui is of marriageable age. You haven't talked about marriage yet, right? And it was Zhuang Yueshi who came over with a basket of freshly picked flowers. She saw Imperial Concubine Shu and Gu Jinyu and bowed. Gu Jinyu was a county princess, but she did not dare to accept Zhuang Yueshi's bow in front of Imperial Concubine Zhuang. She also bowed slightly to return the bow. And, what were you talking about just now? Zhuang Yueshi asked. Imperial Concubine Zhuang smiled. We were talking about County Princess Hui's marriage. Speaking of which, you are 1 year older than County Princess Hui. You haven't talked about marriage yet. In the Zhao Kingdom, women would only consider marriage after reaching the age of 15. Most of the wealthy families were not in a hurry. Some women would get married at the age of 18 or 19. As for men, most of them would only get married after reaching the age of 20. Why did Imperial Concubine Zhuang suddenly ask about Gu Jinyu's marriage? Her intention was somewhat thought-provoking. Imperial Concubine Shu smiled and said, Not yet. Imperial Concubine Zhuang said, I heard that she has an older sister who is already married. The smile on Gu Jinyu's face froze. Imperial Concubine Shu looked as usual. My sister grew up in the countryside and married early. Since Imperial Concubine Zhuang already knew, there was no point in hiding it. It was better to say it openly. Imperial Concubine Zhuang smiled and sighed. Imperial Concubine Shu, you have to be more careful. She is such a good niece. I don't know which family's brat will take advantage of her. Imperial Concubine Shu was amused by Imperial Concubine Zhuang. They teased Gu Jinyu for a while before returning to their respective palaces. Imperial Concubine Zhuang and Imperial Concubine Shu's topic always revolved around Gu Jinyu. Zhuang Yueshi, who was at the side, seemed to be neglected. This was the first time that Gu Jinyu was the protagonist in front of a favored concubine. On the way back to Changchun Palace, Imperial Concubine Shu touched the buyao in her hair bun and said proudly, It seems that Imperial Concubine Zhuang also knows about your invention of the bellows. Her news is really fast. I happened to hear it when I went to deliver snacks to His Majesty. I don't know how she found out. Humph, it must be someone around His Majesty who told her. Gu Jinyu suddenly realized that the reason why imperial concubine Zhuang's attitude towards her was so abnormal was because of this. Was the power of a bellows so great? Gu Jinyu suddenly didn't have the courage to confess to imperial concubine Shu. Why did imperial concubine suddenly ask about my marriage? Could it be that she wanted to set her up with Prince An? Imperial concubine Shu said carelessly, most likely she wants to win you over. After the crown prince got Wen Linlang, he was like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid she wants to imitate Empress Xiao and find a good wife for her son. But Prince Ning already had a wife. If she married him, wouldn't she only be a concubine? Princess Ning was not a kind person. It was difficult for a concubine to survive under her. Moreover, Gu Jinyu didn't like Prince Ning. She liked Prince, and Gu Jinyu pulled imperial concubine Shu's arm and pleaded, "Aunt, I don't want to marry Prince Ning." Imperial concubine Shu waved her hand. It may not be Prince Ning. Gu Jinyu said, she only has one son. Imperial concubine Shu said, doesn't she also have a nephew? Gu Jinyu's eyes lit up, and is talking about Prince An. Biku Gu mobile reading website, MZHBQG. Com. Chapter 200. Aunt. On the way back to Yongshou Palace, Zhuang Yueshi couldn't help but call out to noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at her. What's wrong? Zhuang Yueshi was a noble daughter of the Zhuang family. She was dignified and quiet. Calling her aunt was really inappropriate. Zhuang Yueshi knew it was inappropriate. She handed the flower basket in her hand to the palace maid and caught up with noble consort Zhuang. She whispered, was inappropriate. Please punish me. Noble consort Zhuang said sternly, you've been acting weird since you met County Princess Hui. Tell me, what do you have against her? No, Zhuang Yueshi whispered. Noble consort Zhuang knew her niece well. She was the most noble daughter in the capital since she was a child. She was smart and beautiful. She had never met a rival. Gu Jinyu's reputation was not as good as Zhuang Yueshi's in the early years. However, she was first conferred the title of County Princess. Later, she shone in the girls' school and gradually became as famous as Zhuang Yueshi. Gu Jinyu had not surpassed Zhuang Yueshi yet. However, with Zhuang Yueshi's nobility, it was a failure to be on par with her. Noble consort Zhuang continued to walk forward. She said, you don't like County Princess Hui because of this? I told you that you are the daughter of the Zhuang family. You have to have a high vision and can't be small. Zhuang Yueshi was not because of this. Zhuang Yueshi looked down and said, you are right. She paused and said, but why do you suddenly care about County Princess Hui's marriage? Do you want to be a matchmaker for her? Noble consort Zhuang smiled faintly, I want to, but she has to agree first. Zhuang Yueshi was just testing her aunt. She didn't expect to get such an answer. Aunt, who do you want to marry her to? Eldest cousin. Or? Noble consort Zhuang smiled but didn't say anything. Zhuang Yueshi's heart skipped a beat. Aunt, you want to marry her to my brother and make her my sister-in-law? There were several sons in the Zhuang family, but only Prince and noble consort Zhuang neither admitted nor denied it. Zhuang Yueshi panicked. Aunt, she is not good enough for brother. She's not a true daughter of a marquis, she's just a peasant girl from the countryside. Even if His Majesty bestows her the title of County Princess, it's just a good reputation. She doesn't even have a living allowance, so what kind of County Princess is she? Noble consort Zhuang stopped, and the palace maids also stopped. Noble consort Zhuang stroked a four-season osmanthus in the basket. County Princess is indeed not worthy, but what if she becomes a princess? Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. On the other side, Marquis Gu was once again summoned by Minister Zhao to the main hall where he handled official business. Marquis Gu had been scolded badly recently, and he knew that he would not be able to avoid another round of scolding. However, to Marquis Gu's surprise, Minister Zhao's expression was exceptionally gentle. He didn't look like he was going to scold him at all. Marquis Gu, eh? When Minister Zhao saw Marquis Gu, he smiled brightly for the first time in months. Assistant Minister Gu, how was your day? Marquis Gu was confused by his superior's expression and tone. Did he eat well? Did he wear warm clothes? Was it inconvenient for him to go out? Did his child have any difficulties in her studies? He didn't understand what was going on at all. Minister Zhao personally took Marquis Gu's wrist and invited him to sit down on a chair. Marquis Gu looked at the hand that was holding him and wanted to tell him that men shouldn't touch each other. Minister Zhao smiled and said, "You really have such a promising daughter. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Marquis Gu was completely outside of the situation. Minister Zhao's smile disappeared and he sighed. "You hid it from me for a long time. Why did you hide such an important matter?" What did I hide from you?" Marquis Gu was confused. Minister Zhao said, "Just now, people from the Ministry of War came and asked me if the bellows were invented by your daughter." Marquis Gu pointed at himself. "My daughter?" Minister Zhao frowned. "You still don't know?" Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattledrum. Minister Zhao said, "Then let me ask you, do you have a daughter?" Marquis Gu nodded. "Yes." Minister Zhao continued, "Last summer, were you and your daughter in Yozhou's Qingchuan town?" Marquis Gu nodded again. "Yes." Minister Zhao continued, "Is your daughter exceptionally smart?" Marquis Gu nodded heavily. "Yes." His Jinyu had to be smart. She had to be smart. If it weren't for the fact that women couldn't participate in the imperial examinations, his Jinyu could at least pass the Grand Scholar exam. Minister Zhao clapped the back of his right hand against his left palm. "Isn't that settled? Last year, other than your daughter, was there any other daughter from the Marquis's household with the surname Gu?" When Marquis Gu heard this, he understood what was going on. It turned out that the imperial court had found clues about that little girl. But he hadn't heard Jinyu mention it. Marquis Gu wasn't so eager for quick success to claim credit for himself. He decided to first return to the residence to ask Gu Jinyu about the situation. The speed at which this matter fermented was far faster than Gu Jinyu had imagined. She had only been focused on reading books and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. She had no idea what the invention of wind blowing meant to the Zhao country. His Majesty looked calm, but in reality, he was laughing like a fool. That group of bastards from the Liang country had only used a bit of inferior drainage technology to trade for their Zhao country's mines. Although the two countries hadn't been at war, this was even more unbearable than losing a battle. This was great, they could hold their heads up high. The 6 ministries had also been swept by this technology. Not only could it be used to make iron, it could also improve the quality of metallurgy. What did the Zhao country have? Gold mines. But then again, the Zhao country's productivity was the lowest among the 6 countries. Thus, even if it had many mines, it was still a poor country. The common people seemed to have a good life. That was because the 2 emperors still had a conscience and didn't wantonly exploit the common people. They even reduced taxes. The national treasury was actually very poor. Otherwise, how could they have sold the Imperial College's degree to Lin Qingye? Half of the building that the Lin family had donated to the Imperial College had been taken by His Majesty into the national treasury. However, even though Gu Jinyu didn't know the movements of the imperial court and the 6 ministries, she had personally experienced the changes in the people around her. When she had returned from the palace, Her personal maid had informed her that an official from the women's school had come and asked her how she was recovering and when she would return to class. Gu Jinyu had been resting at home for so long. The female official had not come earlier or later, but at this time. Who could say that she hadn't been instructed by the crown princess? Could it be that the crown princess had also heard about the bellows? It wasn't strange. Both consort Shu and noble consort Zhuang had heard about it, so how could the crown princess not have? After that, the daughters who were on good terms with her but had distanced themselves from her because of her past came back. They came to the Fu to visit her, chatting and laughing as if the previous unhappiness had never happened. Why was this? Their fathers, who were officials in the imperial court, must have sent them to her to find out the truth. If she really was the inventor of the bellows, then no matter how lowly her birth was, no one could look down on her. She had done a good deed that benefited the country and the people. Even His Majesty would praise her. But what if the true inventor ran out one day? Gu Jinyu was in a dilemma. When Marquis Gu returned to the Marquis Fu, Gu Jinyu was tidying up her large chest. This chest was filled with small things that she had written, drawn, and made. Yao Shi had not thrown them away and had kept them for her. She moved back to her own courtyard and took out all the manuscripts. She wanted to see if she had ever had the inspiration for the bellows. Jinyu, what are you doing? Marquis Gu entered the room and looked at the manuscripts on the floor. He asked in confusion. Gu Jinyu raised her slightly disheveled face and said, I'm looking for something. What are you looking for? Marquis Gu walked in. Father will help you look. A sketch. Gu Jinyu said, a sketch that looks similar to the bellows. You're talking about this? Marquis Gu bent down and picked up a piece of paper that had been sandwiched between the pages of a book. On the paper, there was a very immature drawing of a crooked chest. There was something that he didn't know if it was a handle or a lever. There were 2 or 3 layers below. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to a bellows. Gu Jinyu didn't know what she had drawn. But it definitely wasn't a bellows. But, if it was a little forced, it did look like a bellows. Jinyu, did you really invent the bellows? Marquis Gu asked. Gu Jinyu was not in a rush to answer Marquis Gu's question. Instead, she said, Father, what did the people from the 6 ministries say? What clues did they find? Marquis Gu said, they said it was a girl with the surname Gu. She is related to Marquis Ding and Fu. She should be the Marquis Fu's daughter. Ah, that's right, she's 14 or 15 years old. That's right, the Ministry of War had been to the front lines. Among the clues that they had gathered, there was a very useful piece of age. She was basically going up against Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu had a bold guess in her heart, but she did not dare say it. She went to Yao Shi's courtyard. Yao Shi was currently making clothes for Gu Jiao. Mother. Gu Jinyu walked over. The excitement in her heart made her ignore the clothes in Yao Shi's hands. She crouched down and grabbed Yao Shi's hand, asking, has elder sister come recently? What is it? Are you looking for her for something? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jinyu shook her head, no, I haven't gone to the girls' school for a few days. I haven't seen elder sister, so I wanted to ask how she is doing. The girls' school was next to the medical center. When Gu Jinyu went to school, she would occasionally run into Gu Jiao, but the two basically did not interact. In the medical center, other than the Zhuang sisters, no one knew that she was sisters with a medical center's medicine boy. When her daughter was mentioned, Yao Shi's brow was filled with affection. Your elder sister is doing well. It's just that your brother-in-law just finished taking the spring examinations. She's been a little busy. Gu Jinyu did not care. What kind of good reputation could a poor country boy get? Unlike Royal Princeton, who would definitely get first place. When Royal Princeton got first place, he would give her the hairpin. Is your health better? I heard that you went into the palace today. Yao Shi said. I'm fine. I should have come to pay respects to mother first, but Chi Mama urged me, so I could only go see Aunt first. Mother, don't be angry at me. I won't. Yao Shi said. That's right. Mother, you didn't throw away my previous manuscripts, right? Royal Princeton saw that she was not surprised and paused. He smiled to himself, that's true. She was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. How could she be so easily tricked into a carriage by a man? Are you going back to the clinic? He asked. Gu Jiao nodded. Royal Princeton was about to say that he would send her off when there was a sound above his head. It was a tile that had fallen from the roof. Gu Jiao was on his side, opposite was the carriage and to the side was the corner. It could be said that there was no way to avoid it. Royal Princeton stepped forward and used his tall body to protect her, blocking the tile for her. However, the pain he imagined did not come. He blinked and raised his head to look. The tile had already been nailed to the roof of the carriage by Gu Jiao's needle. Royal Princeton took a step back and helplessly smiled. Miss Gu, have you always been this powerful? You make it so that I can't even save the beauty. Directorate. Xiao Lulang was released from school. When he went out, he saw Gu Jiao carrying a small basket and waiting for him under a large tree. She also carried 2 small bags of medicine in her hands, one on each side. Although the weather had cleared up, it was still not warm. Especially after the sun set, the wind on the streets became even colder. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and hurriedly walked over. Why didn't you wear more clothes? It wasn't cold when I went out. She said. That meant that it was cold now. Xiao Lulang keenly caught the message in her words. He took off his cloak and was about to hand it to Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao looked at the medicine bags in her hands. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Both of her hands were full. People around them looked at them. The light in Xiao Lulang's eyes flickered slightly, but he still draped the cloak over her body. His jade-like slender fingers gently tied the ribbon. Lulang, your wife came to pick you up again. A supervisor, who was on good terms with Feng Lin and thus knew Xiao Lulang, joked as he passed by. Xiao Lulang vaguely replied. Gu Jiao looked at him with bright eyes. Written all over her face was, I'm your wife. Is that so? Is that so? Is that so? Xiao Lulang coughed softly and looked away. Let's go home. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Jiao followed behind him and slowly walked out. Suddenly, a pile of snow fell from a big tree. Xiao Lulang pulled her over with one hand and raised his other arm above her head. The snow fell down and drenched his sleeve. She didn't move in his arms and looked at him with wide eyes. She was so obedient. This appearance was too deceptive. Even Xiao Lulang, who was with her all the time, couldn't resist. His chest was suddenly filled with blood. Too obedient. He couldn't stand it. Xiao Lulang's breathing became irregular and he quickly turned his face away. Gu Jiao pressed her little head against his chest and said, Your heart is beating so fast. Xiao Lulang suddenly took a step back. No. Gu Jiao looked at his red little ears. You clearly have. Xiao Lulang said seriously, If I say no, then no. After saying that, he ran away, but he was too nervous and took the wrong path. With a bang, he hit a tree. Gu Jiao, ah ha ha. After the spring exams, the atmosphere in the house was much more relaxed. The old madam went out to play cards and didn't forget to bring her husband along. If she lost, it would be her husband's. If she won, it would be hers. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen went to the Lu family's house every day after school to learn. They also ate dinner there. To be honest, the master's wife's cooking wasn't very good. She was comparable to Xiao Lulang, but the master said it was delicious, so they could only bite the bullet and eat. Ever since little Jing Kong made his first good friend in the Imperial College, he would play with his good friend every day after school. Today was no exception. Compared to studying, Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong lacked communication with his peers. Therefore, she supported his after-school activities. But today, there was one more person in their small group, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong was confused. Why is he here? Su Tangtang whispered, sigh, my father must have asked me to take him with me. I'm also worried. Su Tangtang and Qin Chuyu didn't know each other. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong were in the same class. He was in the ordinary class. His father introduced him, so he had to listen. Little Jing Kong didn't like Qin Chuyu. First of all, Qin Chuyu was spoiled and unreasonable. Second of all, as long as he was with Qin Chuyu, those people wouldn't listen to him. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what kind of emotion this was, so he instinctively wasn't used to it. Su Tangtang didn't like Qin Chuyu. But he could sense that his friend didn't like Qin Chuyu. He felt that he had done something wrong, so he whispered, I'm sorry, I won't take him with me next time. It's okay, for your sake, I can play with him. Little Jing Kong was a generous child. As long as he didn't steal his Jiao Jiao, everything else was negotiable. What are you playing? Qin Chuyu asked. Su Tangtang said, we're building a house. Qin Chuyu said arrogantly, what's so good about building such a small house? If you want to build a house, build a palace. What's a palace? Little Jing Kong was a good kid who asked questions whenever he didn't know anything. The palace is where my father, the emperor lives. Qin Chuyu almost spilled the beans. He was so guilty that he broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, the two kids didn't realize it. Little Jing Kong asked again, what's an emperor? He grew up in a temple and didn't know about this kind of information. Now that he was at home, his family never mentioned anything about an emperor. Su Tangtang was born in an official's family, so he knew about this. He explained to his friend, it's the master of the Zhao state, the most powerful person in the world. Oh. Little Jing Kong didn't really understand and didn't really want to understand. He was only interested in their small house. I've never seen a palace, so I don't know how to build one. Su Tangtang shrugged. I've never seen one either. They hadn't even seen a palace before. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Qin Chuyu remembered his father's teachings. He couldn't expose his identity as a prince. However, he secretly made a mental note to ask the crown prince consort sister-in-law during the next holiday so that he could bring his two little friends into the imperial palace to play. The next day, His Majesty personally summoned Marquis Gu to verify the bellows. Concubine Shu was also present. The smile on Concubine Shu's face never disappeared. His Majesty was still quite cautious. He asked, I heard that Assistant Minister Gu has a daughter. Concubine Shu had mentioned Gu Jinyu's background to His Majesty. Before that, His Majesty had already promised Concubine Shu to bestow her the title of County Princess. He didn't go back on his word just because she wasn't born in the Marquis' family. It didn't matter if she was just a county princess without a fief or a manor. However, the bellows matter was very important. Marquis Gu cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, my eldest daughter grew up in the countryside and didn't study much. The meaning of his words was obvious. How could an illiterate person come up with such an amazing invention? Marquis Gu didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, His Majesty didn't think he had to lie. Who would give the credit of their biological daughter to their adopted daughter? His Majesty drafted an imperial edict to bestow Gu Jinyu the title of secondary second-rank Infanta Hui. She was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Generally speaking, only the legitimate daughter of a prince had the right to be bestowed the title of Infanta. The daughter of the prince's family was a second-rank Infanta. The daughter of the crown prince's family was a first-rank Infanta. Gu Jinyu was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Her rank was slightly lower than that of the imperial family's Infanta, but it was only half a rank lower. She also had a fief of 500 households. Although this fief didn't cost much silver, its significance was too great. From today onwards, she was truly recognized by the imperial family. With her status, it couldn't be said that she wasn't good enough for a prince. Of course, His Majesty didn't forget the carpenter who made the bellows and the old blacksmith who was the first to promote the use of the bellows. He decided to call the two of them to the capital to bestow rewards. Chapter 202. The imperial edict had been issued half a month ago. The old blacksmith and the carpenter were already on their way. They should reach the capital in a few days. Gu Jinyu did not know that the old blacksmith and the carpenter were coming to the capital. After she was conferred the title of princess, she first went to Cunning Palace to visit Empress Xiao and receive the gold seal and treasured book. Then, she went to Consort Shu's Changchun Palace to sit for a while. All the concubines sent congratulatory gifts. Even noble consort Zhuang and the crown princess sent gifts. These two were the most powerful women in the harem other than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Empress. Their attitudes largely represented the direction of the harem. It was rare that the winds were in the same direction. Aunt did not misjudge you. Consort Shu held Gu Jinyu's hand proudly, her eyes full of praise. The emperor was not the only one who could hold his head high. Gu Jinyu was also proud. Whether it was Yao Shi's favoritism towards Gu Jiao or the cold treatment Gu Jinyu received at the girls' school, at this moment, all the haze seemed to have been swept away. Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis's residence proudly. She could not avoid being praised by Marquis Gu and old Madame Gu again. Ever since concubine Ling's incident, old Madame Gu had been on the verge of depression. Hearing that Gu Jinyu was so promising and had made the Marquis's residence proud, her face glowed again. She held Gu Jinyu's hand affectionately. Your grandfather is not in the residence. If he was, he would definitely praise you. Grandfather, that was an extremely lofty word in Gu Jinyu's heart. She did not even dare to say it. Would grandfather really be proud of her? In her impression, grandfather was an unreachable existence. Everyone in the family was very afraid of him. He never seemed to be satisfied with any child. Even though eldest brother worked so hard, grandfather still looked at him with a picky gaze. If grandfather really praised her, Gu Jinyu felt that she could brag about it for the rest of her life. Gu Jinyu left old Madame Gu's courtyard and planned to go to Yao Shi's courtyard. She wanted to tell Yao Shi that she had made a great contribution and had been conferred the title of princess. She wanted her mother to know that she was the smartest daughter in the family and was most worthy of Yao Shi's attention and love. On the way, she unexpectedly bumped into Gu Chongqing. Her eyebrows curved as she walked up to Gu Chongqing and bowed. Big brother. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Gu Jinyu looked at the bundle in his hand and asked with a smile, eldest brother, did you come back from outside? What did you take? A little prey, Gu Chongqing said. Today, he hunted 2 birds in the military camp. He planned to send them to buy Shui Alley for Gu Yan and little Jing Kong to play with. Gu Jinyu could hear his indifference. In the past, she would have left tactfully, but today she was exceptionally confident. She smiled and said, I've never hunted in my life. Big brother, is it convenient for you to bring me along next time? Women can't enter the military as they please. Gu Chongqing tactfully declined. Ah. Gu Jinyu was slightly disappointed, but not too disappointed. She took out a jade pendant from her pouch and raised her small face with a gentle smile. For Big Brother. What is this? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jinyu smiled wholeheartedly and said, it's a warm jade from His Majesty. Giving the jade pendant was secondary. It was more important to remind Big Brother that she had become an imperial daughter. When Gu Chongqing saw the jade pendant, he finally remembered the news he had heard in the military camp. Gu Jinyu had made great contributions and had been conferred the title of secondary second-rank imperial daughter Hui. Congratulations. Gu Chongqing said calmly. He did not take the jade pendant. Since it's a gift from His Majesty, then keep it well. Don't lose it. All right. Gu Jinyu sincerely hoped that Gu Chongqing would accept this jade pendant. Gu Chongqing returned to the courtyard. There were not many ripples in Gu Chongqing's heart. He had not counted on relying on Gu Jinyu to bring the Marquis Fu to greater heights. Thus, whether Gu Jinyu became an imperial daughter or not had little to do with him. After Gu Jinyu had finished showing off in front of Big Brother, she was impatient to let others know. Unfortunately, Yao Shi was not in the Fu. Yao Shi had gone to Jade Water Alley. She had finished making the clothes for Gu Jiao and brought them for Gu Jiao to try on. The result was great. The sleeves and trousers were shorter again. Had this child only just begun to grow? Yao Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled down the sleeves and trousers that had been gathered. After changing the clothes, she took out the family's clothes to see if there was anything that needed mending. She had hired an embroiderer to make the clothes for the rest of the family. Every month, there would be new clothes. The matriarch and Xiao Yulong's clothes were durable. Mainly, these two were not easy to move. The others' clothes were a bit too horrible to look at. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who mended them. Today, when Yao Shi saw it, she nearly choked from laughing. She had thought that her daughter was omnipotent, but it turned out that she was also a simpleton. Gu Jiao had just finished watering the vegetable garden. When she came to the inner courtyard, she saw Yao Shi holding a pair of clothes and trembling with laughter. What's wrong? She asked in confusion. Yao Shi's tears came out of her eyes from laughing. After a long time, she stopped laughing and asked Gu Jiao, Jiao, who did you learn your needlework from? Gu Jiao thought for a moment, self-taught. Yao Shi knew. Otherwise, who would know how to sew? Yao Shi was about to die from her daughter's teasing. She patted the stool to the side and indicated for Gu Jiao to sit. Then, she held the place that Gu Jiao had mended and said, you don't need to tie a knot with each stitch, and you don't need to leave the thread outside. Like this. Yao Shi took it apart and sewed it again for Gu Jiao to see. Oh. Gu Jiao thought seriously, I thought that I was very good at sewing. After all, sewing clothes had improved her surgical skills. She could sew faster than before. As the mother and daughter chatted, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan returned from the academy. Today, they did not need to go to Master Lu's place to learn. The two did not know that Gu Jiao and Yao Shi were both at home, so they bickered and each entered the courtyard with a chicken feather on their head. Gu Shaoshan had a small gang in the countryside. At that time, he was the #1 bully in the surrounding villages. The chicken feather on his head was the symbol of his chicken feather gang. After that, he was sent to Tianshang Academy by Gu Jiao. On the surface, he seemed to have changed, but in reality, he was still a gang of celestial monkeys. Today, he was finally caught red-handed by Gu Jiao. Older sister. Gu Shaoshan plucked the chicken feather on her head. Her eyes moved, and she also plucked the chicken feather on Gu Yan's head. The two stood there motionlessly, waiting for Gu Jiao's decision. Jiao Jiao. Auntie Zhang, who was in the alley, came to the door. The wall behind my kitchen is about to collapse. I'll go take a look for you. Gu Jiao looked at the two celestial monkeys in the house, put down the water bucket used to water the flowers, and went to her house with Auntie Zhang. The first time the neighbors found out that Gu Jiao was capable was when the roof of the old chancellor next door leaked. Gu Jiao climbed up and directly renovated the roof. After that, the neighbors all knew that Grandmother Zhuang's grandniece-in-law was capable. Auntie Zhang's courtyard wall cracked and needed to be repaired with mud. In ancient times, there was no cement. It was all lime mortar and rammed earth. Lime mortar was not stable enough, and it was easy to get damp in rainy days. Rammed earth was a better choice. The raw materials of rammed earth were red mud, coarse sand, and lime blocks. There were still lime blocks and coarse sand in Auntie Zhang's house. Little Jing Kong used up the red mud. Recently, he was obsessed with building houses with his friends, so he really didn't know where to get more. Auntie Zhang was very anxious. Can't it be repaired today? I don't think it'll last until tomorrow. The courtyard wall was connected to the kitchen. Once it collapsed, the people who were cooking in the kitchen would be in danger. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said to her, "Wait a minute." Gu Jiao went back to her house and went to the kitchen to find glutinous rice. She cooked a pot of glutinous rice soup, and then poured the thick glutinous rice into the evenly mixed lime mortar. "Older sister, what are you doing?" Gu Shaoshun asked curiously. Gu Yan also squatted down and looked at her eagerly. "Why did you pour the rice soup into it?" Gu Jiao gave each of them a stick and gestured for them to keep stirring. "This is glutinous rice mortar. It's better than rammed earth. It's more suitable for pasting walls." The process of ramming earth was actually very difficult. It needed to mix the three raw materials together, and then use a tool to pound it over and over again. The more times it was hammered, the stronger the rammed earth would be. Glutinous rice mortar was not so complicated, but its firmness was much higher. This was because the cooked glutinous rice soup contained amylopectin, which was the perfect natural adhesive. It was an exaggeration to say that the strength of the lime paste adhered by it was almost comparable to the concrete in his previous life. "Be careful, don't get it on your bodies," Gu Jiao said. "Okay." The two of them nodded. When Gu Jinyu arrived at Jade Water Alley, she saw the three siblings mixing the mortar together. Gu Jinyu's brows furrowed. In her impression, Gu Yan had always been a sickly person who would pant when walking. She did not expect him to know how to work, much less do this kind of rough work. Yao Shi sat to the side, leisurely mending clothes. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Yan's work. Gu Jinyu composed herself and walked into the courtyard. "Mother, older sister, younger brother, what are you doing?" Gu Yan glanced at her and ignored her. Gu Yan hated her. He hated her when he did not know her background, and hated her even more now that he knew. Gu Jiao also ignored her and continued to make her glutinous rice mortar. She did not speak to Gu Shaoshun, so Gu Shaoshun naturally would not ignore her. Yao Shi turned to look at her. "Oh, it's Jinyu. Why are you here?" Gu Jinyu gently said, "I did not see mother in the manor, so I guessed that mother must have come here. I brought some things for older sister and younger brother." Gu Yan rolled his eyes. "Who cares?" The mortar was quickly finished. Gu Jiao found a bucket and filled it with a large bucket. "I'll do it." Gu Shaoshun carried the bucket to Aunt Zhang's house. Gu Yan also wanted to carry it, but he could not lift it. Thus, he carried a small shovel. The three siblings went to mend the walls of Aunt Zhang's house. Yao Shi sighed. Gu Jinyu looked at the dirty mortar on the floor and the unfinished glutinous rice soup. She frowned in disdain and turned to look at Yao Shi. Mother, how can older sister let younger brother do rough work? Younger brother's body is so weak. It's precisely because he's weak that he has to do more work. Don't you see that your younger brother is much more energetic than before? If Gu Yan had not taken medicine every day, Hao Shi would have thought that her son was already a normal person. Gu Jinyuk pursed her lips, but the imperial physicians all said that younger brother cannot work too hard. He needs to rest more. Yao Shi said, your older sister is a doctor. She knows what's best for Yen. Gu Jinyu gaped. She was just a medicine boy. How could she be a doctor? Gu Jinyu's gaze landed on the glutinous rice soup and mortar. This was nonsense. The glutinous rice soup was food, but Gu Jiao had used it to mend the mud. Otherwise, why would she say that she grew up in the countryside? She did not have any common sense. Gu Jinyu could not see it, but he endured and did not say, Mother. What is it? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jinyu smiled and took out a golden seal and a book from his sleeve. He handed them to Yao Shi. Yao Shi was slightly startled. This is, open it and take a look, Gu Jinyu said proudly. Yao Shi opened the box with the golden seal and flipped it over. It was the imperial daughter's seal. Gu Jinyu waited for Yao Shi's praise. Yao Shi had heard about the bellows. Yao Shi did not understand the court's rules, but becoming an imperial daughter was an honor. Yao Shi nodded in satisfaction. Mother, Jinyu is really amazing. Receiving Yao Shi's approval, Gu Jinyu was very happy. Not long after, the three siblings returned. The three were covered in dirt from pasting the wall. Their hair was covered in dust. Aunt Zhang carried a jar of pickled vegetables and walked in. She said to Yao Shi, Yao, your children are really capable. They finished it in one go. The joy and pride in Yao Shi's eyes almost overflowed. She was even happier than when she saw Gu Jinyu's imperial daughter seal. Yes, they are all very capable. What was so good about pasting a wall? Gu Jinyu frowned. Gu Jinyu had brought many things bestowed by the emperor to show everyone the good news of her becoming an imperial daughter. However, other than Yao Shi's slight praise at the beginning, Gu Jiao's group treated Gu Jinyu and her valuables like air. Gu Jinyu did not feel the joy of showing off at all. The gold, silver, and jewels she had brought could not compare to a jar of worthless pickled vegetables. As expected, they came from the countryside and did not know what was good for them. At night, Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis Fu. A servant girl told her that in the 4 hours she had been gone, many young ladies had come to visit and left gifts. They were all to congratulate her for being conferred the imperial daughter title. Gu Jinyu felt a little better. When Marquis Gu returned to the Fu, Gu Jinyu told him about her visit to Jade Water Alley. When she mentioned that Gu Jiao had pasted up a neighbor's wall, she especially praised her. Actually, older sister is also very capable. If Marquis Gu had been present at the time, he probably would have also felt that the three siblings were very capable. But when Gu Jinyu, who had invented the bellows, singled them out, there was a stark contrast. Marquis Gu snorted, what's so good about pasting up a wall? She can only do this. Day after day, when I told her to go study, she wouldn't. She had to do these things that could not be shown in public. Can't she learn from you? Study well, play well, and be the eldest miss of the Marquis Fu. Gu Jinyu warmly said, older sister's happiness is most important. Marquis Gu snorted coldly, she is happy. She had stolen his son. It was said that one was marked by the company one kept. He was really worried that Yen would become a country bumpkin if he spent all his time with that girl. Gu Yen, who was worried about becoming a country bumpkin, was now playing checkers with the #1 prodigy of Zhao country, little Jing Kong. He had successfully lost the 18th round tonight. With a black face, He went to the study of the #1 prodigy of Zhao country to find his brother-in-law to play 5 in a row for consolation. In the end, he was defeated consecutively for 5 rounds. The heartbroken baby Yen went to old Madam's house to play cards with old Madam and her 2 mahjong buddies for a while. Old Chancellor also checked on his homework and completed his perfect, defeated, and pretentious, bitter, day. The response to the first batch of golden sore medicine for the military camp was good. The military camp quickly placed a second batch of orders. Gu Jiao was busy earning money every day. Gu Jinyu was not idle either. The invention of the bellows had greatly stimulated her. She was exceptionally smart since she was young. She did not believe that she could not think of something that others could think of. Moreover, the bellows was just that. It was exquisite, but the principle was very simple. Wasn't it just increasing the wind to make the fire burn brighter? What was so difficult about that? Gu Jinyu had an idea. She took out a pen and paper and improved the ratio of the furnace to the bellows. She doubled the number of bellows. This would increase the firepower and the effect of smelting iron would be higher. Gu Jinyu took the blueprint and entered the palace. She told Consort Shu her idea. Originally, it could be completed in a month. After the improvement, it can be completed in half a month. Oh my god, it's so fast. Consort Shu was shocked. Yes. Gu Jinyu nodded with certainty. This is like the water drains that the imperial court used in the past. Because the wind was not strong enough, the effect was not high enough. Consort Shu did not know much about this, but she heard that it was better than the current furnace. Naturally, it was a great contribution. Consort Shu led Gu Jinyu to the royal study to meet His Majesty. The borders had not been peaceful recently. His Majesty was discussing important matters with the military officials. If an ordinary person came, the eunuchs would not rashly announce it. But who asked this Princess Hui to be His Majesty's favorite? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment." Princess Hui, please wait a moment. This old servant will go and announce it. Old servant. In the past, Eunuch Wei had called himself a miscellaneous person in front of Gu Jinyu. Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei, Consort Shu said. Gu Jinyu also nodded. Eunuch Wei took small steps into the room and whispered a few words to His Majesty. His Majesty was almost annoyed to death by the problems at the borders. Coincidentally, he also needed some exciting news. So he dismissed the military officials and called Gu Jinyu and Consort Shu in. And Gu Jinyu did not disappoint him. His Majesty was actually a layman, but he trusted Gu Jinyu. He immediately sent someone to send the blueprint to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works Manufacturing Department looked at Gu Jinyu's blueprint with a suspicious expression. There are so many bellows. Will there be no problem? His colleague at the side said, "It's Miss Gu's blueprint. What problem can there be?" His Majesty personally sent someone to deliver it. Hurry! Since it was His Majesty's order, there was no way around it. The manufacturing department immediately ordered his subordinates to improve the ratio of the furnace and bellows according to Gu Jinyu's blueprint. The results proved that the efficiency had indeed increased. They could produce almost 2 days' worth of goods in 1 day. His Majesty was very pleased. He rewarded Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu, and the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu was in the limelight in the capital. Everyone praised her as the second wondrous woman after the Crown Prince Consort, and even faintly showed signs of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Crown Prince Consort. In the Eastern Palace, a junior palace maid spoke up for the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, is a wild girl from the countryside worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you?" Gu Jinyu's background could not be hidden from the Eastern Palace. Now that she was a princess, there was even less need to hide it from the world. Not only did the commoners not discriminate against her, they valued her even more because of this. They thought that she was a commoner's princess. Not only did she not put on airs, but she also demonstrated to the world that even a pheasant could become a phoenix. The crown princess knelt on the cushion and calmly practiced her calligraphy. It was as if no matter how many storms she experienced, she remained as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. Being in the limelight for a moment is nothing. She has to be in the limelight for a lifetime to be considered capable. She did not express any dissatisfaction with Gu Jinyu's limelight at all. The crown princess had seen too many people in the limelight who disappeared in the blink of an eye like shooting stars. His Majesty's favorites came and went, but how many of them lasted? She would never be jealous of a woman who stole her limelight because she knew that it was all temporary. On a sunny afternoon, the old blacksmith and the carpenter finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of more than a month. They were escorted by officials all the way, so it was not too difficult. It was just that the old blacksmith was old and could not bear it. Because they were summoned by His Majesty, the officials did not dare to delay. After entering the capital, they took the two to the post house to bathe and change before immediately entering the palace to meet His Majesty. The two had not even been to the capital, much less the palace. Walking on the shiny white marble floor, the two did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lowly craftsmen like them had never dreamed that they would be able to meet His Majesty. They would really bring honor to their ancestors. The old blacksmith was nervous and excited. His old legs trembled as he walked. To be able to meet His Majesty, it is worth it even if I die here. The one who received them was Eunuch Wei, who served His Majesty. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "You cannot say this word in the throne room. It is taboo." The old blacksmith hurriedly covered his mouth. Of course, he did not forget to glance at Eunuch Wei. He was clearly a man, so why did he speak so strangely? The carpenter was a young man in his early 30s. Young people adapted quickly, but he was so excited that he could not take care of himself. After taking 2 steps, he stumbled and almost fell. The junior eunuchs at the side covered their mouths and snickered. Eunuch Wei's eyes swept over them, and the junior eunuchs' expressions all became solemn. Eunuch Wei led them to the side hall. He respectfully reported outside the door, "Your Majesty, the craftsmen from the county town have arrived. Come in." His Majesty was in a good mood. The two had changed their clothes at the post house. The officials had also taught them the etiquette of kowtowing on the way here. As for whether they could learn it or not, that was another matter. The two had not yet seen His Majesty, but they felt their legs go weak just by hearing his majestic voice. "Please." Eunuch Wei smiled and reminded them. The two trembled as they stepped over the threshold. The palace was grand and untainted. The two did not feel like they had come to the imperial palace, but rather a fairy palace. "Kneel." Eunuch Wei saluted. The two fell to their knees with a plop. They had completely forgotten the etiquette they had learned earlier. The two brought out the strength they used to kowtow to their ancestors and kowtowed 3 times to His Majesty. After they were done, the two wanted to light incense, but unfortunately, they did not have any. His Majesty was very magnanimous and respectful to his own people. He would not put on the sacred and majestic air in front of the courtiers. "You may rise," he said. The two, "Why is there this?" The officials did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly lay flat on the ground. "His Majesty," Eunuch Wei, His Majesty almost laughed out loud. "Quickly help them up." "Yes." Eunuch Wei also struggled to hold back his laughter and personally helped the old blacksmith and the carpenter up. They were 2 honest people. Otherwise, they would not have taught the blowing technique to the imperial court and the local craftsmen without hiding anything. This was also the reason why His Majesty decided to reward them. However, to His Majesty's surprise, they actually refused His Majesty's reward. The old blacksmith said sincerely, "It was not us who did it. It was that girl. If your Majesty wants to reward that girl. We have received enough benefits. My iron shop is famous, and Ah Cheng's shop also has endless business. We have never earned so much money in our lives. Now that we can see His Majesty again, we can die without regrets." When they returned to the county town, they would be people who had seen His Majesty. They could brag about it for 18 generations. The word death had always been a taboo in front of His Majesty. However, when it came from a commoner's mouth with such sincerity, His Majesty only felt happy. Once he was happy, he would reward them even more. His Majesty smiled and said, "If you have any other requests, just say it." The two had discussed it on the way here. The old blacksmith said, "We want to see that girl and thank her in person. That young lady was a noble person in their lives, so they had to thank her no matter what." His Majesty was in a good mood today and approved their request. Gu Jinyu was brought into the palace. Eunuch Wei wanted to give her a surprise, so he did not say who had come. He only knew that they were two old friends from the county town. Gu Jinyu wondered if she had any old friends in the county town. Could it be two servant girls from the manor? Was Yuru back? In the end, she saw two unfamiliar men. The two unfamiliar men were also looking at her. Gu Jinyu had an ominous premonition. She frowned, gathered her thoughts, and bowed. "Your Majesty." His Majesty raised his hand to indicate for her to rise. He looked at the carpenter and the old blacksmith. "Do you still remember them?" Gu Jinyu was stunned. These two people, did she know them? The old blacksmith and the carpenter had the same doubts. That's right, did they know this girl? His Majesty teased the two. "What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you don't recognize your little benefactor. You even said that you wanted to thank her in person." Gu Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. The old blacksmith frowned. "Your Majesty, you're mistaken. She's not that girl." Chapter 203. No one in the throne room dared to speak like this in front of His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Gu Jinyu's expression also changed slightly. However, it was not because of the other party's inappropriate choice of words. She forced herself to remain calm. His Majesty looked at Gu Jinyu strangely and said to the old blacksmith and carpenter, "She is Miss Gu." The carpenter had never seen Gu Jinyu before and could not comment. But the old blacksmith remembered clearly and waved his hand, "She is not. Miss Gu does not look like this." Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Could it be that you have mistaken her? Take a look again." The old blacksmith had been working his whole life and did not know much about the ways of the world. He was not tactful, and when his temper flared up, he even forgot that he was talking to His Majesty. "No need to look. Miss Gu stayed in my shop for an entire afternoon. How could I not remember what she looks like? Also, her voice is not like this. No. You are mistaken." Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly. "Are you sure that the lady's surname is Gu and she is the daughter of the Marquis?" Yes. The old blacksmith hurriedly nodded. When Xiao Sanzi went to the blacksmith shop to help Gu Jiao get the farm tools, the old blacksmith insisted on giving Miss Gu a bonus. Xiao Sanzi was pestered until he could not bear it and accidentally said, "Miss Gu is the daughter of the Marquis, why would she lack your money?" Xiao Sanzi had let it slip, but after that, he was especially cautious and did not speak of it again. Eunuch Wei said, "But she is the daughter of the Marquis and her surname is Gu. There is no other daughter of the Marquis with the surname Gu in this world." As he spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. No, there was a second. Marquis Gu's family had two daughters. One was his biological daughter who grew up in the countryside, and the other was his adopted daughter who grew up by his side. Although they were swapped, Marquis Gu had always treated his adopted daughter as his own, and this adopted daughter was very capable. If the swapping incident had not been exposed, no one would have suspected that she was not the real daughter of an aristocratic family. What Eunuch Wei guessed, His Majesty guessed it too. However, Marquis Gu once swore that his own daughter was illiterate. So who was the one lying? The old blacksmith's expression was magnanimous, but Gu Jinyu's face was deathly pale. His Majesty's stern gaze landed on Gu Jinyu's face. What do you have to say? Gu Jinyu clenched her fists to prevent herself from showing her cowardice. Your Majesty, I was the one who invented the bellows. The old blacksmith was anxious. You little doll, how could you lie? You didn't even go to my shop. If you don't believe me, call them all over. The old blacksmith was not the only one at the blacksmith shop that day. The other blacksmiths had also seen Gu Jiao. How dare you? This is the princess. Eunuch Wei reminded him in a low voice. The old blacksmith didn't care if she was a princess or not. He only knew that she wasn't the person he was looking for. She couldn't claim credit for herself. Your Majesty. Gu Jinyu bowed and said, It's true that this official's daughter has never been to a blacksmith's shop, but this official's daughter did design the bellows. His Majesty frowned and said, Then what did you say at the beginning? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your Majesty only asked this official's daughter if the bellows were my invention. He didn't ask if this official's daughter had ever been to a blacksmith's shop. His Majesty's frown deepened. Then aren't you curious how someone else managed to make your own thing? Gu Jinyu said, I was curious, but I wasn't too surprised. After all, this official's daughter had mentioned it to many people. Even my personal maid knew about it. His Majesty's gaze was already suspicious. Are you implying that someone stole your results? No, it's not like that. The old blacksmith refuted. Miss Gu wouldn't steal. Gu Jinyu shook her head and said earnestly, I didn't say that she stole. Perhaps she had good intentions and wanted to help you, so I don't blame that person. Ah. The old blacksmith was stunned. He was smart, generous, and selfless. He had all of them. But the old blacksmith still felt that something was wrong. It had nothing to do with evidence. It was just his intuition, which he had lived for most of his life. Gu Jinyu had already made up her mind. She insisted that the inspiration was her own. If His Majesty wanted to investigate, he could only investigate the people around her. She had already bribed the maids and they would provide her with favorable statements. More importantly, her father would definitely side with her. As for that girl, what evidence could she produce? Blueprints? Who didn't have them? She had already grasped the principles behind the bellows. If she really confronted her, it would be as if no one could win against that girl. But Gu Jinyu had never expected that just when she thought that she had victory in her grasp, the Ministry of Works suddenly sent bad news. The furnace for smelting iron had exploded. It had been the furnace that Gu Jinyu had modified with the bellows. It had only taken 3 days. To be exact, it hadn't even taken 3 days. This morning, the furnace had exploded. The explosion of that furnace had been so powerful that it had completely destroyed the furnace that the Ministry of Works had just built. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there had been many craftsmen from the imperial court present. They had all been seriously injured by the explosion. The person who had come to report was a deputy supervisor from the Ministry of Works. He had rushed over from the scene. He had just gone to the latrine and was not near the furnace. Otherwise, he would have also been seriously injured. Bring him in, His Majesty said in a low voice. In an instant, he no longer had that amiable aura. The old blacksmith and the carpenter both saw what was called the true might of the emperor. He sat on the wooden chair and exuded an unshakable aura. It was so oppressive that the two could not breathe. The deputy supervisor entered the side hall in a sorry state. His legs gave out and he knelt down. He concisely recounted the incident. When he mentioned that it was Gu Jinyu who had modified the furnace, he glanced at Gu Jinyu with a complicated expression. The blood drained from Gu Jinyu's face. The old blacksmith asked anxiously, "Why did it explode? How big is your furnace? How many bellows did you use?" The deputy supervisor did not know this commoner, but since he could appear in His Majesty's royal study and His Majesty did not stop him, he told him the truth. The old blacksmith lamented, "Ah. Miss Gu said that such a big furnace could only use 2 bellows at most. Who told you to use 6? Aren't you courting death?" When Gu Jiao had taught the technique to the old blacksmith, she had naturally told him what to pay attention to. The old blacksmith had told the imperial court without reservation. "Why did you decide on your own?" The old blacksmith was very anxious. The deputy supervisor felt bitter because it was the princess' idea. She had invented the bellows. If she wanted to modify it, who would question her? His Majesty's gaze on Gu Jinyu suddenly turned cold. Gu Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat. She braced herself and said, "My design will not have any problems, there must be some other problem." The deputy manufacturing supervisor said, "No, we are strictly following the princess's blueprint." Moreover, the operation of the bellows was very simple. As long as it was connected correctly, there would not be any mistakes. At this time, no one wanted to be the scapegoat. His Majesty turned to look at the old blacksmith and the carpenter. "Sir, please go and take a look at the scene." The old blacksmith and the carpenter followed the deputy supervisor to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu also went. The scene was a big fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. It was a mess. The injured blacksmith was carried out by the guards with wooden planks. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. Gu Jinyu only felt her stomach churning. She covered her chest and turned around to retch. Gu Jiao was resting today. The 4 men at home had all gone to school. The old lady had also brought the old chancellor out to play cards. She was alone at home. She had planned to take a break for half a day, but before she could rest for a while, Xiao Sanzi came. "Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Not good. Something big happened." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Is Gu Qinglin not eating again, or Gu Qingfeng defaulting on the medical fees again?" "Neither." Xiao Sanzi said in horror. The furnace in the Ministry of Works exploded. In Zhao country, there was no public hospital like in Gu Jiao's previous life. The imperial court had limited doctors. The largest was the Imperial Medical Department, but there were not many people. The second largest was the medical officers in the military camp. They were far away from the fire. Generally, when such an emergency occurred, the imperial court would requisition doctors from the major medical centers in the capital. The miracle hall was also in the requisition scope. Gu Jiao took the medicine box and went to the scene with Dr. Song and 2 other doctors. The scene was more chaotic than Gu Jiao imagined. Amidst the thick smoke, there were injured people being carried out by the guards from the collapsed smelting room. Doctors from other medical centers had already arrived and were treating the injuries of several injured people. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to treat the injuries. Instead, she took out the cloth strips of various colors that she had prepared in advance and handed them to the 3 doctors of the miracle hall. "Do as I said before." "Yes." The 3 nodded. Minister Zhao was originally outside inspecting the city's defense. When he heard that something had happened in the government office, he rushed back without stopping. Beside him stood a young man with an honorable aura. The young man was wearing a brocade robe. He was tall and had a cold face. Between his eyebrows, there was an aura of a superior. At this time, almost all of the injured people were carried out. There were dozens of people with light and serious injuries. The doctors from the major medical centers were treating the injured people. But among this group of people, there were a few doctors who acted differently. They were not in a hurry to save the patients. Instead, they quickly examined the patients. According to the severity of their injuries, they pasted different colored cloth strips. The patients with the red cloth strips were in critical condition. The patients with the yellow cloth strips were not lightly injured, but they were still conscious. The patients with the green cloth strips were slightly injured. They first treated the patients with the red cloth strips, then the patients with the yellow cloth strips, and finally the patients with the green cloth strips. Compared to the chaos in the other medical centers, their side was orderly and orderly. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes. Soon, he found a patient with a black cloth strip. He was lying quietly on the floor. The doctors came and went, but no one cared about his condition. "Is he dead?" the young man asked. Minister Zhao hurriedly ran over and used his hand to check the patient's breathing. He came back and reported, "He seems to still be breathing." "But why aren't they treating him?" Minister Zhao expressed his confusion. The old blacksmith and the carpenter also joined in the rescue. Although the two did not know medicine, they could help get the person out of the ruins. In the thick smoke, there was a small figure that could not be ignored. She was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her white wrists. Her side profile was as perfect as jade, but there was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Her white hand dripped through the blood. She was calm and composed. There was no panic or disdain in her eyes. The young man stared at her. "Who is that?" Minister Zhao said, "Your Highness, that seems to be the female doctor of the Miracle Hole." The young man murmured, "Miracle Hole." The rescue efforts at the scene were in full swing, but Gu Jinyu was completely panicking. She really did not expect that the furnace she had modified would have such a big accident. There were dozens of injured people, and people were still being dug out of the ruins. At this moment, she really felt afraid. She did not dare to think about how His Majesty would hold her accountable. She seemed to be standing in front of a dangerous wall that could collapse at any moment. Her entire body began to tremble. In her panic, she noticed the injured person who was covered in black cloth. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, she quickly ran toward the injured person. She did not care about the ashes and blood on the ground, nor did she care about the injured person's mangled flesh. She knelt down next to the injured person. "Someone come. Is there a doctor coming to save him?" She cried out in despair, even shouting out the hesitation in her heart. Her elegant and clean dress was stained with blood. She took out a clean white silk handkerchief and held it in her hand. She lowered her head and carefully wiped the injured person. "Doctor! Doctor!" she cried out in a choked voice. She was a good person, not someone who disregarded human life. She had a conscience and a compassionate heart. She gritted her teeth and roared, "I am a royal princess. I order you to save him." This was the treatment area of the Miracle Hall. The doctors of the Miracle Hall were engrossed in treating the patients at hand. No one paid her any attention. Chapter 204. Don't move. It'll be done soon. Gu Jiao was cleaning a patient's wound. He was the first craftsman to notice that something was wrong with the furnace and hurriedly ordered people to run out. If it weren't for him, all the craftsmen who were blowing air would have been killed by the explosion. However, even though they escaped quickly and the furnace exploded quickly, many of them were seriously injured. Especially after this furnace exploded, the other furnaces also collapsed and the fire burned down the entire workshop. The loss of the imperial court was huge. "Doctor, will my leg be crippled?" the craftsman said fearfully as he lost feeling in his leg. Gu Jiao stitched up his wound. "No, I just gave you an anesthetic and you're temporarily unconscious. You'll feel pain after the anesthetic wears off." The craftsman was relieved and looked gratefully at Gu Jiao. He said weakly, "Miss. I'm fine, you can go treat the others, okay?" Gu Jiao nodded. She finished the last stitch and bandaged his wound. Then, she walked to the next patient. Another patient's back was badly burned. Dr. Song was using the saline Gu Jiao gave him to clean the wound, but the wound was too big. It was Dr. Song's first time dealing with a patient of this level and he was a little shaky. "I'll do it," Gu Jiao said to him. "You go and see the patient over there." "Okay." Dr. Song gave up his seat for Gu Jiao and went to see the other two patients with yellow strips of cloth. This patient had a red strip of cloth. His condition was critical, but he could still be saved. Gu Jiao squatted down and took a pair of scissors to cut off the rest of the clothes on his back. He hadn't completely lost consciousness, which meant that he was in great pain. Gu Jiao took out a painkiller from the small medicine box and was about to inject it into his skin when Gu Jinyu rushed over like a madman. He grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and said hoarsely, "I've been shouting for so long, didn't you hear me? Someone over there is dying. Go and save him." In the past, in Gu Jinyu's heart, Gu Jiao was just a little medicine boy. But when it came to a critical moment, she actually started to rely on this little medicine boy. Gu Jiao looked at the hand holding her wrist in annoyance. "Take it away." It was too annoying to say another word. Gu Jinyu said self-righteously, "Aren't you a doctor? How can you leave him in the lurch?" She pointed at the patient lying beside Gu Jiao. "That person's condition is much worse than his. If we don't treat him now, he will die." Of course, Gu Jiao understood the man's condition. She was the one who tied the black cloth on him. He was a dying man, so there was no value in saving him. Saving him would only lead to the deaths of a large number of critically ill patients covered in red cloth. Seeing that Gu Jiao was ignoring him, Gu Jinyu exploded. "Are you going to watch him die? Do you still have a conscience?" Gu Jiao pried open Gu Jinyu's wrist and pricked the patient's arm with a needle. She freed her other hand and gave Gu Jinyu a slap. This was not the small slap she had suffered when she was fighting with Zhuang Mengdai in the small town. Gu Jinyu was slapped to the ground. Her right ear was ringing. The corner of her mouth was also cut. Her forehead hit a broken piece of wood and blood immediately flowed out. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao had already given the patient an analgesic injection. She took out a piece of antiseptic dressing and covered the patient's wound. Her movements were very careful. After doing all this, she stood up and looked coldly at Gu Jinyu. "Now that you know he is dying, why didn't you do it earlier? You don't even know how much wind and air volume a furnace can withstand. Who gave you the guts to operate the bellows?" The blood drained from Gu Jinyu's face. Gu Jiao said coldly, "If you are ignorant, then find a place to die of stupidity. Don't come out to harm others." Gu Jiao had already seen the old blacksmith and knew the whole story of the accident. This was originally an accident that could have been completely avoided. The young man had seen everything that had happened between Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu. "Find out who that girl is." Minister Zhao was about to respond when a hidden guard appeared out of nowhere and nodded. "Yes." Minister Zhao broke out in cold sweat. As expected of His Highness. Even his hidden guards were so elusive. The fire was spreading and it was not advisable to stay at the scene for long. Minister Zhao also joined the ranks of the injured. Soon, Gu Chongqing arrived with a group of guards. The 6 ministries and the Grand Council belonged to different factions. Strictly speaking, the accident at the Ministry of Works had nothing to do with the military camp. But when he heard that the doctor at the Miracle Hall had been requisitioned by the Ministry of Works, he led his personal guards and rushed over. Eldest brother. When Gu Jinyut saw him, it was as if she had seen another life-saving straw. She ran towards Gu Chongqing with a face full of tears. Gu Chongqing did not see her at all and rode his horse past her. He stopped not far from Gu Jiao and dismounted. He walked nervously towards Gu Jiao. "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao was changing the dressing for the patient. His injuries were too serious and a piece of dressing was soaked in blood. Gu Chongqing was a man, but he was secretly uncomfortable seeing this scene. He reached out his hand. "Give it to me." Gu Jiao shook her head and said to him, "There are still a few patients over there. Help move them. Send them to the medical hall." Gu Chongqing asked. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Chongqing quickly ordered his subordinates to find wooden planks to carry the patients out. There was another patient who had only sprained his ankle and suffered some superficial injuries. Gu Chongqing directly carried him on his back. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt 2 gazes that could not be ignored fall on him. He looked over and saw a carriage parked outside the back door. That seemed to be, while he was thinking, there was a rumbling sound from the other end of the ruins. Gu Chongqing's eyebrows twitched. At this moment, the old blacksmith shouted, "Oh no! The furnace is going to explode again." The fire was not controlled and burned the furnace in the other boiler room, causing the furnace there to explode as well. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale and she ran away. How could she still remember the critically ill patients? It was more important to save her own life. Gu Jiao picked up the patient in front of her and quickly left the scene. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. The moment she took a step, the furnace exploded with a bang. The moment the fire dragon swept over, Gu Chongqing tiptoed and flew behind her. He used his body as a shield to block the attack of the fire for her. Gu Chongqing's whole body was burning. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. "Get lost." Everyone was shocked. "The military officer saved you, and you still want him to get lost?" Gu Jiao said, "Get lost." Gu Chongqing fell to the ground and rolled up. The fire on his body was quickly extinguished. Everyone who heaved a sigh of relief was stunned. Sure, Yi was stunned. So when you said get lost, it was really just the literal meaning of get lost. Gu Chongqing extinguished the fire quickly and did not suffer serious burns. However, Gu Jiao still brought him back to the medical hall with the other patients. There were many medical halls that came to treat this time, including the second boss's old nest, Huichun Hall. Huichun Hall was one of the best medical halls in the capital. They had 6 doctors this time, but the number of patients they treated was not even half of the number of patients in Miracle Hands Hall. What was even more shocking was that the patients all proposed to go to Miracle Hands Hall for further treatment. "Shopkeeper don't you think that young lady looks a bit familiar?" An elderly doctor said. Shopkeeper looked at Gu Jiao's back. He did not see the other party's appearance clearly, but he was very familiar with this situation. Wasn't this the little medicine boy that accompanied the second boss at the hot spring villa? Why was she here? The doctor said, "I heard that after the second boss left the Hu family, he opened a new medical hall in the capital. It seems to be called Miracle Hands Hall. Could it be the Miracle Hands Hall from before?" Shopkeeper said, "That's impossible, right? This Miracle Hands Hall's doctor is even better than our doctor. Where did he find such a good doctor?" Shopkeeper felt that it was not possible. However, this Miracle Hands Hall had indeed stolen their Huichan Hall's business. When he returned, he had to report to his boss and let him pay attention to Miracle Hands Hall. The patients at the scene only received simple treatment. When they returned to the medical hall, those who needed surgery would need surgery and those who needed treatment would need treatment. Gu Jiao was very busy and did not have the time to find trouble with Gu Jinyu for the time being. After Gu Jinyu fled the scene, she panicked and boarded the carriage, falling down. "Miss." The servant girl was frightened by her miserable state. Gu Jinyu's face was pale as she said, quickly go find father." Marquis Gu was not in the Ministry of Works today. He had been sent to the western suburbs of the capital last night to survey the irrigation works and would only return 3 days later. He still did not know that the Ministry of Works Yamen was in trouble. Because of Gu Jinyu's great merit, he had also risen in rank and became a popular figure in the Ministry of Works. Everyone had the right to kill, to curry favor with him. He was happily surrounded by a group of colleagues who flattered him. Suddenly, a guard came over to report, "The imperial daughter is here." Marquis Gu personally went outside to welcome his daughter. "My good daughter, why are you here today? Did you specially come to see father?" "Ah." He was shocked by Gu Jinyu's swollen face. Those who did not know would think that they had seen a ghost. "Father," after Marquis Gu boarded the carriage, Gu Jinyu told him about what happened at the Ministry of Works Yamen. "I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that something would happen to the bellows. They all said that there was a problem with my design, but why was it fine at the beginning, and then something happened when those two people came." She made it sound as if the old blacksmith and the carpenter had something to do with the bellows accident. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said, "They also said that I didn't make the bellows. It was elder sister who made it. How could that girl make the bellows?" Marquis Gu's face was full of disdain. Gu Jinyu said softly, "I don't know if elder sister saw my blueprint." Marquis Gu frowned. He vaguely felt that the girl was not someone who would do such a thing. But other than this, he could not figure out how she could make the bellows. "Did the old blacksmith really say that your sister told him?" "Yes." Gu Jinyu nodded. "That shouldn't be." Marquis Gu pondered. "Why would she peek at your things? She also doesn't know where your things are." Gu Jiao had been to the Marquis's residence and the mountain villa several times, but she had never entered Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Gu Jinyu did not expect her father to believe Gu Jiao at this time. She was stunned and said, "Perhaps elder sister also thought of how to make the bellows. We all thought of it." Marquis Gu's intelligence was only online for a moment. He sighed. "Perhaps the two of you really have a telepathic connection. Don't worry, I will investigate the bellows accident. It might not be a problem with the bellows. It could be that the furnace has not been repaired for a long time. As for who invented the bellows, I will also report to His Majesty." Gu Jiao hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Father, you really dote on your daughter the most in the world." Marquis Gu was very pleased. This was what a caring little girl was like. Unlike that lass, who seemed to be leaking air everywhere. She was simply a cold armor. Marquis Gu temporarily put aside his official duties and went to the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty was listening to Minister Zhao report on the accident, the number of casualties, and the amount of damage at the scene. He was in a very bad mood. When he heard Marquis Gu say that the furnace's explosion might have been caused by the furnace and not the bellows, he wanted to throw Marquis Gu out. Marquis Gu did not know that he had ignited His Majesty's anger. He continued, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely find out the truth. Also, about the bellows, my two daughters have actually thought of it." After Marquis Gu left, His Majesty leaned tiredly against the back of the chair and raised his hand to massage his sore brows. The sky was dark and the surroundings were silent. The huge imperial study was dark and boundless, as if a giant beast had opened its dark mouth and swallowed him whole. After a long time, he sighed. Wei Xin. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei walked in. Do you want me to light the lamp? His Majesty nodded. Eunuch Wei lit an oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, His Majesty's face was haggard and his expression was tired. With such a big matter happening, the one who was most upset was the ruler of a country. He softly said, Your Majesty, please take care of your body. His Majesty asked, Tell me, whose credit is the bellows? Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. Your Majesty already has the answer in your heart. Why bother asking this servant? His Majesty said, the old Marquis had served Xin for his entire life, but he still had to bear the crime of being disrespectful. Xin took away his military power and removed his armor. Eunuch Wei brightened the lamp. That was for the country. His Majesty casually picked up a memorial from the table. The Marquis of Ding, and wants to give the credit to his adopted daughter. This matter was this matter. The responsibility for the accident had to be investigated, but the credit for the bellows could not be erased. Those who should be punished would be punished and those who should be rewarded would be rewarded. Eunuch Wei dryly laughed. This old servant should not say this. It doesn't matter who made the bellows. In the end, it was the work of the Marquis Fu. I heard that the eldest Miss Gu had already gotten married in the countryside and County Princess Hui had not yet married. This was very thought-provoking. If a married woman only married a country bumpkin, the help she could provide to her maternal family was limited. If Gu Jinyu married into a noble family, His Majesty would be like a tiger that had grown wings. In terms of value, the credit should be given to Gu Jinyu. As for the accident, once the evidence came out, the Marquis Ding and Fu would definitely have to take responsibility. His Majesty hesitated. But wouldn't this be too unfair to the eldest miss? Eunuch Wei earnestly said, her own father did not feel wronged. Why would your Majesty feel wronged for her? She is destined to be abandoned by the Marquis Fu. She will not be of any help to the Marquis Fu and will not be of any help to your Majesty. His Majesty gave a self-deprecating smile. Then is Xin still a wise ruler? Eunuch Wei said, Your Majesty sacrificed one person to save the people from disaster. Why is it unclear? Why is it unkind? Your Majesty. A young pill apprentice called from outside the door, You should take the pill. His Majesty gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and walked to the door with his horsetail whisk. He extended his skinny hand and said in a sharp voice, Give it to me. Yes. The young pill apprentice knelt on the ground and handed the brocade box to Eunuch Wei with both hands. Eunuch Wei took the pill and entered. Your Majesty, don't read the memorials for now. Take the pill. The young pill apprentice stretched his neck. He could not see the scene inside and could only vaguely see His Majesty take the pill from the silhouette in the window. He retreated with satisfaction. Once he left, His Majesty coldly snorted and threw the pill that he had not taken back into the box. With a face full of disdain, he said, Get rid of it. Yes. Eunuch Wei received the pill and put it away. Your Majesty. His Majesty's ears did not have a moment of peace before another young eunuch came. Imperial concubine Shu has come to deliver a tonic soup. Venison complete tonic soup. Good. It was another thing to seek favor. The inner palace had more porridge than monks. The monks had not been there for a long time. Which woman could stand it? But His Majesty was also very helpless. Eunuch Wei wanted to laugh but did not dare to. It took him a lot of effort to hold it in. Your Majesty, please bear with it. Didn't that little magic doctor say that you would be free of worries if you did not get sick for 2 years? It has been almost a year. At the mention of the little magic doctor, His Majesty's expression eased a little. He was bored in the palace, so he decided to go out for a walk. He left the palace in plain clothes and only brought eunuch Wei with him. The master and servant wore the clothes of an ordinary master and a steward and walked openly on the street. There were not many people in the world who had seen the emperor's true appearance, so the two of them were not worried about being recognized. Walking on the streets, looking at the lights of thousands of houses and seeing the people well-fed and well-dressed, the depression in His Majesty's heart finally dissipated a lot. Oh! As His Majesty was walking, a small ball fell over and rolled to his feet. Eunuch Wei was scared and opened his arms. Protect His Majesty. His Majesty looked at Eunuch Wei speechlessly. It's a child. The small ball pulled the hem of the clothes in front of him and stood up. He patted his little butt and looked down. Oh! My shoe! One of his tiger head shoes was gone. That was his most beloved little shoesie. He ran around in a circle but could not find his shoe. He was so anxious that he put his hands on his waist and stamped his feet. His Majesty was amused by his charmingly naive look and could not help but laugh. Little Jing Kong finally noticed the adult in front of him. He looked up at him, thought for a while, and said, "Handsome uncle, have you seen my shoe?" Chapter 205. Handsome uncle, this form of address was too interesting. This was the first time the emperor had been called this. All the flattering words could not compare to this child calling him handsome uncle. This child did not seem to be afraid of him. Although he traveled incognito, he had been sitting on the dragon throne for many years. He had already developed the aura of a dragon. When normal people saw him, they would feel a sense of fear. He squatted down. Eunuch Wei stopped him, "Master." The emperor raised his hand to stop him, indicating for him to shut up. He squatted down in front of little Jing Kong and looked at little Jing Kong at eye level. This child was too beautiful. She had a round little face, big grape-like eyes, small eyebrows, and a small nose and mouth that were unbelievably good-looking. The last time he saw such a cute child was when Aheng was young. Facing this kind of child, no one could put on airs. The emperor could not help but reveal a gentle smile. "What is your name?" "Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to think. He grabbed his lapel and said, "I am a student of the Imperial College." The emperor was extremely moved by this child's cuteness. Every little expression and action was extremely cute. The night was too dark, and he paid too much attention. At first glance, he felt that his clothes were a little familiar, but he did not think that he was a student of the Imperial College. After all, the children in the Imperial College were all 6 or 7 years old. This little ball looked to be less than 4 years old. He laughed. "Are you really a student of the Imperial College? How could the Imperial College have such a young student?" Little Jing Kong confidently said, "I am. I really am. If you don't believe me, you can test me." In truth, the emperor did not know what the Imperial College was, so he tested his chubby son on the 1000-character classic and the 3-character classic. As a result, little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked at him with a serious expression, giving such childish questions. "Are you looking down on me?" The emperor, the night wind in February was still very cold. Little Jing Kong lost one of his shoes and stood on the cold ground with his little feet. He was freezing. He put his right foot on top of his left shoe, but this made him unsteady. He swayed from side to side, and his little foot fell to the ground. He quickly lifted his little foot and put it back on top of his left shoe. This repeated over and over. The emperor suddenly felt sorry for his small foot. The emperor bent down and picked up the little fellow. Eunuch Wei was shocked. "Your Majesty! What are you doing? You are the ruler of a country, the true dragon, the son of heaven. How can you casually carry a commoner's child?" Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he had become taller. He twiddled his fingers in his handsome uncle's arms. He couldn't let strangers hug him. But a little hug didn't seem to be a big deal. Uncle Handsome didn't look like a bad person. In Zhao country, there was a saying that one would hug a grandson but not a son. Thus, the emperor had never even hugged his own son. Now, he was hugging a commoner's child. It turned out that a child's body was so soft and had a faint milky fragrance. "Where do you live?" the emperor asked pleasantly. Little Jing Kong pointed at the medical center. He lived in Bai Shui Alley, but he was going to the medical center now. His friends were all in the medical center. "Master." Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor worriedly. The emperor said, "It's okay. The public security around the Imperial College was very good. Besides, he also wanted to see if the emperor's foot was really clean and peaceful. Let me carry him." Eunuch Wei reached out his hand. The emperor could even carry the country. How could he not carry a child? The emperor rejected Eunuch Wei and carried little Jing Kong to the medical center. The emperor didn't know that this was the medical center where the victims of the accident were. Little Jing Kong pointed him to the back door and directly entered Gu Jiao's small courtyard. In the courtyard, Qin Chuyu was eating heartily. He didn't expect that his father would arrive 3 seconds later. He had a stick of candied haws in his left hand and a bottle of milk in his right hand. He was sucking on it, and it was so delicious that it bubbled. "Chuyu." Little Jing Kong called him. "Yes." He answered without thinking. When he looked up, he almost choked to death. The emperor and Eunuch Wei also saw Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu said, "Father, father, father." Eunuch Wei said, 7, 7, 7, 7. The emperor said, "Shut up." The two of them obediently shut up. Little Jing Kong looked at Uncle Handsome and then at Qin Chuyu. He felt that the two of them didn't look right. "Do you know each other?" He tilted his head and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Chuyu was jealous. He had never been carried by his father in his life. How could this kid take advantage of him? Qin Chuyu boldly glanced at the emperor. Seeing that the emperor didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him, he cleared his throat and said, "He's my father." "So he's your father." Little Jing Kong suddenly understood. In the countryside, the emperor had several grandchildren of his age. However, little Jing Kong was the eldest in the family. Moreover, he had seen Su Kanji's father. Su Kanji had a son at an old age. Su Kanji's father was older than Chu Yu's father, so little Jing Kong accepted this matter quite well. Little Jing Kong wiggled his little butt and got down from Uncle Handsome's arms. Qin Chuyu finally saw his feet. It turned out that his father carried him back because he didn't have any shoes. He felt a little better. Little Jing Kong said, "Your father is so good-looking." Qin Chuyu replied politely, "Your brother-in-law is good-looking too." Little Jing Kong, who didn't think his bad brother-in-law was good-looking at all, little Jing Kong jumped into Jiao Jiao's room and changed into a new pair of tiger head shoes. Gu Jiao Jiao's courtyard was filled with little Jing Kong's things. From clothes, shoes, to toys, everything was available. As soon as the emperor appeared, Qin Chuyu became extremely nervous. He didn't dare to eat snacks or drink milk. He just stood there like a coward. The two people Qin Chuyu was most afraid of in his life were his uncle, Marquis Xianping, and the emperor. In fact, neither of them had beaten him before. On the contrary, Empress Xiao would occasionally hit his palm with a ruler when she was angry. The emperor was also quite depressed. At this moment, he really believed that the little fellow was a student of the Imperial College and was even his son's classmate. But how could an 8-year-old child play together with a 4-year-old child? Also, the sky was so dark, but he didn't go back to the palace. However, the emperor didn't embarrass his son in front of outsiders. Soon, Su Kanji came back breathlessly. Jing Kong, where did you go? Little Jing Kong ran out and shook his head with his hands on his hips. I told you you couldn't catch up with me. Ha ha ha. Who is he? Although Su Kanji's father was a court official, he had never seen the emperor. He's Chuyu's father, little Jing Kong introduced. Oh. Su Kanji greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Chu. Old man Su only told Su Kanji to play with Chuyu. He didn't say that Chuyu was a prince, so Su Kanji naturally didn't know that Chuyu's surname was Qin. The two children didn't know Qin Chuyu's identity. It seemed that they had made a real friend. The emperor's expression was not so strict. The three children played for a while more. Qin Chuyu's servants came to take him back to the palace. They were all scared to death when they saw the emperor. The emperor didn't say anything and was about to take Qin Chuyu away. Suddenly, a few women's shrill cries came from outside the courtyard. The emperor frowned. What's going on? Little Jing Kong sighed. It's the patients' families. A lot of patients came to the clinic today. They were seriously injured. Their families are very sad. A lot of patients. An ominous premonition flashed through the emperor's heart. He gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and went to the front hall to ask around. He didn't know if he didn't ask, but when he did, he was shocked. This miracle medicine hall treated dozens of government laborers and craftsmen who were involved in the accident at the Ministry of Works. Both the upper and lower floors were full. The emperor sent the three children away and let them go inside to eat. After listening to Eunuch Wei's report, the emperor's face suddenly darkened. When Minister Zhao reported the accident to him, he didn't mention that there were so many injured people. Isn't there only a dozen? Most of them aren't seriously injured. He said that only 2 of them were seriously injured, and they have been properly treated. This was why the emperor had come to Jiangnan to visit incognito. In order to protect their official positions, the news they sent to him had all been filtered. The emperor of a country was blinded and would make the wrong decision. Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say anything. When Minister Zhao reported to the emperor, he already guessed that there were more casualties. The emperor probably guessed it too. However, he and the emperor didn't expect Minister Zhao to hide so much. This was too much. I'll go and see for myself, the emperor said in a low voice. You can't, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. As a eunuch, he was terrified of those injured people. The emperor, as the emperor of a country, couldn't go and see such a scene. The emperor ignored Eunuch Wei's obstruction and strode out of the courtyard. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he unexpectedly met a strong figure. Military officer Gu, the emperor was surprised. Gu Chongqing came to see little Jing Kong and Gu Qinglin. Gu Qinglin was moved to Gu Jiao's small courtyard because the ward was too crowded. However, he had been lying in the room and didn't come out. Therefore, even little Jing Kong and the others didn't know he was in the courtyard. Gu Chongqing was also very surprised to see the emperor here. Gu Chongqing saluted with his hands folded. Your Majesty. The emperor's gaze fell on his bandaged left hand and asked, You also went to the scene of the accident? Gu Chongqing said truthfully, Yes, I heard the news on the way and brought a group of people there. The emperor nodded and assumed that he was here to escort the injured people. The emperor asked again, "Is your hand okay?" Gu Changqing said, "It's not serious. It's just a superficial wound." The emperor looked at him steadily. "You went to the scene, so you should know the situation at that time. Tell me honestly, how many people died?" Gu Changqing was a member of the military camp and didn't participate in the affairs of the 6 ministries. Logically speaking, he should avoid this topic. However, when he thought of the injured people and Gu Jiao almost sacrificing her own life to save them, he finally made up his mind and said honestly, 6 people are in critical condition, 13 are seriously injured, 37 are slightly injured, and 1. I don't know if we can save him. If we can't save him, there's only 1 person left. The emperor felt his vision go dark. Although he expected the situation to be more serious than what Minister Zhao said, he didn't expect it to be this serious. The patient that was being saved was the man that Gu Jiao had put a black cloth on. He was judged to be of no value. However, he was still breathing when everyone left the scene. Other medical centers didn't dare to take him, but Gu Jiao did. After the 6 critically ill patients were all out of danger, Gu Jiao began to save him. She had been saving him for 6 hours now. Whether there was a death or not, the nature of the accident was completely different. Everyone waited anxiously, including the emperor and Gu Changqing. The emperor was worried about that life, and Gu Changqing was worried about that life and Gu Jiao's health. Gu Changqing brought a water bag over. The emperor looked at him strangely. After an unknown amount of time, the door finally opened. Gu Jiao walked out. She was soaked with sweat and there wasn't a dry spot on her body. Gu Changqing strode forward. "How are you?" His willpower is really strong. He saved his life for the time being, but he hasn't completely passed the danger. At this point, Gu Jiao realized that Gu Changqing was asking about her. She paused. "I'm fine." She was just a little hungry. Gu Changqing uncorked the water bag in his hand and handed it to her. "The food is ready. Go and eat something." Gu Jiao nodded and took a sip from the water bag. The emperor looked at Gu Jiao and was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to see her here. Wasn't this, oh. Gu Jiao saw the emperor, but she didn't recognize him. Seeing the emperor's stunned expression, she asked, "Are you the patient's family?" The emperor was so stunned that he forgot to answer. Gu Changqing knew that the emperor was traveling incognito, but he didn't know how to explain. Gu Jiao continued, "His condition is still unstable. He has to pass the critical period for 3 days." The emperor finally found his voice. Yes, he was wearing a bamboo hat at the time, so the little girl didn't recognize him. The emperor said, "I'm not his family." Oh. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Are you from the Yamen to investigate the accident?" Without waiting for the emperor to speak, Gu Jiao nodded her head. "If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. You can also ask Dr. Song, Dr. Chen, and Dr. Li. We were all people who went to the scene." She didn't say that the investigation was useless, or that officials don't make decisions for the people. She also didn't ask if she would get in trouble if she answered truthfully. She looked at him with frank and sincere eyes. The emperor was suddenly speechless. Gu Changqing whispered, "I'll deal with the investigation. You go eat quickly." Gu Jiao felt that it was feasible and turned around to go to the courtyard. Only when she was far away did the emperor recover from the successive shocks. He remembered the way Gu Changqing interacted with the other party. It didn't seem like it was the first day they met. He asked, "You know each other?" Gu Changqing cupped his hands and took a deep breath before saying, "Replying to your majesty, she is this official's little sister." The emperor was shocked again, "Your little sister?" Your little sister isn't, Gu Chongqing firmly said, she is my biological little sister. On the carriage back to the palace, Qin Chuyu, who was tired from playing, fell asleep. He laid down next to the emperor. The little fatty's body was curled up like a little bear cub. Eunuch Wei used his hand to stop him from rolling off the bed. The emperor was completely immersed in an indescribable shock. The harvest from this trip was too great. The injured person's condition, the Ministry of Works concealment, and the little godly doctor who treated his venereal disease. And the little godly doctor was actually Marquis Ding An's biological daughter. If that was the case, then the bellows was also her. Marquis Ding An, are you a stupid pig? After the emperor returned to the palace, the first thing he did was to have Minister Zhao roll over to his imperial study and ask him about the true casualties. Minister Zhao wanted to make a final struggle, but unexpectedly, the emperor directly threw the list of injured people in front of him. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao was stunned. Didn't he already issue a gag order? Which brat that wasn't afraid of death had leaked the truth? The people in the Ministry of Works naturally did not have this courage, so the emperor did not have any hopes of starting with the Ministry of Works. He appointed Gu Chongqing. Many of today's patients had been escorted by Gu Chongqing's guards. He knew which medical centers they had been sent to and easily obtained the names of the patients. Among them, the Miracle Hands Hall had taken in the most patients. This included a dying patient and 6 critically ill patients that had been rejected by other medical centers. There were also 7 heavily injured patients and 10 lightly injured patients. Seeing the list, Minister Zhao's face turned white. Although the cause of this accident was Gu Jinyu messing with the bellows, as the head of the Ministry of Works, Minister Zhao was not without responsibility. The Yaman's time for work was at 7 in the morning, but the accident happened at 5 in the morning. In other words, those craftsmen were already working hard before the sun rose. When Minister Zhao reported the news, he delayed it by 2 hours in order to hide the fact that they had started work early. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that many of the injured were illegal workers hired by the government office. They were paid the least and did the most tiring and dangerous work. The court paid them the salary of regular craftsmen, so where did the difference in the salary go? The Ministry of Works had countless workshops of various sizes. This was just the tip of the iceberg. If the other workshops also had this kind of shady business, then it would be a terrifying amount. The emperor's chest was filled with anger. My eyes are blind, my ears are deaf. If there was such a despicable thing under the emperor's feet, then what about the entire country of Zhao? The national treasury was in deficit because they had raised these vermin. Minister Zhao desperately kowtowed. Your Majesty. This subject did not know of this matter. This subject was negligent. Your Majesty, please give this subject a chance to forgive you. This subject will investigate this matter thoroughly and find the person behind the chaos. It would be strange if the emperor believed him. He had the imperial guards drag him away. The emperor trembled with anger. Eunuch Wei offered a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please calm down. The emperor fumed. Such a big thing has happened and everyone treats me like I'm deaf. Like I'm blind. How do you want me to calm down? Eunuch Wei sighed. Minister Zhao was actually useful. He had been the Minister of Works for 2 consecutive terms. His merits outweighed his faults. If not for the furnace and bellows incident, he would probably have been promoted next year. But he had run into that Miss Gu. Was it Minister Zhao who was unlucky, or was it all the people related to Gu Jinyu who were unlucky? Eunuch Wei helplessly shook his head. Thinking of something, he asked, Your Majesty, about Princess Hui. Yes, there was still this problem. The emperor's head hurt. He pinched his sore brows. Summon her into the palace tomorrow. Early the next morning, Eunuch Wei went to the Marquis Fu and summoned Gu Jinyu into the palace. Gu Jinyu had learned her lesson and was more careful today. On the way to the imperial study, she secretly stuffed a heavy pouch into Eunuch Wei's hands. She warmly said, "Eunuch Wei, why did your majesty summon me today?" Eunuch Wei smiled and put the pouch into his pocket. Gu Jinyu saw him accept it and was delighted. But she heard him say, "Princess will know when you go in. I don't dare to ask your majesty's intentions." Gu Jinyu. After Gu Jinyu entered the imperial study, she respectfully bowed. "This official's daughter greets your majesty." The emperor did not tell her to get up. He read through the memorials in his hand and left her hanging for a quarter of an hour until her legs were numb. Only then did he say, "Neither too fast nor too slow, the results of the investigation of the accident have come out. It was caused by excessive bellows. You personally modified it. Do you have anything to say about this?" Gu Jinyu had not slept the entire night. She had already guessed this possibility and had thought of what to say. She knelt down and kowtowed. She sincerely said, "This official's daughter is guilty." When this official's daughter was calculating the maximum amount of wind the furnace could withstand, she miscalculated a number. These were the words that Gu Jiao had used against her. She used what she had learned. "Thank you so much, elder sister." The emperor was very obsessed with arithmetic and astronomy. When he heard her mention this, he almost indicated for her to continue speaking. Fortunately, he remembered his purpose. "Then what about the bellows? Did you really invent the bellows? If not, do you know what crime you committed? If you tell me honestly, I can forgive you this time for the sake of the old marquis. Otherwise, if we really find evidence, Gu Jinyu, you know the consequences." The crime of deceiving the emperor was punishable by flogging or death. Gu Jinyu's heart was flustered. Didn't His Majesty trust her yesterday? Why did he suddenly suspect her? It was His Majesty who summoned Gu Jiao, and then what did Gu Jiao say about her in front of His Majesty? What an abominable girl. Although Gu Jinyu was very tempted by the emperor's suggestion, she still retained her last shred of clarity. This was His Majesty's trap. His Majesty could not find any evidence. If he could, he would have already punished her. Why would he force her to confess? As long as she refused to admit it, the invention was hers. Even though her mistake had led to a tragic accident, with the invention of the bellows, according to the laws of the Zhao country, her merits and demerits were offset. At worst, she would be fined a large sum of money, but she herself would not have to accept any punishment. She kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, what I said is true. The bellows was invented by me." The emperor's fingers turned white from holding the memorial. Eunuch Wei looked at Gu Jinyu and then at the emperor. He shook his head and sighed. Gu Jiao did not have the first draft. She had drawn it on the ground and it had been copied by a carpenter. Gu Jinyu was confident that she dared to insist that the bellows were hers. The emperor sighed and said, "All right, we believe you. You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gu Jinyu slowly stood up. The emperor said, "You have reached the age to talk about marriage. The empress and noble consort Zhuang have found several outstanding men for you. Come and take a look." Gu Jinyu was startled at first, then she was overjoyed. She walked forward and said, "Yes." She came to the emperor's desk and reached for the portrait that the emperor had given her with his eyes. She swore that she did not touch anything, but the imperial jade seal on the table suddenly fell. It turned out that the imperial jade seal was pressing down on the portrait. On top of the imperial jade seal was another portrait. Gu Jinyu had taken the portrait that was being pressed down by the imperial jade seal. The imperial jade seal fell to the floor and broke a corner with a bang. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. The emperor was very calm. He looked at the broken imperial jade seal on the ground and said faintly, "Oh, princess, this is the imperial jade seal. You broke it." "Your Majesty, no. I didn't. I didn't break it." Gu Jinyu panicked. The emperor snorted coldly, "If it wasn't you, was it we? We didn't even raise our hand. Everyone in the room saw it." Gu Jinyu looked at the emperor in disbelief. "Your Majesty." The emperor calmly took a sip of tea. "Deliberately breaking the imperial jade seal is a capital offense. Whether you did it on purpose or not, we will order people to investigate. Go to the prison and reflect. Guards, take the imperial daughter to the Ministry of Justice's prison." Gu Jinyu screamed, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Gu Jinyu was awkwardly carried out by the imperial guards. Eunuch Wei looked sympathetically at Gu Jinyu. Fighting with the emperor. Too inexperienced. The emperor's depression lessened. He had people put away the imperial jade seal that had been broken by Qin Chuyu. He said to Eunuch Wei, "In a moment, if Marquis Ding and comes to plead for his daughter, have him go plead for his eldest daughter." Eunuch Wei's mouth twitched. Yes. The emperor's guess was correct. Marquis Gu really did enter the palace to plead with the emperor after hearing the news. Eunuch Wei stopped him outside the imperial study. Of course, he could not directly pass on the emperor's words. That would easily cause hatred between the emperor and the young divine doctor. As the head eunuch who had carved out a bloody path in the inner palace, Eunuch Wei had his own way of speaking. He slightly polished his words and said, "Because of the Ministry of Works Yamen, His Majesty did not sleep a wink and has just rested. Junju has made a great mistake and harmed so many innocent craftsmen. His Majesty is currently in a fit of anger. There is no use for Marquis to see His Majesty. Marquis' eldest daughter has performed meritorious service in treating the injured. If Marquis really wants to plead with her, it would be better to plead with her. If she comes forward, I believe His Majesty will be willing to grant her grace. That girl was just a little medicine boy. How could she treat the injured? She was just basking in the glory of the Miracle Hands Hall." Although he slandered her in his heart, his steps did not stop for a moment. He quickly rushed to the Miracle Hands Hall. It was still quite early. Gu Jiao had just finished changing the medicine for the injured person who had been bound with a black cloth. She then went to the other sick rooms to check on the conditions of the 6 critically ill patients. Everything was fine. She returned to the courtyard. The girls' school had started. The female student called Li Wanwan had begun practicing the guqin in the neighboring forest. Fortunately, it did not torture Gu Jiao's ears. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and lay on the rattan chair in the courtyard, listening to Li Wanwan play the guqin. Halfway through, the courtyard door was forcefully slammed. "Open the door." It was Marquis Gu. Li Wanwan was probably frightened, and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. "Play yours," Gu Jiao said. The owner of the guqin did not ask why. She seemed to trust Gu Jiao very much and continued to play the guqin. Her guqin was very beautiful and could soothe the restlessness in one's heart. Marquis Gu, who was outside the door, had no time to appreciate the guqin. It was obvious that the door was bolted from the inside. That girl was in the courtyard, but he had been knocking on the door for a long time and that girl did not respond. That girl was doing it on purpose. Marquis Gu was furious. "I know you're in there. Hurry up and come out. Jinyu has been taken away. Hurry up and save her." Gu Jiao scoffed and put one hand behind her head. What did Gu Jinyu being taken away have to do with her? Marquis Gu was not discouraged. Jinyu didn't do it on purpose. She didn't do it on purpose. She only wanted to improve the bellows for the good of the court. She also didn't expect such a big accident to happen. You're her elder sister. You can't let her go to jail. Oh, jail. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. When Marquis Gu heard that Gu Jinyu had been taken away, he lost his mind and forgot to ask what crime Gu Jinyu had been arrested for. He even thought that His Majesty was blaming Gu Jinyu in the name of the accident. Marquis Gu roared, "She's your younger sister. Do you still have a conscience? Hurry up and come with me to the palace to see His Majesty. I beg His Majesty to grant you a favor and pardon your younger sister." Gu Jiao, ha ha ha. Marquis Gu was furious. You, if you don't come out, I'll seal this medical hall. I'll see how you can continue to be so arrogant. Before he could finish, the courtyard door opened with a creak. A slender white hand reached out, revealing a white wrist that was as delicate as jade. She lifted her wrist and grabbed Marquis Gu's collar. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before he was dragged into the courtyard. You brat, what are you doing? Marquis Gu's buttocks rubbed against the ground mercilessly. Gu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she dragged him, as if she was dragging a gunny sack. Without another word, she dragged him into the woodshed. She closed the door of the woodshed. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the sound of a zither was melodious. An indescribable scream rang out from the woodshed. Ah, 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 bang bang bang. Dong dong dong. Caw caw caw. Don't hit my face, ah. The sound of the zither was melodious and mellow. When the last note was played, a certain someone in the woodshed had also finished punching his last fist. Gu Jiao opened the door and walked out of the woodshed, feeling refreshed. The sunlight shone in and shone on Marquis Gu's bruised and swollen pig head. He was like a puppet whose strings had been cut, leaning against the wall soullessly and sitting on the ground. Marquis Gu felt wronged. Boo-hoo. I said I don't like to be hit in the face. Chapter 206. After Li Wanwan finished playing, she was a little worried about Gu Jiao. She actually heard some noise, but the girl on the other side of the wall didn't let her stop, so she had to bite the bullet and continue playing. After she finished playing, there was no more movement. She stood up, looked at the cold wall, and worriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right? You played 2 wrong notes." What answered her was a cold voice with a hint of coldness. Li Wanwan was startled. "You made such a big noise just now, are you sure you didn't go to fight? You can tell that I made a mistake, what kind of ghost are you?" Then I'll play again," Li Wanwan whispered. "N." Gu Jiao brushed her wide sleeves and once again lay back on the rattan chair, leisurely basking in the sun. This time, Li Wanwan was 120% alert and finally didn't make any mistakes. At noon, the patient with the black strip on him woke up. He was an illegal worker, this was confirmed by Gu Chongqing yesterday. In this accident, most of the people who were injured were illegal workers privately hired by the Ministry of Works. They all came from poor families or didn't have any family members, so they ended up like this. However, the other illegal workers at least had a friend come to visit them, but this person didn't have anything for 2 days. He was lying alone on the hospital bed, but his vitality was tenacious and stubborn. His burn area was very large, so he needed to use normal saline to clean the wound every day. It was as painful as scraping his flesh. Dr. Song had just changed his dressing, but he didn't know if it was because his hands were too unfamiliar, but the pain woke him up. "Leave this to me, you go see the other patients." Gu Jiao carried a small medicine box into the room. "Ah, okay." Dr. Song wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and left the room. Gu Jiao had put black strips on a lot of people. This was a helpless choice, but it was a choice that had to be made. Their survival rate was almost zero, and treating them would lead to the death of a large number of critically ill patients who could be saved. Among all the patients who were judged to have no value in saving, only this one survived. How do you feel? Can you hear me? Gu Jiao put the medicine box on the bedside table, took out a small flashlight, and shone it into his eyes. His pupils responded well. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his throat was too hoarse and he couldn't make a sound. Gu Jiao understood. She took a tongue depressor and looked at his throat. There's a slight edema and some inflammation. It's not a big problem with some medicine. You'll be able to speak in a few days. Can you hear me? If you can, blink your eyes. He blinked his eyes. His anti-inflammatory medicine was finished, and there was still a bag of rehydration fluid to replenish his electrolytes. Gu Jiao changed the rehydration fluid and adjusted the titer. This bottle is finished after the injection. I'll come back later to pull out the needles for you. Gu Jiao said, packed up the medicine box, and turned to go out. The man's mood suddenly became agitated. Gu Jiao pinched his wrist. His injury was too serious, and his pulse was too fast. It was easy for something to go wrong. Gu Jiao gently comforted him. Don't be agitated. Your injury can be cured. Our medical center will do its best to treat you. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses, the government will pay. However, he was still very agitated. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and asked, do you want to ask about someone else's situation? If yes, blink your eyes. If not, close your eyes. The man blinked his eyes. Gu Jiao said, your companion. A craftsman from the government. The man closed his eyes. Gu Jiao, family. The man hesitated for a moment and blinked his eyes. Gu Jiao said, do you want to ask if your family has come to see you? The man closed his eyes. He had a family, but he didn't ask if his family had come to see him. He was very worried about his family. Is there someone in your family? Gu Jiao asked. The man blinked his eyes heavily. The man couldn't speak, so Gu Jiao had to take the map of the capital. However, Gu Jiao wasn't familiar with the capital, so she couldn't figure out where he was referring to. Gu Changqing came to the medical center today to find the craftsman who had woken up to investigate the accident. When he heard about Gu Jiao's situation, he came over and said to her, let me ask. The map of the capital only detailed the streets and not the alleys and houses. Gu Changqing had been patrolling the capital all year round and was familiar with every corner of the capital. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to ask where the man lived. I know. I'll go and inform your family. Gu Changqing returned the map to Gu Jiao and turned to leave the medical center. Gu Changqing found the man's residence in the dirtiest and poorest suburb of the capital. It could no longer be called a residence, but a shack that could barely shelter him from the wind and rain. The shack was a mess and empty. There was only the sound of heavy breathing coming from a broken cabinet that was picked up from outside. Gu Changqing subconsciously pressed down on the sword at his waist. He walked over to the cabinet and carefully opened the door. He saw a little girl with disheveled hair. The little girl was sitting in the cabinet. Her face was dirty and her clothes were tattered. She held a rusty knife in her hands and looked at Gu Changqing in horror. Gu Changqing looked at her deeply and stretched out his hand to her. Jiang Shi asked me to pick you up. Gu Changqing brought the little girl back to the medical center. Jiang Shi was the name that the man registered in the government office. He was an illegal worker, so the possibility of him being an illegal resident was very high. This name might be an alias. The little girl was Jiang Shi's younger sister. She was thin and small and looked only 5 years old. However, after Gu Jiao checked her teeth, he found that she was already changing teeth. She had 2 permanent teeth, 1 molar, and even the side incisors were beginning to sprout. The side incisors usually sprout at the age of 8 or 9. In other words, she should be at least 8 years old. Gu Jiao also checked her body. Other than being malnourished, she had no other problems. It was just that she was very timid and didn't talk to others. The second boss picked a young maidservant who had a good temper, a good appearance, and seemed to be quite amiable. He had the young maidservant take her to bathe and eat. He also bought her a few new clothes out of his own pocket. The second boss also arranged a separate room for her, but she didn't want to stay there. She wanted to stay with her brother. Xiao Sanzi, make a bamboo bed for her, the second boss ordered. Okay. Xiao Sanzi moved a bamboo bed in and placed it next to Jiang Shi's bed. He spread a thick mattress and made a temporary bed for the little girl. The little girl sat on the bed and looked at her brother from time to time. Her brother also looked at her, his eyes full of gentleness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the words he heard in the organization when he was a secret agent in his previous life. Don't fall in love with anyone, and don't have any worries. Once people have worries, they won't dare to die. The little girl leaned on the railing of the bed and held her brother's hand. She knew that her brother was injured, but she didn't know what kind of danger he had gone through. She also didn't know how much willpower her brother had used to crawl back from hell. Because I'm worried about you, I can't let you die. On the other hand, the emperor knew that Marquis Gu's pleading had been unsuccessful. He didn't know about the situation in Gu Jiao's courtyard. He wasn't so crazy as to spy on the little divine doctor. He only sent someone to keep an eye on Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu entered the clinic on his feet and left lying down. He was found by his subordinate, Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong skillfully carried him onto the carriage. According to the spy's report, it was tragic. The emperor, did he fight with someone? Eunuch Wei, we don't know. We don't dare to ask. However, looking at Marquis Gu's tragic state, his pleading must have failed. The emperor had a rough idea of the little divine doctor's attitude towards Gu Jinyu. The emperor put down the mountain of memorials. All right, let's go to the clinic. He had something to ask the little divine doctor in person. And his illness. The little divine doctor had said that he would have a checkup every 3 months for a total of 2 years. Eunuch Wei asked, "Is your majesty still traveling incognito? Do you want to wear a bamboo hat this time?" It was necessary to travel incognito. As for the bamboo hat, the emperor thought for a while and wore it. Eunuch Wei had appeared at the clinic yesterday, so the emperor didn't bring him. Instead, he brought Eunuch He, who had accompanied him to the county town. Eunuch He was an inconspicuous eunuch. He didn't even work for the emperor. It was hard for ordinary people to associate him with the emperor. Eunuch Wei felt jealous in his heart. Every time for such an important mission, the emperor would bring along that old bastard, old He. To think that he had served the emperor so well. Even the trip to Jiangnan had nothing to do with him. The emperor had only mentioned the little magic doctor after the event. Eunuch He and the emperor, who was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil, appeared at the clinic together. The second master and shopkeeper Wang had seen Eunuch He and the man in the bamboo hat. However, that was in the small county town. At that time, they were held by a group of martial arts masters. The memory was still fresh. Seeing the two of them again, the second master and shopkeeper Wang instinctively shivered. What's wrong with them? How much hatred did they have against them? Why did they chase them all the way from the county town to the capital? The second master and shopkeeper Wang misunderstood. The emperor didn't bring any martial arts masters with him this time, only the second master and Eunuch He. The emperor lowered his voice and asked in a low voice that he used to talk to people in the county town, "Is that girl here?" Shopkeeper Wang realized that the emperor was asking about Gu Jiao, who had treated him. He pointed at the backyard and said, she's in the back. Before he could finish his words, the emperor had already left with eunuch He. He went to Gu Jiao's yard with ease. However, the first person he saw was the child he had met on the street last night. The little guy was wearing the elementary school uniform of the Imperial College. He stood at the gate of the yard with his face scrunched up. It seemed that he was worried about something. Jing Kong. The emperor walked over. The little Jing Kong frowned and looked up at him strangely. Do you know me? Only then did the emperor remember that he was wearing a bamboo hat with a veil. He smiled and said, the people in the clinic told me. Are you Jing Kong? Yes, I am. The little Jing Kong nodded. The emperor liked this child very much, not only because he was cute, but also because he had done him a big favor. If he hadn't brought him to the clinic by chance, he might not have found out the truth about the accident and the bellows. He already knew that the little Jing Kong was the little miracle-working doctor's younger brother. However, he didn't know that Marquis Gu had a younger son among the common people. He didn't know where this younger brother came from. He asked pleasantly, is your sister here? Are you looking for Jiao Jiao? The little Jing Kong spread his hands. Then you may have to wait. She's treating someone. The emperor asked, what illness? The little Jing Kong said, bird disease. The emperor was slightly stunned. The little Jing Kong sighed. Alas, these adults are always fooling around outside. They go to Jiao Jiao and break the birds. Then they come to Jiao Jiao to look after the birds. Jiao Jiao is very busy. How can she have time to look after the birds for you stinky men every day? The stinky man learned this from Auntie Zhang next door. He was now at the age where he was learning to speak. He couldn't distinguish between good and bad words. When he heard something, he said it. He even mastered the sharp tone of his words perfectly. The emperor didn't think about it at first, but his expression and tone made him think twice. He broke out in a cold sweat and wondered if this disease was so prevalent in the capital now. Then, he saw a few men coming out with bird cages. Thank you, Miss Gu. We'll be careful. We won't feed the birds anymore. The men thanked Gu Jiao Jiao and left with myna, parrot, thrush, and other love birds. They were finally saved. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched. So the birds you mentioned were literally birds. The little Jing Kong ran over and pointed at the emperor outside the door. Jiao Jiao. Someone is looking for you. Gu Jiao Jiao looked at the emperor. The emperor was wearing a bamboo hat, so he wasn't worried that she would recognize him. However, a young man who was carrying a birdcage accidentally twisted his foot. The young man reached out and grabbed the emperor's bamboo hat off. His face was exposed with a whoosh. At the critical moment, the emperor pushed eunuch He into the grass. Eunuch He, who suffered an unexpected disaster, was dumbfounded. The little Jing Kong exclaimed, Uncle Chu. It's you. He said to Gu Jiao Jiao, Jiao 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 Jiao. He's the handsome uncle from yesterday. He's my classmate's father. Gu Jiao Jiao didn't see eunuch He. Based on the bamboo hat that fell on the ground, she didn't think that he was the special patient she treated in the county town. Gu Jiao Jiao, oh, so the official from yesterday is the little fatty's father. The emperor smiled. He was about to cry. Gu Jiao Jiao asked, are you here to investigate? Yes. The emperor braced himself and answered. Gu Jiao Jiao said to the little Jing Kong, you can play in the yard for a while. Okay, Jiao Jiao. The little Jing Kong was a sensible child. He knew that Jiao Jiao was busy, so he skipped away to play. Gu Jiao Jiao brought the emperor into the central room and poured him a cup of tea. The emperor looked at the big bowl in front of him and thought that the little magic doctor had a good taste. "What else do you want to know?" Gu Jiaojiao asked. Although Gu Chongqing said yesterday that he would handle the investigation, it was hard to guarantee that the government would collect evidence from many aspects. The emperor did have something to ask her. Since he brought it up, he said, "I'm here for the matter of the bellows. I heard that you invented the bellows, and your sister falsely claimed your credit." "You're wrong," Gu Jiaojiao said. The emperor was stunned. Gu Jiaojiao said, "She's not my sister. She didn't admit it." The emperor smiled embarrassedly. So it was this. He was scared to death. He thought that she didn't invent the bellows. Gu Jiaojiao continued, "Also, I didn't invent the bellows." The emperor had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked when he heard this. "Is she really your sister?" "Not her either." Gu Jiaojiao said, "I learned it from someone else." The emperor's heart skipped a beat. Someone else. From the Liang Kingdom. Among the 6 countries, the Liang Kingdom was the most advanced in manufacturing. "No, not in this world," Gu Jiaojiao said. When Gu Jiaojiao said "not in this world," the emperor automatically interpreted it as her missing a word. The complete sentence should not be "in this world." The emperor's thoughts were one level deeper than the Marquis of Dingyan. He had seen Gu Jiaojiao's medical skills. Gu Jiao was definitely not a normal country girl. Of course, the emperor could not guess that Gu Jiao was a soul that came from another world. He only thought that Gu Jiaojiao had met a hidden expert and was taken in as a disciple. Only, that expert had already passed away. If the emperor thought this, it was not bad. It would save Gu Jiaojiao the trouble of explaining. The emperor suddenly smiled. "You girl, you really aren't greedy for credit." Gu Jiaojiao did not have any interest in these so-called credits. Her original intention was to have her ironwork come out as soon as possible. "Is there anything else to investigate?" she asked. The emperor hesitated a bit and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "No." He stood up and left. Gu Jiao lightly opened her mouth. "You're not going to see a doctor?" The emperor turned his head. "Aw." Gu Jiao pointed at her own small medicine box. "You've been staring at my medicine box. Could it be that you don't want to see a doctor?" In truth, the emperor had only looked twice. When he came, he looked once. When he left, he looked once. If it was any other girl, they definitely would not have noticed. Otherwise, why would he say that she was amazing? The emperor cleared his throat. "Cough, it's not a big matter. It's just that I kicked off my blankets in the middle of the night and caught a cold. I have a headache and a fever." Gu Jiao, "Take off your pants." Emperor, "Hey. Wait," it seemed like something was wrong. When Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, she found that there was an extra syphilis test paper inside. Eunuch Wei said with a pleasant expression, "My master went to the palace to see His Majesty and told His Majesty about Mississippi. His Majesty said that the credit for the bellows belongs to Mississippi Miss. Please accept His Majesty's reward." Gu Jiao was curious about what the emperor gave her. After Eunuch Wei left, she immediately opened the box. It was such a big and exquisite box, but it was full of decorations. There was only a brush lying in it. Gu Jiao, who was harmed by the brush, was speechless. This was not an ordinary brush. It was the emperor's imperial brush. There was the emperor's personal seal on it and the emperor's fingerprints that he had used for many years. This was something that all the scholars and concubines of the 6 palaces wanted. However, in Gu Jiao's eyes, wasn't this just a brush? It was a second-hand brush. Gu Jiao, who did not want to write with a brush, despised it so much. She sold the emperor's imperial brush. The buyer was Zhuang Mengdai. This is the imperial brush. You really want to sell it? No matter how stupid Zhuang Mengdai was, she could recognize that this was something used by the emperor. No one in the world would dare to fake it. Gu Jiao said, "Do you want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, I will sell it to someone else." "Who said I don't want to buy it?" Zhuang Mengdai grabbed the brush. "Name a price." Gu Jiao said casually, 5,000 taels. Zhuang Mengdai stared. "So expensive." Gu Jiao reached for the brush. "Don't buy it if you think it is expensive." Zhuang Mengdai held the brush tightly. I will buy it." Gu Jiao replied, "I'm going back on my word." 7,000 taels. Zhuang Mengdai, Gu Jiao finally sold the second-hand brush at the price of 8,000 taels. There was another thing in the box. It was a golden plate. She did not know what the plate was for, but it was made of pure gold. Gu Jiao kept it. Little Jing Kong liked gold. She would give it to him to play with later. Gu Jiao did not go to Ho Fu for a few days. In fact, she used to go there less often, but now she felt that it was not enough. After she sent little Jing Kong back to buy Shui Alley, she planned to go to Ho Fu. Coincidentally, Gu Chongqing came with a pair of birds. Well, they were not for them to play with, but to make food for the baby eagles. Yes, the baby eagles were much bigger now. They were not satisfied with chicken feed. The brother and sister went back to Ho Fu. Before they parted, Gu Chongqing stopped her. "I have blocked the news about the incident in the Yamen and Gu Jinyu. Madam does not know about it for now." Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." Madam Yao could not take any provocation. Gu Chongqing opened his mouth. "You don't have to be so polite with me." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. It seemed easier to admit it in front of others. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his face. "You are my younger sister." After he said that, he seemed to be afraid that Gu Jiao would refuse or laugh at him. He did not wait for Gu Jiao's response and left without looking back. Gu Jiao looked at his back. Oh, at this time, the residents had just finished dinner, so it was still early. However, when Gu Jiao arrived at Madame Yao's courtyard, Madame Yao had already fallen asleep on the chaise lounge. She was holding an unfinished garment in her hand. It was Gu Jiao's summer dress. Nanny Fong carefully took the garment from her hand. When she turned around, she saw Gu Jiao walk in. She whispered, "Eldest Mississippi." Gu Jiao walked lightly to the chaise lounge. She looked at Madame Yao and said, "Madame is sleeping so early." Nanny Fong successfully took out the garment, tied the needle and thread, and put it in the embroidery basket, saying, "Yes, I have been sleepy recently." Gu Jiao sat down on the chaise lounge, brightened the oil lamp. "Okay." Nanny Fong used a piece of iron to stir the wick in the oil lamp. Gu Jiao checked Madame Yao's pulse and asked Nanny Fong, "How is Madame's appetite?" "Not very good." Nanny Fong said. "What about your menstruation?" Gu Jiao asked. "It just came a few days ago." Nanny Fong said, "Eldest Miss suspects that Madame." Gu Jiao gently put Madame Yao's wrist under the quilt. "It's not a suspicion." Madame Yao woke up in a daze. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Jiao. She was stunned and thought that she was dreaming. "Jiao Jiao." "Yes, it's me." Gu Jiao nodded. Madame Yao's mood became very good. She sat up and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. "When did you come? Have you been here for a long time? Why didn't you wake me up?" Gu Jiao said, "I just came." Madame Yao looked at the sky. "You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have someone set the table. There's no hurry." Gu Jiao looked at her. Madame Yao vaguely felt that Gu Jiao had something to say. "Jiao Jiao, is there something wrong? Gu Jiao nodded, and her eyes fell on her flat belly. You are pregnant. Madame Yao was shocked. She was pregnant. How could she be pregnant? When she gave birth to Yan, and Zhao Zhao prematurely in the temple, after returning to the capital, the doctor said that she gave birth prematurely. She didn't take care of herself well, so her vitality was damaged. It would be difficult for her to get pregnant again in this life. Madame Yao looked at her belly in disbelief. Madam has been taking medicine. Will there be any problems? Nanny Fong thought of Madame Yao's antidepressants. Gu Jiao shook her head. It's fine. She had already changed her medicine to vitamin and calcium tablets. Nanny Fong put her hands together. Amitabha, Bodhisattva bless you. Madame Yao still found it hard to digest this fact. It wasn't that she didn't like this child, but she looked at her belly and then looked at Gu Jiao. A trace of anxiety flashed through her eyes. Jiao Jiao, do you want a younger brother or sister? Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded. After learning that she was pregnant, the first thought that flashed through Madame Yao's mind was whether Zhao Zhao and Yan could accept it. If they didn't accept it, then it meant that she didn't give them enough love. She didn't have the right to have another child. Yan will also like it. Gu Jiao said. How do you know? Madame Yao asked. Fraternal twins. If Gu Yan didn't like it, then she wouldn't like this little life at this time. She could feel that there was another kind of joy in her heart. It was Gu Yan's joy. Madame Yao touched her belly. Was there really a little life here? Did she have another chance to be a mother? Madame Yao thought of something and said, but I just had my period a few days ago. This kind of situation is relatively rare, but it's not impossible. Is my fetus unstable? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. The pulse of pregnancy is very strong. When her mood improved, her body would naturally improve. In the past, she didn't even have enough time to worry about Gu Yan, so how could she have the energy to properly care for herself? After Gu Jiao took care of everything, her body also improved day by day. Come live with me. Gu Jiao suddenly looked at her and said seriously, it's not because you don't have a place to go, and it's not because I'm forcing myself to accept you. I really want you to move over. As she said this, she paused and lowered her eyes. She was a little unaccustomed to the unfamiliar feeling in her heart. She twiddled her fingers. At night. I will miss you. Madame Yao's eyes immediately became moist. Her nose became incomparably sore, and her throat began to hurt. These words moved her even more than hearing that she was pregnant. She covered her mouth, not allowing herself to cry out loud. Her Jiao Jiao, how could it be so good, so good? On the other hand, after Marquis Gu was beaten beyond recognition, he spent an entire afternoon in a daze in the carriage before waking up. The first thing he did was go to Madame Yao's place to find comfort. After being beaten so badly by that girl, only seeing Madame Yao could comfort his wounded heart. However, when Marquis Gu returned to the manor, what awaited him was an empty courtyard. Madame Yao was nowhere to be found. Wu, where was his wife? Chapter 207. Yao Shi moved to Bishui Alley. The whole family was very happy and welcomed her arrival. Yao Shi didn't bring any maidservants, only Nanny Fong. Gu Yan gave up his room and moved in with Gu Shaoshun. Gu Shaoshun didn't mind. After all, the bed was so big that it was enough for 3 people to sleep on it. Also, the two of them went to school together and learned skills together. Their relationship was so close that they were like brothers. Yao Shi and Nanny Fong lived in Gu Yan's room. The old chancellor lived next door. The old madam disliked the fact that she had to take a detour and go through the main door every time she wanted to rob the private stash. So, she simply let Gu Jiao and Yao Shi break through the walls of the two houses and turned it into a compound courtyard house. There were enough rooms. The reason why Nanny Fong lived in Yao Shi's room was mainly to take care of her. The news of Yao Shi's pregnancy wasn't hidden from them. Everyone knew that Yao Shi had a baby in her belly. Gu Yan stared at Yao Shi's belly for a long time. He couldn't believe that he was going to be an older brother. Little Jing Kong came to Yao Shi, clasped his hands behind his back, and tilted his head. "Madam, is the baby in your belly a younger brother or a younger sister?" Yao Shi smiled and asked, "Jing Kong, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and rolled his eyes. After confirming that Xiao Lulang wasn't at home, he tiptoed and whispered in Yao Shi's ear, "A younger brother. A younger brother like my bad brother-in-law." This way, he could flatten his bad brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Little Jing Kong still felt regretful that his bad brother-in-law couldn't become Little 8, so he placed his hopes on the younger brother in Yao Shi's belly. He had a very strange logic. As long as the younger brother was born, his bad brother-in-law would become a younger brother. How could Yao Shi guess the unconstrained thoughts of a child? She thought that little Jing Kong wanted a younger brother to play with him. It was already not easy for her to get pregnant with a body like this. As for whether it was a son or a daughter, she felt that it was fine. Little Jing Kong carefully took care of Yao Shi and the little brother in Yao Shi's belly, then turned around to do his own things. Xiao Lulang had been a little busy recently. Feng Lin was in some trouble. He was from Song County, and after he passed the provincial examination, someone had used his name to farm. The land under the name of the Zhao country's high scholar could be exempted from paying taxes. Feng Lin's parents didn't farm. It was the relatives of the clan who hung fields in Feng Lin's name and received a lot of money as filial piety. Feng Lin didn't know anything about this. It just so happened that the imperial court was in the midst of rectifying the practice of hanging fields, and it just so happened that Song County was used as a model. This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it could cause Feng Lin to lose his title as a high scholar and be unable to participate in the imperial examinations. Feng Lin was extremely anxious. Xiao Lulang asked if his parents were involved in this matter. Feng Lin told Xiao Lulang that his parents weren't involved, but the relatives of the clan gave his parents some filial piety. When they gave it, they said that it was a small token of appreciation for Feng Lin's studies. After the incident, they insisted that it was a dividend from the hanging fields. His parents jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clear their names. In order to not implicate their son, they almost committed suicide by hanging themselves. Fortunately, Feng Lin's younger sister found out in time and stopped them. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with this matter sooner or later. Feng Lin could go back and confront them face to face. Unfortunately, it was now the spring imperial examination, so Feng Lin couldn't leave. Xiao Lulang asked around and found out that the local provincial governor in charge of this matter was half a disciple of Elder Feng. When Elder Feng was the minister of the Honglu Temple, he had promoted him. Xiao Lulang sent an urgent letter to the provincial governor as Elder Feng's disciple. Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley. At this time, little Jing Kong, who was supposed to be doing his homework in his room, was sitting on the door sill. Beside him was a puppy, 7 chicks, and an eagle that had grown up a lot. The formation was very neat. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Is there such a big formation to welcome me? Little Jing Kong glanced at him and proudly showed a gold plate in his hand. Jiao Jiao gave me a gift. After all this time, it turned out that he was waiting here to show off in front of him. Xiao Lulang just thought that it was an ordinary toy. The moment he held it in his hand, the plate felt heavy. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then he fixed his eyes on it and was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the death-free gold plate of the royal family? No, he hadn't been at home for a while. How did she get the death-free gold plate? What was going on? Jiao Jiao gave it to me. You're not allowed to snatch it. Little Jing Kong tiptoed to snatch the gold plate back and hugged it in his arms. Stingy. Xiao Lulang patted his little head and stepped into the courtyard. Little Jing Kong, who was scolded but was powerless to resist, went crazy. See, this was why he had to grow up quickly. He wanted to grow up to be as big as his bad brother-in-law and make him small. Then, he would beat him up as hard as he could. TSK. Xiao Lulang saw Yao Shi in the backyard. A long time ago, Gu Jiao had mentioned to the family that she wanted to bring Yao Shi over. He was not surprised to see Yao Shi. Xiao Lulang could clearly feel that when Yao Shi was around, Gu Jiao's mood would become better. Perhaps Gu Jiao himself did not realize this. Xiao Lulang greeted Yao Shi and went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao was cutting vegetables. Xiao Lulang said, "Are you in a good mood?" "No." Gu Jiao tilted her little head. Xiao Lulang, look at this smug face. Yao Shi was in a good mood because she had moved in with her son and daughter. Even her appetite had improved. Gu Jiao also had a good appetite. Xiao Lulang noticed that she ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. She even ate 2 chopsticks of the yellow daylily that she hated the most. Gu Jinyu's condition was not good. She was sent to the Ministry of Justice by the Emperor's order for the crime of damaging the imperial seal. Although this matter was still under investigation and she had not been convicted, she was still a weak woman locked in a cold and gloomy interrogation room. She was afraid and her body could not take it. At first, she really thought it was an accident. But gradually, she felt that something was wrong. Why would the Emperor suddenly care about her marriage? At the time, she had been too arrogant and thought that she had enough capital for the Emperor to pay attention to her. But in the past 2 days, the Emperor had not even personally arranged the marriages of the princesses. They were all arranged by Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Also, the imperial seal was such a precious item. How could the Emperor casually put it in a pile of picture albums? The Emperor had done it on purpose. From the moment she refused to admit that she had stolen Gu Jiao's invention, the Emperor had decided to punish her. The Emperor was not a temperamental tyrant. He had to have a good reason for punishing people. Thus, the imperial seal had been used. But the Emperor did not immediately punish her. What was the Emperor waiting for? While she was thinking, the door to the interrogation room opened. Eunuch Wei walked in. Gu Jinyu looked at him excitedly. Eunuch Wei. You're here. Did His Majesty send you here? I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know where the imperial seal was. Help me say a few good words in front of the Emperor. Eunuch Wei smiled faintly and sighed. Look at what the princess is saying. I'm just a servant. How can I influence the Emperor's decision? Furthermore, the Emperor is in a fit of anger. I don't dare to rashly provoke the Emperor. Gu Jinyu was disappointed. Then what do you want to do by coming here today? Is the Emperor going to give the order to punish me? I'm here today to show the princess a clear path. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, the princess should know how serious the crime of damaging the imperial seal is. If the princess still wants to live, it's best that you tell the truth about the bellows. Gu Jinyu's expression gradually froze. The Emperor had said that the credit for the bellows belonged to the little divine doctor. That was right. He could not allow anyone to snatch it away even if he did not announce it to the public. Especially when this person had slandered the little divine doctor for stealing her inspiration. She simply did not know what she was talking about. Eunuch Wei smiled coldly and said, "That's all I have to say. The princess is on her own. However, I have to remind the princess that the emperor's patience is limited." After Eunuch Wei left, Gu Jinyu slumped into the chair dejectedly. How did it become like this? Why did the emperor want to stand up for that country bumpkin? Didn't she just invent a bellows? What was so great about it? Other than this, what else did that girl know? Why was even the emperor protecting her? Gu Jinyu was furious. However, she was now in prison and had no way out. In the middle of the night, her personal maid came once. She had the maid enter the palace to beg Consort Shu. The emperor had already expected that Consort Shu would come to plead for Gu Jinyu. These few days, he had been staying with Empress Xiao with Qin Chuyu. Although Empress Xiao doted on her youngest son, he was always present. She could not do anything to the emperor even if she wanted to. Empress Xiao looked at the little fatty who was engrossed in eating fruits. Her expression was indescribable. "Your Majesty, are you still bringing little Qi over tomorrow?" The emperor, "Yes, I've been doting on him recently." Qin Chuyu, who was completely unaware of the situation, was speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of February. In a few days, the results would be released. The capital's examinees did not even enjoy their meals. Outside the examination compound, examinees could be seen waiting for the results to be released. After more than 10 days of grading in isolation from the world, the work in the inner hall was nearing its end. "This is the last batch of papers." The vice president placed the last stack of papers in front of the president. The president rubbed his sore eyes and said, "Let's end the grading here for today. Everyone, please go and rest. We should be able to finish grading tomorrow." After grading, the apricot roll would be released in the afternoon. All the graders stood up with sore backs and walked out of their seats. They saluted the president. "Farewell, sir." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone had fallen asleep. Gu Jiao also lay on the bed in the east room. The weather at the end of February was still a little chilly. She was small and had a big temper, so she was not afraid of the cold. She covered herself with the quilt and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Then, she started dreaming again. Chapter 208. She dreamed that Xiao Lulang lived up to everyone's expectations and got first place. It was the biggest upset in the history of the spring examination. No one expected that an unknown country bumpkin would be able to defeat An Junwang and win the Hui Yuan. Those people who had spent a lot of money on An Junwang's first place all cried to death. Gu Jiao made a huge profit. 1,000 taels became 11,000 taels. The neighbors also made a lot of money. Gu Jiao felt strange when she dreamt of this. Oh. Her husband was unlucky this time. It turned out that she was happy too early. Xiao Lulang was indeed an upset this time. However, Royal Prince An didn't even make it to the bottom. It was the biggest upset this year. With Royal Prince An's intelligence, it was unbelievable that he didn't even pass the examination to be a tribute scholar. Royal Prince An didn't believe it himself. He went to the Ministry of Rights to check his exam papers. However, he found that his exam papers were missing. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation. In the end, it was found that a transcriber had tampered with Royal Prince An's exam papers. Gu Jiao didn't know who ordered him to do this in her dream. If other people encountered this, they could only sigh that they were unlucky. However, with the power of the Zhuang family, they wouldn't allow Royal Prince An to be wrong like this. In addition, many examinees went to the examination compound to question his results. After some consideration, the emperor restarted the examination. The examination was restarted. The Cool Breeze gang made a new bet. This time, there were more people who bet on Xiao Lulang. Everyone found this dark horse. Not many people bet on him to get first place. However, the number of people who bet on him to be in the top 3 reached an incredible amount. In order to get this huge amount of money, the Cool Breeze gang went to Xiao Lulang and tried to bribe him to fail the examination. However, they were rejected by Xiao Lulang. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the Cool Breeze gang tried the hard approach. However, they were all resolved by Xiao Lulang. In terms of a battle of wits, Xiao Lulang never lost. Of course, when it came to luck, he had never won. On the day that Xiao Lulang entered the examination hall, his carriage collided with another examinee's carriage. He was severely injured and did not successfully enter the examination hall. As for Royal Princeton, his situation wasn't any better than Xiao Lulang's. On the day of the exam, there was a problem in the examination hall. The exam didn't start until noon, and now it was late at night. However, Royal Princeton had night blindness. He couldn't see at night, so he didn't finish the test paper. In the end, he also had a miserable ending. After waking up from the dream, Gu Jiao sat on the bed in a daze. Am I that unlucky? To prevent a tragedy from happening, the safest way was to help Xiao Lulang avoid the car accident on the day of the retest. This was not difficult. Gu Jiao knew the location and time of the accident. The reason why it was said to be the safest method was because Commandery Princeton couldn't finish the test paper because it was dark. Without Commandery Princeton, Gu Jiao was confident that Xiao Lulang could easily win the competition. Another way was to directly prevent Royal Prince An's test paper from being taken away. As long as Royal Prince An's test paper was successfully marked, then no matter what the result was, there wouldn't be a retest. However, this method had a certain risk. After all, the first examination in the spring was done during the day. Royal Prince An performed normally. What if he was the one who got first place? Gu Jiao thought for a while and decided to let Xiao Lulang make the decision. Gu Jiao put on her clothes and opened the door. With a creak, the door of the west room on the opposite side also opened. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. You haven't slept yet. You haven't slept yet. The two of them spoke in unison. You first, Xiao Lulang said. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I'm awake. Xiao Lulang came out with an oil lamp. Me too. He paused and said, get up and drink some water. The water was on the table beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao poured him a bowl of water and handed it to him. She said, if your opponent fell into the water before the exam, would you save him? No. Xiao Lulang held the tea bowl and said without hesitation. Why? Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiao Lulang put down the tea bowl indifferently. Because I don't have an opponent. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Was he that arrogant? After Xiao Lulang drank the tea, the two of them went back to their rooms. However, Gu Jiao didn't go to sleep. She changed into her black clothes and sneaked out of the alley. She went to the clinic and entered her courtyard from the back door. Gu Qinglin was now living in her courtyard. Gu Qingfeng finished his mission and climbed over the wall into the courtyard. He then entered Gu Qinglin's room. He started to take off his night clothes. Halfway through, a cold voice came from the darkness. You don't have to take it off. Put it back on. Gu Qingfeng was so frightened that he stumbled forward and almost hit a pillar. He quickly tightened his belt and turned around. He looked at the small figure sitting on the chair in horror and flew into a rage. Why are you here? Looking for you, Gu Jiao said. Gu Qinglin flipped over. Gu Qingfeng's roar was stuck in his throat. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Jiao. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I. You only said something after taking off your pants. Gu Jiao stood up and walked past him out of the room. Let's go. She obviously wasn't saying goodbye to him. She wasn't so polite to him, so she was asking him to go with her. Go where? Gu Qingfeng's vigilant gaze fell on her small back. What do you want to do? Are you coming or not? Gu Jiao turned around and pointed at Gu Qinglin on the bed. If you don't come, I'll kick him out tomorrow. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. You win. Gu Jiao walked forward and waved her hand behind his back. Don't worry. There's a reward. I won't mistreat you. Tomorrow was the day the results would be released. They had to find Royal Prince Anne's exam paper before the results were released and put it in the last pile of unmarked exam papers. Thanks to the rules of the Imperial Examination Court, all the officials in the inner hall were not allowed to step out of the inner hall before the results were released. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet inside. Therefore, even though the copying supervisor had taken Royal Prince Anne's exam paper, he didn't have the chance to take it out and deal with it. Why did you bring me here? Gu Qingfeng stood under the walls of the Imperial Examination Court and asked. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him from head to toe. She had an expression that said, "Don't you know what you're doing?" Gu Qingfeng was so angry that he trembled. He clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Steal what? 15 minutes later, Gu Qingfeng successfully sneaked into the inner hall. All the officials were asleep. Only the patrolling Imperial guards were vigilant around the hall. Gu Qingfeng went through the rooms one by one. The copying officers were all men. They were about the same age. As for their appearance, it was dark. Who didn't have a nose and 2 eyes? However, to be able to become the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang had his own way of identifying people. He quickly found the copying officer whose appearance and figure matched Gu Jiao's description. Gu Jiao didn't say where he hid the exam paper. This part didn't exist in the dream. Gu Qingfeng looked up and down and finally found Royal Prince Anne's exam paper in his shoe. It was no wonder no one found it when he hid it in his shoe. Gu Qingfeng had covered his face. But that smell, Gu Qingfeng resisted the urge to vomit. He used 2 fingers to pick up Royal Prince Anne's exam paper. There were 2 sets of exam papers. One was written by Royal Prince Anne himself. The other was written by the copying officer. Gu Qingfeng first put the black paper into the file. Then, he put the red paper into the last stack of exam papers waiting to be marked. Of course, he couldn't just put it in like this. This was because the last stack of exam papers was the best exam papers selected by the previous copying officers. They all had the grades they had marked. Royal Prince Anne's red paper was hidden from the start. Therefore, no one had marked it yet. Gu Qingfeng had to imitate the other copying officer's handwriting. He randomly marked a few A's. Needless to say, it was quite convincing. These days, one couldn't be a thief without some talent. After doing all this, Gu Qingfeng left the examination hall. Gu Jiao covered her nose and looked at him with disdain. You stink. Gu Qingfeng, yes, I stink. Who the hell am I doing this for? Where's the reward? Gu Qingfeng reached out his hand coldly. Gu Jiao flicked her finger and a copper coin flew out. It landed right in Gu Qingfeng's palm. Gu Qingfeng looked at the lonely copper coin in his palm and almost cursed it out loud. He took the risk of being beheaded to enter the examination hall and touched the exam papers. In the end, he only got a copper coin. Copper plate. Gu Jiao turned her small body and put her small hands behind her back. She walked back confidently and majestically. No need to thank me. See you later. Gu Qingfeng wanted to vomit blood. The next morning, the copying officer woke up and found that the exam papers in his shoes were gone. He panicked. He was worried that one of his colleagues or the Imperial Guards had found out. He waited in fear for someone to pick him up. Unexpectedly, the whole morning passed and no one seemed to know about this. On the contrary, when he went to mark the exam papers, the hall was filled with an indescribable stench. After careful inspection, the stench came from one of the exam papers. How come he didn't notice that the exam papers were so smelly yesterday? In order not to affect the CEO's judgment of the exam papers, the CEO handed the exam papers to a copying officer. Copy it again. Yes. The one who was assigned to copy it was another copying officer. He copied the exam papers obediently. At noon, all the exam papers were marked. In the afternoon, the inner hall was opened. A list was sent to the emperor under the escort of the Ministry of Rights presiding officer and the Imperial Guards. The emperor read it and handed it over to the cabinet to be stamped. The next morning, the examination hall finally released the results of all the students. Chapter 209. The Imperial College received the news yesterday that the results would be released today, so the Imperial College decided to give the Imperial College students a day off. The elementary school had nothing to do with the Imperial exam, so they went to school as usual. In the past, Xiao Lulang was on holiday, while little Jing Kong was on holiday. Xiao Lulang was not on holiday, while little Jing Kong was on holiday. This time, little Jing Kong went to school alone. Little Jing Kong looked bitter. Who said that the elementary school students have nothing to do with the Imperial exam? I have to go and see how my son is doing. Little Jing Kong carried his school bag and put his hands behind his back. He leaned forward slightly and walked away from Master Zhao, who was walking next door. His little face scrunched up and he sighed. He was so worried that he could die. Master Zhao looked like this when he was worried about his youngest son, who was the most worrisome. Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to see the results. On the contrary, the neighbors swarmed over. They had placed a bet and had to see the results. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also went. They woke up in the middle of the night and had been waiting at the entrance of the tribute court. Along with the two of them, there were also quite a number of eager examinees. The gate of the tribute court opened at 7 in the morning. 2 guards came out and posted the tribute scholar list on the notice board. The tribute scholar list was also called the apricot list because the apricot flowers were in full bloom during the imperial exam. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye rushed to the front of the apricot list. They looked down from the first place, Huiyuan. It can't be. They were shocked at the same time. The first place was Xiao Lulang. But it was not only Xiao Lulang. There was also Royal Princeton. There were 2 Huiyuan in this year's apricot list. This was the reason why the 2 of them were dumbfounded. Others might not understand Xiao Lulang's strength, but they had been taught by Xiao Lulang for so long, so how could they not understand? However, Royal Princeton was indeed powerful. In addition, his family background was far superior to Xiao Lulang's. Therefore, it was not surprising for Royal Princeton to win first place. Strangely, they were tied for first place. In the entire history of the Zhao country, there had never been such a shocking thing. There was actually a reason for this. In the exam, only those with Grand Complete Exam Papers A were qualified to become critical exam papers. Normally, after the exam, the CEO would not allow 2 Grand Complete Exam Papers A to appear. In other words, there was only 1 critical exam paper. Something went wrong with the test this time. Thanks to the cheating transcriber, and Juan Wang's paper was delayed and Xiao Liulong's paper was marked first. When the graders finished marking all the test papers for the 3 rounds, they picked out the top 200 test papers and handed them over to the 2 CEOs. These test papers were not separated one by one. The 3 test papers were placed together according to their numbers and were called one set. Among these test papers, the ones that were marked by all the graders were called Grand Complete Exam papers. When the Grand Complete Exam papers were given to the 2 CEOs, they received 2 A's. This was called Grand Complete Exam papers. When the 2 CEOs marked the test paper with number 69, they were instantly stunned by the examinee's strength. This time, the 2 CEOs were all disciples of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The CEOs were naturally biased towards Enjun Wang. Before this, they had a certain understanding of Enjun Wang's style of writing. To be honest, when they saw the transcribed test paper, they felt that it was not very similar to Enjun Wang's style of writing. But this test paper was really too well done. It was too exquisite. It was completely beyond their imagination. It was the kind of indescribable excellence. Other than Enjun Wang, no one else in the world could write such a powerful essay. Therefore, even though they felt it was strange, the 2 were still certain that this was Enjun Wang's test paper and gave 2 A's. Xiao Liulong's test paper received Grand Complete Exam papers. On the last day, when the 2 of them marked the real Enjun Wang's test paper, they felt a sense of familiarity. Although they did not want to admit it, this seemed to be Enjun Wang's style of writing. But if this was Enjun Wang, who was that? Under everyone's gaze, the 2 of them could not change the Grand Complete Exam papers from before. It was easy to add words like Gu Qing Feng, but it was impossible to erase the words. The 2 of them could only bite the bullet and continue to give Enjun Wang 2 A's. In the past, when this happened, the apricot roll and their test papers would be sent to the palace for the emperor and the cabinet to decide. There were still only numbers on the test papers and no names. But everyone knew that one of the test papers must be Enjun Wang's. After the emperor looked at the test papers, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he called Grand Tutor Zhuang over and let him choose. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted in his heart. What was there to choose? In today's world, could any random person be mentioned in the same breath as his grandson? However, when he looked at the 2 test papers with disdain, he was suddenly speechless. He was Enjun Wang's grandfather. Of course, he could recognize which style of writing belonged to Enjun Wang. The emperor asked, "Do we still need to call the other cabinet ministers over to choose the test papers?" Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands and said, "No need. Everything will be decided by your majesty." The emperor smiled and said, "I think these 2 test papers are good. Why don't we tie for first place? What do you think, Grand Tutor?" Grand Tutor Zhuang was relieved. "Your majesty is wise." For Grand Tutor Zhuang to tolerate another person tying for first place with his grandson, it was obvious how good the other person's test paper was. There was no way to criticize it. As long as there was something that could be argued, Grand Tutor Zhuang would never allow this tie for first place. However, the emperor could not suppress Enjun Wang all of a sudden. Currently, the cabinet was still controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang. If the examinees wanted to become officials, they must first fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands. In a corner of the palace, 2 men's voices came from behind a tree. "What are you doing? Didn't someone take it away? Why did it still appear?" Lord Tong said that he did hide Enjun Wang's test paper. However, for some reason, Enjun Wang's test paper appeared on the last day. He suspects that it was a ghost. How can there be ghosts in this world? If it wasn't a ghost, then why didn't the other party expose Lord Tong? That's true. Then, the next step of the plan. What next step of the plan is there? The apricot roll is already out. Do you think you can retake the exam? The original plan was to lose in Juanwang's test paper. With the Zhuang family's power, it would not be difficult to find out that the test paper was lost. They would definitely find a way to retake the exam. During the first exam, they did not do anything because they only found out about Juanwang's weakness 2 days before the exam. At that time, they did not have enough time to make a thorough plan. They could only use a roundabout method to make the exam retake the exam. At that time, they would make some mistakes in the exam hall and delay the opening of the test papers. And Juanwang would not be able to see it at night and would naturally fail the exam. What a pity! Xiao Lulang and Juanwang won the Huiyuan at the same time. The Qingfeng gang lost a lot of money. Gu Jiao's 1,000 taels of silver successfully became 11,000 taels of silver. Happy! The neighbors in Bai Shui Alley all bet on Xiao Lulang getting first place. He did get first place. Wasn't being tied for first place the same as getting first place? The Huiyuan's title was already in the imperial court. How could a small Qingfeng gang not admit it? The Qingfeng gang cried miserably. The neighbors made a lot of money and hurried to the old lady to play cards with leaves. The old lady, very good. The wallets are full. The sheep are fat. It's time to slaughter. It's all because of her. The old chancellor just came back from outside. As soon as he got off the carriage, the old lady grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Master Zhao and Aunt Zhao's house next door to play cards. He was mainly responsible for carrying money. Feng Lin also passed the exam this time. He was almost at the bottom of the list. He was the 176th place. There was a total of 210 places. During the provincial examination, he was the 17th place in Yuzhou. When he came to the capital, he was the 170th place. This difference was very frustrating. However, he could be considered to have done well. In Yuzhou's provincial examination, there were a few people who were ranked higher than him who failed. There were not many people who were ranked higher than him. This was really a fight between immortals. It was too fierce. Lin Qingye was also on the list. His result was not bad. He was the 123rd place. One had to know that during the provincial examination, Yuzhou had a total of 50 people. He was ranked 45th and almost did not pass the provincial examination. Lin Qingye was so happy that he was dumbfounded. He did not waste the few thousand taels of silver. Liulang's master was too amazing. Feng Lin nodded deeply and looked at him. As expected of a player who paid with money. Du Ruhan was ranked 15th on the list. It was slightly different from what he had imagined. His goal was to be in the top 10. However, this was also a good ranking. After all, it was the national examination. Only the top students were admitted. The examination was held once every 3 years and there were only 210 people who were admitted. Du Ruhan was not someone who bit off more than he could chew. He was also not overly arrogant and self-confident. He quickly accepted his result and was satisfied with it. Of course, he also understood that he was able to pass the examination thanks to Gu Jiao. If not for the cold medicine she gave him, he would have collapsed in the first round. This was not the provincial examination or the county examination where there was a huge gap in strength between the examinees. The examinees were all outstanding. If one did not do well, they would often be left behind by more than 10 places. It could be the gap between the top and bottom of the list. That night, Du Ruhan carried many bags of things to Jadewater Alley. Ever since the news of Xiao Lulang passing the provincial examination spread out, the doorstep of the house was almost broken by people. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came. Thus, when he saw Du Ruhan, Xiao Lulang was not too surprised. It was just the things in his hands. Xiao Lulang saw that he was almost unable to carry them and said politely, "It's just the provincial examination. There's no need to make such a big fuss, Jianyang. I'm here." Du Ruhan excitedly ran into the house. He was exactly the same type as Feng Lin. Xiao Liulang's face darkened. Just like in Gu Jiao's dream, Xiao Lulang broke the biggest dark horse in the history of the spring examinations. Because of Royal Princeton, Xiao Liulang's first place was even more valuable in the eyes of the public. He was tied with Royal Princeton for first place. How heaven-defying was this poor boy? This news spread much faster than the explosion at the Ministry of Works. In just a day, the news had spread throughout the capital. Naturally, it also reached Marquis Xian Ping's ears. Marquis Xian Ping had a "don't lie to me" expression. Who got first place? Young master. Steward Lu said with a smile. He also bet on Xiao Lulang and won 100 taels. It was Gu Jiao who bet on him. At that time, he felt his heart ache. Now, his heart was bursting with joy. After the joy, he regretted it. Why didn't he bring an extra 180 taels of silver that day? Marquis Xian Ping's handsome face was full of suspicion. He was that amazing. He gave birth to another genius son. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Why can't you give birth to a smart son? Isn't the young Marquis very smart? Marquis Xian Ping still had some self-awareness. Xiao Heng was smart not because he took after him. If he took after him, then he would be an uncouth old man. Xiao Heng took after his mother. He was smart, refined, meticulous, and knowledgeable. So who did this illegitimate son take after? Chen Yun's mother. Chen Yun's mother was a gentle and kind woman, but she didn't have this kind of brain. Marquis Xian Ping said with a serious expression, "Call those old antiques over. Also, bring me Xiao Liulang's test papers." All of the examinees' test papers were archived in the Ministry of Rights. Normal people wouldn't be able to get their hands on them. However, Marquis Xian Ping was not a normal person. Sometimes, he wasn't even human. Steward Lu obtained Xiao Liulang's handwritten ink scroll. Chang Jing also found a few old scholars with grizzled hair and beard who walked unsteadily. Marquis Xian Ping had them compare Xiao Liulang's test papers with Xiao Heng's test papers. The two people's test papers stunned all of the old scholars. Was this written by the same person? Marquis Xian Ping asked in a deep voice. No. One look and you can tell it's not. The old scholars all shook their heads. Are you sure? Marquis Xian Ping looked at them suspiciously. Marquis, if we can't even tell the difference between a person's literary talent, then we've lived in vain all these years. Not only are the two people's handwriting different, but their way of writing and thinking are also completely different. One was the day and the other was the night. Xiao Heng's test papers made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze and their minds were clear. Xiao Liulang's test papers were like ice and snow, cutting into people's hearts. If it was the same person, how much pain and torture must he have gone through to be able to scrape his own bones like this? Chapter 210. Marquis Xian Ping decided to personally meet Xiao Lulang. Where does he live? Marquis Xian Ping asked Steward Lu. Clearwater Alley. Steward Lu told him the specific address of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. Marquis Xian Ping rode a carriage to Clearwater Alley. It was Chang Jing who drove the carriage. Xiao Lulang was admitted to Huiyuan. Today, the alley was especially lively. The entrance of the alley was blocked by carriages. Marquis Xian Ping's carriage couldn't enter. He sighed. He didn't know that it was so difficult to meet an illegitimate child. Marquis Xianping abandoned the carriage and walked on foot. Chang Jing followed behind him. The two men entered the alley one after the other. They didn't need directions to know which house belonged to the little illegitimate child. The door was wide open and people came and went from time to time. Marquis Xianping suddenly said to Chang Jing, "Find a place to squat. No matter what happens later, don't come over." Chang Jing, oh. Marquis Xianping then went to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's house. His original intention was for Chang Jing to find a place to quietly wait. But Chang Jing was a person who got full marks for execution. He found a small corner and stuffed his hands into his sleeves. He looked like a peasant and squatted facing the wall. When Marquis Xianping arrived at the house, a group of guests had just left. Xiao Lulang was about to close the door when a large hand pressed against it. Xiao Lulang opened the courtyard door to take a look. Marquis Xianping, very good, no expression at all. Every day, Xiao Lulang became calmer in dealing with matters. He calmly glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, "Is there something you need?" With this cold attitude, if he really was Xiaoheng, Marquis Xianping's heart would burst with anger. Marquis Xianping took a deep breath and said, "Are you?" "No." Xiao Lulang interrupted him rudely. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a puzzled frown. "Not what?" "I'm not done yet." Xiao Luolang's expression didn't change in the slightest. "Even if you ask, you won't be able to." Marquis Xianping's breath was stuck in his chest. Xiao Lulang removed his hand from the door. Marquis Xianping thought he was going to do something, but in the end, he saw him close the door. Marquis Xianping, this brat. Of course, Xianping had grown up in the military, so his skills were not for show. He took a big stride forward and dashed in. Bang! The door was closed, but Marquis Xianping was in the courtyard. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Xiao Lulang had no intention of paying attention to him. He turned around, intending to walk around him and enter the house. Xianping had expected him to be like this. His eyes narrowed as he covered his chest and coughed violently. As he coughed, he covered his mouth with a white handkerchief that he had prepared beforehand. When he removed the handkerchief, it was stained with blood. Yes, he was coughing up blood. He had old injuries on his body. A few years ago, during the battle with the Qin state, he went into battle with injuries. He won, but his old injuries became more serious. Xiaoheng also understood this point. Marquis Xianping deliberately spread the handkerchief flat. "I'll show you," coughing up blood. However, Xiao Lulang didn't even look at it. "Can't even do this." Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth and directly fell to the ground. In terms of shamelessness, if Marquis Xianping claimed to be second in the entire capital, no one would dare to claim to be first. Marquis Xianping had made up his mind to blackmail Xiao Lulang. He stood in front of Xiao Lulang and blocked the way. However, he didn't expect this little heartless guy to raise his leg and step over him without saying anything. Marquis Xianping was speechless. This wasn't the scariest thing. As soon as Xiao Lulang left, little Jing Kong ran over. Little Jing Kong looked at Marquis Xianping who had fallen to the ground. "Oh! Someone fainted here. Isn't this the handsome uncle I saw at the courier station last time?" Xiao Lulang, "Yes, treat him." Little Jing Kong, "Oh, but how should I treat him?" Xiao Lulang, "Treat him the way Jiao Jiao treats him." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he squatted down and used his little hands to press on Marquis Xian's chest. This was how Gu Jiao treated patients. He imitated it very well and his movements were also very standard. The only flaw was that he was too weak and couldn't press for a long time. Therefore, he decided to use his feet. He kicked off his shoes and jumped onto Marquis Xianping's body. Marquis Xianping's body tensed up. What the hell? Little Jing Kong stepped on his chest, trembling. Marquis Xianping, little brat, you're a bit heavy. Xiao Lulang calmly watched Marquis Xianping's scam. Marquis Xianping had to continue with his act. Oh no, it's useless. Little Jing Kong jumped onto the ground. I'm going to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on you. Marquis Xianping, what do you mean? Little Jing Kong opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and pouted. Let go of that, Lord, let me do it. Auntie Lu, who lived next door, ran over while holding her dress. Marquis Xianping trembled all over. He opened his eyes and sat up. I'm done. Auntie Lu's face darkened. Marquis Xianping failed and left gloomily. However, he was lucky enough to meet the old chancellor the moment he walked out of the alley. The old chancellor had just come out of Master Zhao's house. He didn't expect Marquis Xianping to appear here. He saw a tall figure from the corner of his eye and didn't take it seriously. Until Marquis Xianping called, Chancellor Hua. The familiar voice and address made the old chancellor's eyebrows twitch. He stopped and looked at him in astonishment. Marquis Xiao. Although the old chancellor's official rank was not as high as Marquis Xianping's, he was older than Marquis Xianping. Besides, he was Xiao Heng's teacher. Therefore, he was closer to Marquis Xianping than other people, but not too close. He didn't belong to Marquis Xianping's camp. To be exact, he didn't join any camp. The differences between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang were old grudges and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping and the Emperor. Therefore, he didn't call him Marquis Xianping like Grand Tutor Zhuang, nor did he call him Marquis like a trusted aide. Marquis Xianping asked suspiciously, Why are you here, old chancellor? The old chancellor was about to say that he was passing by when old Madame Zhao's voice came from Master Zhao's house. Hurry up. It's only a few steps. Why are you so slow when you're going home to get something? The old chancellor's heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person and neither was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had always wanted to get rid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, the two families were at odds with each other, but there was another very important reason. Empress Dowager Zhuang had once poisoned Xiaoheng. When Xiaoheng was only 5 years old, he entered the palace to pay respects to the emperor and empress. As a result, he was poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang and almost died on the spot. Whether or not there was a misunderstanding, it was unknown. Either way, ever since then, Marquis Xianping and Empress Dowager Zhuang's grudge was formed. If he found out that Empress Dowager Zhuang was here, perhaps she would immediately lose her life. Empress Dowager Zhuang definitely put on airs in the imperial palace. She always had a reserved, noble, elegant, cold and domineering tone. It definitely wasn't this sloppy tone. Marquis Xianping actually didn't hear it. But the content was thought-provoking. Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes. Chancellor Hua actually lives here. Living next door to Aheng's house. The old chancellor's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. I'm no longer the imperial chancellor. Marquis Xianping sneered, Old slippery fellow, don't change the topic. Do you live next door to Aheng? The old chancellor sternly said, Marquis Xiao, how come I don't understand what you're saying? Marquis Xianping did not continue speaking. He patted the old chancellor's shoulder with a look that said this, then turned and left. But before he took a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Slightly tilting his head, he quietly laughed, I just mentioned Aheng, but you weren't sad in the slightest. The old chancellor inhaled sharply. Who said that Marquis Xian Ping only knew how to fight and had no brains? This guy was really crafty when he wanted to. It was all because he distracted that demon empress. If he wasn't thinking about how to prevent Marquis Xian Ping from discovering him, how could he have made such an oversight? Marquis isn't me. How do you know I won't be sad? He felt that he could still make up for it. Is that so? Marquis Xian Ping laughed ambiguously. This time, he really didn't continue speaking. Chongjing, let's go. Oh. After squatting for half an hour, his legs were numb from squatting. With his legs crossed, he limped out. Marquis Xian Ping looked at him with disdain. What's wrong with you? You took too big a step and pulled your balls. Chongjing, only Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor understood Marquis Xian Ping's little episode. The others just thought that he was a guest who came to visit. When Gu Jiao came back from buying groceries, little Jing Kong told her that he saved someone. Gu Jiao thought that he was a guest and joked with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Jiao with a mischievous look. Quickly praise me, praise me, praise me. Jing Kong is really great. Gu Jiao praised him. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said cutely, is it just a verbal reward, Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao gave him a small kiss. Little Jing Kong was so happy that he jumped and shook his head. He was so cute. Gu Jiao's heart almost melted. With a smile on her lips, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Some guests saw that little Jing Kong was so cute and hurriedly waved at him, wanting to tease this little Jing Kong. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong ended the business in a second. He put away the cute expression on his face and put on a serious and old-fashioned expression. He put his little hands behind his back and walked back to his small west room like Uncle Zhao. Everyone. Chapter 211. The whole family was happy that Xiao Lulang was admitted to Huiyuan. The old chancellor didn't say anything, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Even though he thought that with his disciple's ability, there was no doubt that he would be admitted to Huiyuan, it didn't stop him from being happy. He cooked a few more dishes for dinner, and the whole family had a hearty meal. The old lady gave Xiao Lulang a big red envelope. She also gave Gu Jiao the money she won from playing cards with Yizi today. Her grandnephew had a hard time taking the exam, and Zhao Zhao had a harder time taking care of this brat. Xiao Lulang accepted the red envelope and turned to give it to Gu Jiao. Cough, household expenses. He said seriously. Oh. Gu Jiao accepted it. The money earned by Qing Feng Gang wasn't as good as the money given by her husband. Are there any more exams? Gu Jiao asked. There are. Xiao Lulang said, there will be a second exam at the end of March, and the court exam in April. The so-called second exam was actually more like a roll call exam. It didn't have much meaning, and it didn't count towards the results. It was said that it was to compare handwriting and prevent people from cheating in the spring examination. The court exam was the next highlight. The court exam was personally presided over by the emperor, and the 9 ministers were invigilators. All the examinees sat under their eyes and answered the questions. One could imagine the pressure. In the previous dynasty, the court exam only lasted for 1 day. In this dynasty, in order to better select talents, the exam was changed to 1 day of examination paper and 1 day of face-to-face examination. But not all examinees had the opportunity to take the face-to-face examination. Basically, only the outstanding examinees in the first round of examination could be summoned by the emperor to be personally examined by him. Of course, if the emperor was willing, he could casually pick someone to answer the questions in the first round of examination. This was a test of the examinee's psychological quality and improvisation. Some examinees were very knowledgeable, but they were too timid and couldn't perform well in the court exam. Therefore, their current ranking didn't mean that they could achieve the same results in the court exam. Xiao Lulang also encouraged Feng Lin and Lin Qingye in the same way. He wanted the two of them to focus on the examination. "You won't be able to pass?" Gu Jiao asked. "That won't happen," Xiao Lulang explained patiently. The court examination didn't have a ranking system. In other words, as long as one passed the examination, one would have a chance to become a grand scholar. However, grand scholars were also divided into different levels. The top 3 in the court examination were called the first-rank scholars. There were the Zhuang Yuan, the Banyan, and the Tanhua, and they were bestowed the title of scholar. The second rank was bestowed with the title of Jinshi, while the third rank was bestowed with the title of Jinshi. First and second place grand scholars were considered official grand scholars. Third place grand scholars were said to be equivalent to grand scholars, but in reality, they still failed to make the list. Giving a grand scholar title was a consolation for those who failed the list. It was unlikely that those who failed the examination would be able to develop themselves in the capital. At most, they would be able to become a county magistrate of the 7th or 8th rank. First-place grand scholars could directly enter the Hanlin Academy. Second and third-place grand scholars would take another court exam. Those who passed were called Shuji scholars. Shuji scholars would study for 3 years and pass the exam to enter the Hanlin Academy. The Hanlin Academy was the place where the talents of the Zhao country were stored. There was a saying, only grand scholars could enter the Hanlin Academy. Those who weren't in the Hanlin Academy couldn't enter the imperial cabinet. The Hanlin Academy was the place that all examinees dreamed of going to. In reality, entering the Hanlin Academy didn't mean that one would have a meteoric rise. The Hanlin Academy also had its exams and rules. That was a story for later. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment. She had already become the wife of a tribute scholar. The next step was to become the wife of a grand scholar. Who's third? She asked. Because Xiao Lulang and Jun Wang were tied for first place, there was no second place. The next person was the third place. The third place tribute scholar was a classmate of Xiao Lulang's with the surname Chao. He was 30 years old this year. He wasn't a native of the capital. Back in his hometown, he had made a name for himself at a young age. He had taken the exams a few times and failed to pass. This year, he passed the imperial examination in spring and became a tribute scholar. Gu Jiao remembered that this name wasn't on the betting list of the Cool Breeze gang. He must be a dark horse. However, due to Xiao Lulang's reputation, not many people paid attention to him. At dinner, the whole family was full. Perhaps because they were happy, everyone ate more than usual, except for little Jing Kong. As the only child in the family, little Jing Kong was always vigilant in times of peace. This time, his bad brother-in-law tied for first place with someone else. Everyone was so happy just because they tied for first place. It was obvious that they didn't expect much from him. It was obvious that he was a poor student. Little Jing Kong decided to remind his bad brother-in-law not to be too arrogant. He didn't want him to go back to square one. Of course, he also decided to give him a reward. Reward me. In the study, Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Did the sun rise from the west? Little monk wanted to reward him. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back and nodded. His little face was serious as he said, Teacher Jiang said that we should care for the weak. His bad brother-in-law was the last in the exam, so he was definitely in the weak. Xiao Lulang pointed at the paper on the table and said, Please, I got first place in the exam. Little Jing Kong snorted and said, Just tied for first place. Xiao Lulang looked at him in both anger and amusement. Then why don't you take the exam for me to see? Wait for me to grow up. Little Jing Kong was full of confidence. Xiao Lulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Well, what are you going to reward me with?" Little Jing Kong asked, "What do you want?" What could Xiao Lulang ask him for? He couldn't ask him to rent for free. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and thought of something that he coveted. "It's a gift from Jiao Jiao on your birthday." Little Jing Kong was furious. "You're too much. You want to take away the gift from Jiao Jiao." Xiao Lulang spread his hands innocently and said, "You asked me what I want, and now I'm telling you." Little Jing Kong frowned. He was a good boy who kept his word. He couldn't go back on his words. He endured the pain and asked, "You want the checkers that Jiao Jiao gave me?" Xiao Lulang said, "Why do I want the checkers? I want that." Little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang had the same birthday. Gu Jiao Jiao gave both of them gifts. Besides the checkers, there was something else for little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang was referring to the paper crane. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xiao Lulang in disbelief and pain. You're a big man. Why do you want that?" "That's for us kids." Oh, he finally remembered that he was a kid. Xiao Lulang laughed and said, "I want it. Are you giving it to me or not?" It was as if Marquis Xian Ping was shameless. Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Lulang with a complicated expression, as if saying, "Oh my God, how can you be so confused?" Little Jing Kong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His expression was indescribable. After a while, he made up his mind and said, "Okay, if you insist." As he spoke, he bravely took a step forward. Under Xiao Lulang's astonished gaze, he kissed him on the right cheek. Xiao Lulang was speechless. After little Jing Kong kissed him, both of them were in a bad mood. "What kind of punishment is this, my God?" "Little Jing Kong, I sacrificed too much." Little Jing Kong was shocked. He stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and went out in a frenzy. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and shuddered, indicating that he was also shocked. When Gu Jiao entered the room, Xiao Lulang's mouth was still twitching. What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. Xiao Lulang coughed softly and said, "Nothing." It was so embarrassing that it was not worth mentioning. Gu Jiao walked into the room and handed him a small brocade box. "This is." Xiao Lulang took the box and opened it. There was a red satin hairband inside. He was not yet a crown, so he could not wear one. He was also not used to using a hairpin. The original hairband was old. This was the color that Gu Jiao personally dyed. It complemented him perfectly. He was as cold as jade, yet as beautiful as peaches and plums. "Is this a gift from Huiyuan?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Ah." Gu Jiao was stunned. "Clearly not." Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything, but his appearance inexplicably revealed a trace of grievance. Gu Jiao suddenly felt that she had wronged her little husband. Xiao Lulang sighed and said, "Jing Kong just gave me a gift. What happened to not mentioning it? Even Jing Kong gave him a gift. Wouldn't it be unreasonable if she did not give him a gift?" Gu Jiao quickly asked, "What gift do you want?" "Actually, it doesn't have to be too troublesome. Something simple will do." Xiao Lulang straightened his expression and said seriously, "It's something that little Jing Kong has on my birthday, but I don't." The last time Xiao Lulang said this, he received a small kiss from Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao understood instantly. She turned around and left. When she entered the room again, she had a paper crane in her hand. Here. In Gu Zhao's opinion, little Jing Kong had on his birthday, but Xiao Lulang did not have a kiss and a paper crane. Since he had already given her a kiss, then the paper crane was the only thing left. Xiao Lulang, who did not want this paper crane at all, was speechless. Chapter 212. Zhuang Manor. A copy of the apricot roll ranking was sent to Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang already knew the results of the top two. Other than Royal Prince, there weren't any outstanding candidates in the Zhuang family. Therefore, Grand Tutor Zhuang put the apricot roll aside when it was sent over. Royal Prince didn't look at it either. He had absolute confidence that he would get first place. He only asked, "Is there someone called Xiao Lulang on the roll?" Wu Yang replied, "Yes, he's tied for first place with the Royal Prince." Oh. Royal Prince glanced sideways. Wu Yang handed the roll over again. Royal Prince An's gaze fell on Xiao Lulang's name. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "This Xiao Lulang is a bit out of my expectations." Wu Yang was about to speak when the servant girl outside said, "Master, you're here." Wu Yang quickly retreated to the side and bowed to Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was walking in. Grand Tutor Zhuang waved his hand and Wu Yang respectfully retreated. Royal Prince stood up and greeted with a pleasant expression, "Grandfather." Grand Tutor Zhuang replied in a low voice. Royal Prince walked around the desk and waited for Grand Tutor Zhuang to sit down on the chair with the official's hat before sitting down on another chair. A maidservant served the tea and then quickly left the room. The room was so quiet that only the sound of Grand Tutor Zhuang sipping his tea could be heard. Royal Prince asked, "Grandfather, why haven't you rested yet?" "I came to see you." Grand Tutor Zhuang put down the hot tea in his hand and looked at him with a serious expression. "Have you seen the apricot roll?" Royal Prince nodded, "I just saw it." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "That Xiao Lulang is your classmate in the Imperial College?" "Yes." Royal Prince nodded again. Grand Tutor Zhuang had been in the bureaucracy for many years. He could recognize shocking information with just a glance. He looked at his grandson suspiciously. "You know him?" Royal Prince smiled and said, "Grandfather, do you still remember why I advised you to reopen the directorate?" Grand Tutor Zhuang furrowed his brows. "You said that the Empress Dowager lives in the home of an examinee. As long as that examinee enters the Imperial College, the Empress Dowager will also be brought to the capital. Could it be this person?" Royal Prince said, "That's right, it's him." Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes turned cold. Royal Prince said, "Grandfather, don't get angry. He doesn't know Grandaunt's identity. I speculated that my grandaunt had accidentally fainted in front of his house when she was stranded in that village. Someone in his family who knew medicine recognized my grandaunt's leprosy. They were afraid that they would be sent to Leprosy Mountain, so they hid my grandaunt and even treated her. It can cure leprosy." Grand Tutor Zhuang expressed his doubts. Royal Prince said, "I've seen Grandaunt. Her leprosy has indeed been cured." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could cure leprosy. Compared to this, he was more willing to believe that there was a mistake in the information from the beginning. Perhaps the Empress Dowager didn't have leprosy at all. It just looked like it. Royal Prince didn't refute Grand Tutor Zhuang's guess. This wasn't important. The Empress Dowager had been cured. They only had to wait for them to deploy the situation in the capital and for the Empress Dowager to regain her memory. Then, their Zhuang family would be able to rise again. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in deep thought, "This examinee isn't simple." Royal Prince didn't care and said, "It's just a Huiyuan. Grandfather, you don't have to take it to heart. I didn't put much effort into this exam." This was the truth. He really didn't put in all his effort. Xiao Lulang must have put in all his effort. Even so, to be able to tie with him for first place was still Xiao Lulang's ability. Royal Princeton had never met anyone who could compete with him since he was young. Although the young Marquis of Zhaodu was famous, in his opinion, it was only because he didn't meet him. If he didn't go to Qin country to be a hostage for almost 10 years, who knows who would be the #1 genius in Zhaodu. Royal Princeton continued, I plan to take this person for my own use. Grandfather, please don't touch him. It would be best if he could take him for his own use. After all, he knew too much. If he joined another camp, it would be disadvantageous for the entire Zhuang family. Grand Tutor Zhuang made a sound of agreement and said, if you say so, then I won't touch him for now. However, you have to understand that you can't lose to him again in the court exam. The Zhuang family didn't want a random Jinshi. They wanted the #1 Jinshi. I understand. Royal Prince and was confident of victory. He smiled faintly and said, I will do my best in the court exam. Grand Tutor Zhuang had said everything that needed to be said. This grandson of his always made him worry less. He didn't say anything else and got up to leave. He suddenly thought of something and turned around. In the darkness, his seemingly turbid eyes revealed a shrewdness and sharpness that even young people couldn't compare to. Do you have a sweetheart? Royal Princeton was startled. Grandfather, why do you say this? Grand Tutor Zhuang said, you aren't young anymore. Your aunt said that it's time to choose a marriage for you. Royal Prince An's eyes trembled slightly. I haven't turned 20 yet. What's the rush? In the country of Zhao, when a man turned 20, he would be considered an adult. Large families usually married after 20. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I'm not telling you to get married now. First, I wanted to ask for a marriage with Imperial daughter Hui for you, but something happened to her. Your aunt has given up on this idea. If you have a girl that you like who is of equal status and has good looks, then tell your aunt. An image of a small figure wearing blue clothes carrying a basket flashed through Royal Prince An's mind. His expression did not change as he said, no. Grand Tutor Zhuang turned and left the room. Royal Princeton gave a small sigh. Of equal status. Marquis Ding and Fu seemed neutral, but the old Marquis and Marquis Xianping were the Emperor's left and right arms. She and he would never be of equal status. As for her looks, he did not care about her looks, but his aunt would not allow him to marry a girl with a disfigured face who had been married before. Royal Princeton laughed at himself, what's the point of asking me? While the entire capital was immersed in the shock brought about by the apricot roll, Gu Jinyu in the Ministry of Justice did not receive any news from the outside world. She was trapped in the interrogation room and could not eat or sleep well. His Majesty seemed to have made up his mind to deliberately break her will. He would not allow anyone to force a confession out of her, but he would also ignore her. She was alone and could not hold on any longer. She had not bathed for many days. She was not like Gu Jiao who had grown up in the countryside. It was fine if she did not bathe for 10 days to half a month. She loved cleanliness. Fortunately, Imperial concubine Shu's personal servant, Qi Mama, had come. The moment she saw Qi Mama, Gu Jinyu began to cry in grievance. All right. Imperial daughter, don't cry. If Imperial concubine knew, her heart would ache. Qi Mama wanted to hug her and comfort her, but she could not stand the smell on Gu Jinyu's body. Qi Mama cleared her throat. In the end, she stood beside Gu Jinyu and handed her a clean handkerchief. Gu Jinyu took the handkerchief and choked. Thank you for coming to see me, Mama. Qi Mama said, Imperial concubine wanted me to ask you, what happened to you? Did you really break the Imperial Jade Seal or did you do something else to anger His Majesty? Gu Jinyu's eyes flashed when she heard this. Imperial concubine, did you hear some rumors? Chi Mama had come to clarify the matter, so she spoke frankly. Someone in the palace is saying that you did not invent the bellows. It was someone else. Someone else, who is it? Gu Jinyu asked carefully. Chi Mama pondered, I don't know. The rumor did not say who it was. Gu Jinyu lowered her head guiltily. Who had spread the rumor? His Majesty or the old blacksmith and carpenter? Didn't the three of them know about that girl? Gu Jinyu did not understand what was going on. She composed herself and asked, then, does Imperial concubine believe it? Chi Mama said, can Imperial concubine believe it? Gu Jinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her efforts over the years had not been in vain. Chi Mama sighed, but these rumors are strange. Think carefully. Did anyone touch your blueprints, or did you mention the bellows to anyone? It seemed that her father had not told Consort Shu that she and Gu Jiao had invented the bellows. He had not said anything for so long, so he probably would not say anything. Gu Jinyu hesitated whether to tell her about Gu Jiao. Consort Shu did not have a good impression of Gu Jiao. Firstly, Consort Shu did not like Consort Yao and did not like her children. Gu Jinyu was respected in front of her mainly because she was talented and had helped the fifth prince so much. Secondly, Gu Jiao did not return to the Marquis's residence and disrespected old Madame Gu and her aunt, Consort Shu. Logically speaking, when she returned to the capital, she should have asked to see Consort Shu, but that girl did not. Gu Jinyu did not dare to bet that Consort Shu would trust her like her father did. What if Consort Shu wanted to seek confirmation from Gu Jiao, or what if Consort Shu knew that His Majesty was actually biased towards Gu Jiao? Would Consort Shu still stand up for her? After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Jinyu finally gave up on the idea that Gu Jiao had stolen her inspiration. She shook her head, I don't know. I've never mentioned it to anyone. Chi Mama looked at Gu Jinyu without blinking, then tell me, did you really invent the bellows? So Aunt still did not believe her. After she had helped the fifth prince with his homework and acted as his substitute examiner for so many times. Gu Jinyu laughed at herself in her heart, but on the surface, she said aggrievedly, Mama, is it you who don't believe me, or Aunt who doesn't believe me? I swear to God that I invented the bellows. If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. Chi Mama hurriedly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said angrily, you can't speak carelessly. Her Majesty believes you. I asked too much. You don't have to take it to heart. Gu Jinyu said gently, Mama, you're doing this for Aunt's sake. I understand. Chi Mama sighed again, Her Majesty has already checked. The Imperial Jade Seal was broken long ago, and it was His Highness the Seventh Prince who broke it. His Majesty took his anger out on you because he believed those rumors and thought that someone else invented the bellows. The most important thing now is to prove that you're the true owner. Unfortunately, Her Majesty has no other way. These words reminded Gu Jinyu that she could no longer use the bellows to turn the tables, but she could use other things. She thought of what she saw in Jade Water Alley that day. Gu Jinyu narrowed her eyes, Mama, it's been too long since the bellows incident. I didn't keep an eye on it back then and left behind a more conclusive blueprint. I probably can't explain it clearly, but that's not all I have. Chi Mama was shocked, you have other things. Then why didn't you take them out earlier? Gu Jinyu smiled, I only thought of it these few days. I didn't give up on myself after being locked up here. Instead, I calmed myself down and asked what else I could do for the court. Then, I remembered something I accidentally made in the manor. What is it? Chi Mama asked excitedly. Glutinous rice mortar. Gu Jinyu had actually not witnessed its effects with her own eyes, but she could not care less now. She could only take a gamble, the mortar made with glutinous rice soup is extremely strong and is the best building material. If Mama doesn't believe me, you can go back to the palace and try. Aunt dotes on me, so I should repay Aunt well. I'm willing to give this credit to His Highness the Fifth Prince. Mama hurried back to the palace and told Consort Shu about the glutinous rice mortar, especially emphasizing that this credit could be given to His Highness the Fifth Prince. However, Consort Shu was very cautious. She was not in a hurry to ask for credit from the emperor. Instead, she first called for the eunuchs to bring over a bucket of ordinary mortar. She also asked the small kitchen to mix a bucket of glutinous rice mortar according to Gu Jinyu's method. After the two types of mortar solidified, Consort Shu asked someone to hit it with a hammer. Ordinary mortar shattered with a single hit, but glutinous rice mortar was as hard as a rock. Consort Shu smiled in surprise. Where's His Highness the Fifth Prince? Quick! Hurry and call him back for this consort. I want to see the emperor. On the other side, little Jing Kong finished his day's homework at the Imperial College and arrived at the agreed location with his friends. Last time, Qin Chuyu promised to bring his two friends to visit the palace. After establishing a relationship with the Crown Princess's sister-in-law, the Crown Princess's sister-in-law finally agreed to let him bring his friends into the palace. If it were an adult, they would be curious about how he could enter the palace, but children would not. Su Kanji informed the servant who came to pick him up. The servant knew of Qin Chuyu's identity and did not dare to disagree with the prince's invitation. Little Jing Kong went to the medical center and told Gu Jiao that he was going out to play and would take the Su family's carriage back later. Gu Jiao had no objections. Su Kanji and Qin Chuyu also often came to the medical center to play. The three of them happily got into Qin Chuyu's carriage.